Way back in episode 45, we created Leary, as you might remember. And over here we have the Statue of Hope, as I was calling it back in the days, to honor one of my patrons that fallen on hard time. But he's back on his feet, and I'm really glad for you, Leary, there. And in that case here, I also read your comments about how we should handle the second statue. And yes, they should be looking towards each other. I mean, in this case here, this one is looking more or less towards Crown Falls, and over here in Crown Falls we could have another one that is looking over there. And I take this opportunity to finally also remodel a bit my harbor area in the tourist area. And for this, welcome back to, well, Anno 1800 Megacity. Now, what we need to do here first is I need to get my cannons out of the way. These cannons serve no other purpose anymore other than to boost my military score, right? It doesn't matter. There's not going to be a big attack anymore on Crown Falls. And if there is, then it's certainly not on my tourist harbor, but rather on my main harbor that is on the other side of this whole mess that we have there right now. And let's get these harbor cannons out of the way, out of sight, out of the way. So, right, I'm not caring about them for now. And here, I would like to create now another smaller harbor area. We already have the big one over here. That is also not finished yet, because we can still extend the docklands there. And this is an industrial harbor, more or less, right? This one is going to be more of a beauty harbor. I mean, beauty harbor, it has the tourist mooring. And we're also going to have the, well, our work commuter dock here as well. So there's two docks, more or less, that we have here, that are both serving a certain purpose. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, we need to get this one back on track. And we do have the Statue of Hope right here. And I would like to have this more or less a bit further outside there, right? Cementing the entrance into my town. So we could have it like here, for example. I can move it then if I want to. And then we have the commute pier. I mean, this is looking a bit tight there, isn't it? If there's a ship trying, it might crash into the statue. Perhaps we have it, after all, the docks over there as well, beside my tourist port. Let's just make this one complete. And then, of course, we haven't used buildings here at all that we can build, and that's the historic harbor buildings. And that's these bad guys here. These historical warehouse and the historical master office. I love that building here, and I probably will want to have here a couple of them here. With a couple, I probably will mean two probably that we can have in this area. So let's just go ahead and squeeze it in a few of them, so we can then connect them like that to make something bigger out of it. Can I move them? Yeah, we could move it like that. And then probably have a couple of them here side by side. And then here it's ending. Now, there we have it. It's not looking so bad, I think, with the Harbor Master buildings here and as well the docklands. Then we have a nice promenade there with some trees. Over here, then our tourist mooring. Now, this is the biggest problem, because with these, you know, not straight beaches, I really have a problem or trouble there putting that into the game. I also don't like how the harbor paving is looking towards the normal street, and I don't think there's any changing for that. It's just having a different color that is not looking so great. Here we have the bus station, that is the public mooring. Of course, there's still a bit of spot here. Of course, the workers are also being greeted by the lions there. Why not? But we still need to put in some more houses there, I think. We have the hotel. This should have a free visitor as always, or well, for my tourists there anyway. Here though, we can still have something, and I was thinking about a restaurant or a cafe. It's not making the most sense here because we don't get that many people into its surrounding, but I think it makes sense from a point of view where we have a cafe just here by the docks, right? Or where people can enjoy their day and also enjoy a day then at the beach here, or whatever we have there at the docks, basically. So we might actually do that. Oh, there's actually quite a lot of traffic here with the workforce. As we can see, the worker commuter. So this one, there's lots of people coming out now. And then we still have a bit of space here there where I can still add some more thingies right beside the restaurant then and the cafe that we have. So here we have our bus station. That is pretty important. And next to the bus station, we could then have something for people for the first time visitors, right? Like, yeah, some columns there that show perhaps where they need to go. And also perhaps something for tourists. Alright, not looking so bad. Let's just place all of that now. Here we have the ornaments for the tourists with a little toilet there as well hidden. Some street maps for those people that just for the first time enter my city. They can also go to the bus station and then right away and already know everything about it. There we have our beautiful, glorious cafe that is then just here for those people visiting. Then we have the entrance for the workers with some lion statues there and also some flower beds. Very nice. And then we have generally just all the harbor monuments. Let's just build them and then we can really see how it looks then in real life. By the way, there is still something here. Yep, the city lights that I forgot. There's also some lights in there, of course, for nighttime because it should look proper in the night as well. Oh, yes. Alright, the effect is actually better than I thought it would be. We could use these lights a bit more often. Alright, we will probably implement them a bit more often. Let's build those ornaments here by the docks as well. And then we of course have the major buildings here. Oh my goodness, they're really expensive as we can see. But they're going to be worth it. Up here we have a little pavilion. And then we have a nice new harbor area. Another lighthouse on the other side. So we have now those two there. But a lighthouse is definitely needed for the poor captains that come in. I like this pavilion there, by the way. Oh, it's a kiosk. A kiosk is fine too. It's not a pavilion really. Now let's just have a look at that in first person mode. Holy cow, beautiful. I love how the Vibrant City new skins kind of like come together with the harbor buildings there as well. Color wise, it's just very nice looking. Then we have our kiosk here. People can really just, I don't know, get some newspapers there while they're enjoying the view of my rather quiet harbor area for the tourists. As we also get over here, we can then see the entrance to it. Oh, this is looking fantastic. A beautiful view up here, just beside the tree there. I like this one a lot. And I think I did not such a bad job here with my harbor area. This one here especially, where people can just enjoy the day, as they're also just for the first time get into Crown Falls there with their entrance. This ship there needs to go. I think that is a quest that we still have there. And of course, we could activate the cafe. I don't think that I'm going to do it though, because this is really just for ornaments. Right, it's just really there for the looks. And all of it is together with the bus station. Very nice. We have a new harbor area. And that I can still add a few more things to it if I need to. This one here, for example, or this one here. This is also still looking a bit empty there. We might still need to add something then for that. However, I do have a bit of work to do. I've wasted a lot of time with that right now. The first thing is pretty important, and that is upgrading my skyscrapers here, because we do have a lot of level 1 and 2 skyscrapers there in the area. And I would like to go ahead and upgrade all of my level 2 ones to the next level. That is something we need to do here urgently. And look at that. It's really consuming all of my windows. That was a lot of upgrades for all these new level 3 ones. Boy, it's taking so much time upgrading all of them all the time. Especially since we do need so many of them. This is hopefully boosting my income there a bit. So level 3 ones, that's the first time when skyscrapers become really profitable. But I don't really see that on my balance. I think we do lack a few things there right now. Though coffee is in. So what is missing? Happiness-wise, they're all satisfied as well. Is it really all about the skyscrapers there? Yes, my skyscraper upkeep is 1 million at the moment. That is insane. That is a lot of money. We do need to upgrade more of them. Come on, Bente declares war on us once more. Why are you doing this? Are you better military? Oh yeah, she's pushing her military score there once more. And there's no chance for going back. So we are at permanent war again with... Oh, and the pirate also declares war on her right away, because we have an alliance with the pirate. So that's something. But we need to be on our toes there once more. I do have prepared though more ships. So of course I've not been idle with the ship construction. We can go ahead and let's get us 2 more battleships out there as well. We can afford that. And those guys here, let's just send them a bit closer again to my center there. So 3 more in Crown Falls. I think we do have quite a lot too in the New World. If I'm not mistaken. There we have them, 2 of them at least. And as we can see, the first ones are under attack already, as Bente continues her, well, madness towards us. We could, however, surprise her right away and take this island here, and I think we're doing this. Let's send my battleships right over there to this solitary island out here, and we can definitely take this one down. And then she's got another island down here. That is a bit more fortified, but I think it still might be possible there. Oh, and there's a veteran battleship right away. How can she build veteran battleships already again?
This isn't who I am.
Alright, I think she has built up. But I don't see any steam shipyards anywhere. How's she building those battleships? Seems a bit hard for me. Ah, there is one. Alright, there's a steam shipyard. Then she's most likely pushing them out over there. Also in the Arctic once more, she's attacking. She has an island down here. And that's an island that we might actually take down as well.
Your island is under attack.
And yes, I will need my 3 battleships down here. ASAP. To take this one down. And Besa, it's looking good for now. It's always this stress that comes towards us there again. Yes, that's just that. We get the same message all the time for the same attack, really. At least we were able to finish our harbor area there. My battleships are already on its way to protect us. It's really interesting. The moment she declares war on us, we have a, well, massive coordinated attack on us again on several sides. So there's also more ships now in San Antonio coming in that are destroying me. And there's another heavy warship there. Let's just have a look if I don't have any more ships somewhere. So these guys here are already taking care of that. Look at that. Warships everywhere. I mean, lucky us, we have the battleships and they're just much stronger than a heavy warship. But I'm a bit surprised right now how many she has. Within a second, everywhere basically. This one's almost down. And this one here will also go down now. Let's just try to push this one. Perfect, there you go. And then we can take care of this one. And then we're taking her island. Look at how much damage my ships are taking.
Ship under attack.
Another one down. Oh my goodness, 3 more here. Do I have another one? I don't have another battleship here though.
Ship under attack.
And there's more coming. What is going on, Bente? Are you kidding me? There's no way she can actually get the resources for all of them so quickly. Let's try to take down this harbor building there from afar. We should be able to do that without risking too much. Alright, I think we also have some problems. Yes, over here is the attack. And she destroyed all of my sand mines there. Where are my battleships? They're taking forever, it seems. There they are right now on the other side. Let's get back over there because these ships are moving now. And we need to take them down. Alright, and Besa also not quite anymore. There is another attack over there. And in Besa we have lots of battleships though.
Your island is under attack.
So let's get one of my battleships over there. There it's fine. And in the Arctic my battleships are still doing some damage. Perfect. We have taken over the island there. At least that is something. And now we can get rid of the other ships there. Holy cow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heavy warships already in the region again. 7 with this one here. It's a frigate though. And I think I will need to put my battleships into the safety of my harbor area. Can we build a repair crane here real quick?
Your harbor is under attack.
Alright. We need to take them down quickly there. This one is already taking a lot of damage. One down, perfect. Now we can go for this one. She never ceases to surprise me. Really, this completely took me off guard. This attack there, all of a sudden, out of nothing, she declares war and has so many warships everywhere. Ready again. This one, but they are getting crushed by these cannons there. And up here she has more. Alright, but of course, it's going down too. Holy cow, my battleships took a lot of damage. Let's move them back to my harbor area there. That is also under attack a bit. And there is no repair crane in the Arctic. It's hard to believe. There is no repair crane that I can build in the Arctic. I didn't even know that. There's so many things that I still need to learn about Anno 1800. No freaking repair cranes, and my battleships are almost down. Let's move them over there quickly. Yes, she is attacking. We need to get up there. Even though my battleships are already pretty damaged, we can't afford to lose these islands there. And she's also attacking here now. I barely can keep up with this. And look at that! What the hell? Alright. Are my battleships enough for this? There is a veteran battleship. That is going to be really tough. Alright, she's moving full into Leary. That is still under siege, as we can see. So that status is not over. Let's move in my ships. Holy cow! Full attack there. Let's just try and take them out. Some of them are frigates. That's going to be easy. But especially the later ones here are not going to be so easy. Let's move a bit further up there. The cannons are doing their best. And I thought I would not need those cannons anymore. I'm just glad that I did not destroy them. There's more now going down. This one is going down. We need to take down these here first. They're still doing a lot of damage, but they're going down relatively quickly as opposed to the battleships, for example. And I'm building more, right? We're still building them. Yes, but they're taking ages, of course. Alright, up here another ship has been destroyed.
See how the people seize the economy.
Yeah, she's probably going to take over that island. And of course, Hugo, you're also right timing with that.
Ship under attack.
Alright, those ships are down. It's the battle cruiser now that we're taking care of. And Jing uses that moment to get some of her money. Declaring war on us. Threatening it at least. So we got 3 against this one here, which is the only ship now left. But the problem is it's a veteran one and they're incredibly strong. I think they're unbalanced strong, but we're just going to wait it out. So this one here is going off. I'm going to keep my battleships up here for now, because you never know when there's an attack coming again.
Your island is under attack.
Ah, alright. Look at that. She's attacking? Is that Bente? It's Bente. Why is she doing this? There is a battleship close by. I mean, she might actually have a go at this island there. Holy cow, morale is going down so quickly. This one and this one. How's it looking over here? I will probably need to move out one of my battleships now. I don't want to lose it. Oh, and there is another... Alright, there is another heavy warship over there.
Failing is the only way we learn.
Ready for a
She's really not going for peace here, is she? Ah, we are almost equal. I will use that to purchase more shares, though, of her main islands. I can't let this happen anymore. I need to take her main islands. Alright, this one is out of reach now, out of this reaches here, and it can now tackle the heavy warship, right? While those two are still fighting Bente's warship there. And what I can also see is she's just within range of the cannons, and she's just within range of getting actually damn hit by those cannons there. Alright, Tabarim under attack now. Just as I moved my battleships out, she's moving into Tabarim. No way. No effing way. And I don't have enough there. Still there's some more cannons. We can afford that. There's more coming. Where are they all coming from? Yes, 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 yes. This is close for Tabarim.
Attention for the Admiral.
Put my ships over there. And meanwhile, she's moving now. We need to catch this battleship though. And let it go.
Fleet ready.
Come on, we need to take this one down. How's Tabarim looking? Arctic is looking fine. Tabarim was very close. And we have a bit of a problem here in Tabarim because so many harbor buildings have been damaged. This one still needs to go. Yes, I guess I'll take it. In the Arctic, those battleships are repairing right now and no other attack for now. Very good. Come on, take it down.
We'll do our best.
This one really needs to go down there. It's a veteran one. Perfect.
Stations.
Oh my! We're almost down. Let's send them over here now to repair. I think we do have a repair crane in... Oh, Leary is under siege. Alright, I cannot build anything here for now. Where could I repair my ships? There it is. Perfect. San Antonio. Let's get this over. Meanwhile, in the old world, I'm going to purchase the shares of those 2 islands here. She will feel my wrath. She will feel the revenge that I'm having for her. Another veteran battleship. I have no idea how she gets these stars there. But these ships are like as strong as 2 or 3 battleships then. If they have the star. That's crazy. We have a few windows. And I would really, for my balance's sake, upgrade more skyscrapers here. So I think we do have... Yep. That's tier 3 should be. Right. Tier 3. We can upgrade all of them to tier 4 now. And I'm going to do that. There you go. And we can then also all at once upgrade all of them to tier 5. And this should unlock the next stage for the monument. But for now, I need to lick my wounds. And yeah, we'll have to see how this one continues. Stay tuned.
Ship under attack.
Hello and welcome back. Take a cup of coffee, sit back. You know the drill. I have no time for this. We are still under attack by Benton from the last episode. And as we can see, Tabarim is suffering a lot right now. We're still under siege for 2 more minutes. I cannot rebuild, as we know by now, the trading post. And of course, what she's trying to do here is she's trying to keep the sieges up of these islands there. This one, the morale is rather looking bad. We need to send my ships ASAP over there. And I probably... No, I need to keep this battleship for Titan. We do need to keep the other islands there active as well. Otherwise, we're having a disrupted trade route in general. This clipper there might be going down now soon. Holy cow, she's moving right into this one. Just as the... I think just as it's over, please thank the gods. Alright, we do save some space with that. Oh, some time with that again. Problem is, the battleships are pretty strong. They're also pretty slow. And that we're feeling right now. As she is going with the siege there. And it's going down quickly. It is going down so quickly. I can't even react to that properly with my shibis that we have there. Do I have, by the way, some weapons? No, I don't have weapons here. Please don't take over that island. We do need the lobsters. Alright, now they're moving in. And let's do the damage. And please kill them off quickly. Morale is still crumbling. We are also losing now another trading post, unfortunately, that I will need to rebuild. So this island is no longer working for now as well. Problem is, I think the morale is up for us now because we do have the ships close by. That's why the morale is stuck now. And you will have to take down off the ships there first. And we're losing more clippers down here. A frigate? That can't be right. A frigate can't destroy a clipper. Alright, I think it has been damaged already for a long time. Let's rebuild my harbor area here for now. I think also down in this area, yes, it's all destroyed. There you go. But I'm expecting another attack on that then soon. My battleships are being repaired at the moment. Let's get this one a bit closer. And here the attack has been fought off. Perfect. 30 more seconds and then we can rebuild Tabarim more or less. That has nothing. It's completely deactivated at the moment. There's nothing working here. And I could resume the lobster trade route. Problem is also here. Peach Petal Island, Peach Petal City, no trading post. She is completely taking them down. Any more ships? There's another clipper coming, another frigate coming actually. But we have a battleship close by and this should take care of it. Off you go. I need to check my new world there real quick. Because she's got an island here. And there's no attack though in the new world at the moment. Thank the gods, all of them. Because I really cannot afford another attack anywhere. How is it looking with my battleships? Do we get some more out? Still not. They're taking forever to build. Let's queue another 2 then right away. Right, so we do have a few more of them coming up. And where's that attack? What? In San Antonio. We are having a battleship here. Let's send this one over there. So far so good. There's no bigger attack coming now anywhere. Tabarim is looking safe. Tabarim, the siege is over. Let's go ahead and build the trading post there once more. In Peach Petal, we still have 2 more minutes that we need to hold out. I can now rebuild my houses or my salt mines. That we definitely should be doing. And I've also built 2 more cannon towers, right? Because of that attack. We can still afford a couple more. I will probably have a few cannon towers here now in this area, because this is getting attacked too many times. And I need to secure that. Alright, and these battleships are going to wait here for the next attack, because it is coming. I'm pretty sure of that. We destroyed a lot of ships though. She's weaker than us. And now she's going for ceasefire. And we're going to do that. Ceasefire we have, and peace treaty we have too. Alright, that doesn't mean that I'm going to let go of her now though. We are going to take over these islands here. We are not waiting for the next surprise attack. We can afford it barely, influence-wise. I do need more influence. Or we're just stopping the construction of one of my battleships. This one there. The attack has ceased, right? Yeah. Attack has ceased. We need to wait until the fire's over. Then I can rebuild the sand mine there too. Do we have any more ruins anywhere? Yes, the oil harbor. Bricks and steel beams, lots and lots of construction that we need. Let's get my huge collier for that. And by the way, quite some time ago, I was commissioning the research of the Great Eastern Building Pyramid. Where is it? I have 2 research as far as I can see, right? Where is it? Oh, I see. We still need to finish a quest line. We have the World Fair, but we haven't assisted Sir Archibald in the construction of the floating city yet. There must be a quest somewhere. There it is, the floating city. Click on Blake's diplomatic clipper. And I guess that's in the old world. He must be somewhere. Of course, in the fogs. Of course, we need to get over there. We have a white flag collier though that we can send over there, so that it's going to be safe. I mean, we are not at war anymore anyway. It's fine, but still, I'd rather have the white flag on that. My huge collier, meanwhile, the sea sponge is going to take some timber, lots of bricks, and steel beams to San Antonio to repair this island to its proper former glory state. And I think my oil will also suffer. Yes, we're down on oil because, of course, San Antonio is not delivering right now. And I hope that I did not lose any oil trade route there. We did. Of course we did. It's this one. And I need to build another oil ship. And in Tabarim, lots of things are down. We've also lost this one here. Black Rose, you can be on this trade route. There's no war at the moment. And Tabarim, of course, still needs something. And I'm getting a lot of ruin messages there. Okay, here we have lots of ruins. In Leary too. And this one, I think we are lacking the weapon for this one. Yes. Do I have... I should be having my airship somewhere. There it is in Leary. Alright, let's get this one back and get the weapons then to Leary as well. How's it looking? Meanwhile, we have 124 windows once more. The billiard tables, as we can see, is now being fulfilled thanks to having the town hall here that is providing these goods. And then we just need to wait for the maximum amount of people there once more. I could, meanwhile, probably, upgrade us a few more houses here that we can still upgrade and should upgrade. This one is getting a moderate one at least. Oh my goodness, we're down on the money there. By the way, I totally forgot about my botanical expedition that we definitely should be doing from time to time. A boulder-blocked entrance and a booby-trapped corridor, typical Mizzoan temple. After fall down the slide, alright. Follow the suggested route. This one is 50%. Let's go that way. So we have 2 ways that we can go with, and the obvious traps are easily evaded and climb down further into the temple. And the climb is a child's play. Everything is rather easy in this event there. Perfect. And we can continue. Quite a long expedition there, by the way. Meanwhile, I can get Peach Petal City back to working. Of course, as we can see here, all of these buildings are down because of that. Because there was no harbor building for quite some time. So we got them back on track. Let's also, for compensation of all the troubles, have a musician's court. So these people have at least some music there playing for them, making them a bit happier. This means that the lobster should be working again. Oh, it's not. It actually lost its islands there. Right, so Peach Petal, and here you take the lobster that we just had. There you go. And you bring them over to Tabrim. Please. There you go. Off it goes once more. This one is working. This one here, we could hopefully also work again. Why? They've lost the Tabrim harbor because it got destroyed. Alright, meanwhile, I would like to do something here in Crown Falls, building another huge modded building into this whole mess that we have there. I do need a bit of space though over there. We have it to move some of my skyscrapers over. I mean, they're not really fitting in right. Do we have better locations somewhere where you could have some skyscrapers, please? Something like this one would look good. There's a school here that we don't need anymore. Let's get rid of the school. Who needs a school anyway when we have skyscrapers? And I can now move them over there. I think this one is having a very good street connection. All rather tight here. This one we can still move a bit, making a bit room here for another skyscraper. But that's the only one more that we can move into this area. It's that one. And it actually does get an intense panorama effect. A very nice. That is still working out. And then we have one more building. I can't afford to remove any skyscraper buildings though, right? So we're going to keep this one here for now. It's one, only one, that is right here for now. And then we have that space here, and that space I would like to use for my next big building. It's not a monument per se, but it's still a pretty big one, and it's a police station. It's the police headquarters, right? So up to this point, we had police stations, we had the prison, we have the mobile task force. Now we have the police headquarters. Really expensive. It also gives me plus 100 attractiveness. So at least there is something. And we are coming pretty close then to the next level. Let's select it, and there you go. It's huge, isn't it? It's a massive building, really. And let's just see how we can place it. I think we could place it like that, or actually have the cars looking towards the street. And I think this is the better option. There you go. The Crown Falls City Police Headquarters in all its glory. What a beautiful building, really. And this is a mod. There's also a nice balcony up there. And that police officer definitely has a nice view over everything. This one is now providing a lot of jolly officers that we can use then in the whole of Crown Falls. If there is the occasional riot happening, we are prepared to beat all of them down. Fantastic. I absolutely love that building that we have here right in the center now. You know what, I'm actually going to move it a bit so we have the cornerstone here at this side, because otherwise it would have looked a bit out of place. I think the cornerstone should be looking towards the main road there. By the way, this is looking a bit strange there, isn't it? No, it's fine. Totally fine. There we have that new building. Meanwhile, also some building materials are coming in once more, so we can rebuild this cannon tower here, and I hope that by now we should have, yep, the huge collier. Let's unload all the resources for that, so San Antonio needs to look good again. Let's have the oil harbor, and there also our sand mine. This one here, once again, can also resume its work then from San Antonio to Crown Falls, and here we are just going to load then all the oil. Of course, there's not a whole lot of oil waiting right now. These are full. That's going to be waiting again pretty soon. The oil, that is. The Scallion, my battleship, let's move this a bit over here to the channel again, because just in case if there's another attack, we should be prepared for that. And in Tabarim, I still need to fix some of those trade routes. It's incredible. So there is the other one. That's because, of course, when losing the main trading post, basically all the points or all the trade points are gone that lead to Tabarim, for example. So this one is working here again. So Taten still not fully recovered. A parasitic infestation we have. These parasites must have come from the marsh. Treat the afflicted. We have a doctor on board, and the doctor concoct a panic, and it was successful. We actually do get some morale back again. How long is this botanical expedition taking there? It's insane. It's a long time. I hope the rewards are good.
If this is to
Now,
be
in
our
Tabarim. Oh, it's still looking fine, actually, right? The musician's court over here is missing. I don't have one. Instead of these guys there, I'm going to have another court. So just here. With that entrance. Probably here one more and here one more. And then we can have some more ornaments around it, like some trees. Let's make the big trees there.
The fire is out
That's
of
fine.
control.
And then something for horses. Over here and here. And yeah, some juniper trees on the corners here.
Such a sporting I gave you.
Alright, we have arrived at the floating city. Good news, Mr. Bargava has finished the new plans for the Great Eastern, though somehow I knew I'd be punished for losing the originals. In the new design, the ship appears to have grown bigger still. Sadly, crown steel reserves are rather low, but perhaps you have something to spare. Deliver to his diplomatic clipper. Is that his diplomatic clipper? Yes, it is. 70 tons of steel beams. Oh, I know where to get them. From your own harbor. There we have 150 tons of steel beams for sale right now. By the way, there's an oil tanker. I don't think we have the influence for it though. But I might want to go for this one
The
soon.
epidemic left.
Yeah, I'm also really glad that coffee and chocolate really is increasing to go up. So we haven't had a shortage of that anymore and it's constantly going up. I might still need to check out on that occasionally after a bit of time, but for now it's fine. Also, the tier 4 skyscrapers in this area are ready for the upgrade. Let's go ahead and invest all the windows that we have for the next ones. And this finally unlocks some more things for our skyscrapers. A new product for shopping arcades. And I just hope that we have now all of them we have. And we can start the next phase for our Skyline Tower. There you go. Very expensive. We do need timber, bricks, steel beams, reinforced concrete, elevators and windows. That we don't have that many yet. And we are only here. We're starting now on the superstructure of the Skyline Tower. But at least we're starting. At least we continue here now. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that we are needing more tier 5 skyscrapers now in the next upcoming hours. So I should prepare for that as well. Windows though is being consumed now, all of them here in the Crown Falls. In order to boost my windows, right, we do need a lot of them really. Let's have a look. We have a lot of glass and we should be having a lot of locks we have. So what I can do is I can boost my window production even further. Up here it is, my window makers. We're not boosting them yet. Let's boost them by 50%. That is for that. We have a lot of happiness anyway, right? Artisans are still perfectly happy. This is another 50% on my windows. How many windows do we produce at the moment? 18 per minute. That's still not enough. And with the 50%, we should be seeing another increase to that. There's also a resident quest. We don't see them too often here. This is for the workers there really. And they want to have a brick factory. Do we have brick factories still? Yes, there is still brick factories in Crown Falls. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. A small photo for these guys. What do we get out of that? Please tell me something nice. Oh my goodness, a cutting edge. Affects the swing machine, bicycle and lantern smith productivity 40%. Very nice. Thank you for that. I was actually already thinking about getting rid of these brick factories, but since this actually was quite successful, I mean, we still should have them. There we have more, righty. Because I would like to get rid of them here. Thank you for actually showing me the way. Let's get rid of them here. And I will need to have another clay moving technology in my research institute. Let's go ahead. And major discoveries. It is Master of Nature. Move the clay deposit. Unfortunately, we cannot move ore deposits or something like that. This will have to do. Because here we can also finish then our city. Right? We don't need the clay there really anymore. At least not for now. And I can continue then happily with more construction over here. To further advance my city then into this area. Yes, and this one goes then into the industry sector over there. I need to wait. I'm also happy to see that the construction of the Skyline Tower continues. We have workers again on the construction site. And this is still the biggest monument yet, and it's going to take a long time before we can really finish this. For now, we can enjoy the marvel of the construction site. And of course, we should also enjoy, just in general, the views of Crown Falls with all its skyscrapers here now in the town center. But also with its more rather beautiful, smaller buildings in the northern area.
For genius.
And our post office there. That still fits in for some reasons. Two more battleships are out as well. Let's get them over here once again to the general center. We have 5 battleships now in Crown Falls. So the next attack, we are prepared just for this. Now, in the old world, some 6,000 miles away or whatnot, we have the collier coming in now with the steel beams for Archie. Turning in the steel beams. More delays to the launch of the Great Eastern. The propeller is just so massive, believe me, I've seen it at close quarters, that it has overturned an Imperial tugboat. Do you think you might be able to retrieve it? Retrieve the big propeller that is over here. Alright, that should be easy. It's floating around, you know, the big heavy propellers floating on the surface. Doesn't matter. There's the ship. There was the tugboat. That is no more. So off we go with another rescue mission, getting the propeller. I really want to build that Great Eastern, and I know you want me to build it too. And with that, off we go to the next missions. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back. Merry Christmas to all of you. On this very important day of the year, we are having a special episode. We are finally looking what Santa Claus is telling us here in the Arctic. Right now where it's cold as ice and it's snowing. Over here we have him standing. He's quite busy today as he's got lots and lots of presents around the world. He's still got a bit of time there for us in his very high texture polygon glory, as we can see. Let's click on him. Every day is Christmas to me. I'm always buying too many gifts. I think I can take some of them back before they open to collect the Christmas presents in the city streets. So I guess we are having some... Yep, there it is, for example, a Christmas present that we can open up now. That was the first one. There is the next one right away. And I hope the children of the world still have more presents for themselves then. Where are the other presents? Did he fool us? There is something. Very small ones, but still valid as ever. And... oh, nice hats there. I like my Christmas hats there too. Oh, he's hiding them quite well. There's the 4th one. There you go. And I still need one more. That is somewhere hiding there. Hopefully not on the airship. But towards the airship. There it is. Perfect. And there we got all the 5 presents. Let's bring them back to Santa Claus. He should hopefully still be waiting there for me. There he is. Perfect.
Christmas isn't about presents.
Christmas isn't about presents anyway. It's about snow. Here, I make it snow. And unlock my new power. We can make a snowstorm now. I don't know if you can see this. Yeah. I guess that's it. At least that's the spirit. We can make it snow in Crown Falls too as we visit the Christmas market. And as we can see, it is snowing on this beautiful day. As all these people visit our Christmas market, the famous Crown Falls Christmas market, that is for a bit of gingerbread and perhaps a bit of rum. Oh, now it's getting thick, the snowstorm. Yes, and as we can see, it is snowing now in the whole Crown Falls area. So our city in glorious snowfall. Unfortunately, I can't see that much anymore. So we'll just have to, I guess, work somewhere else. Alright, on this very beautiful day, on this snowy day, let's do some resident quests and yeah, help these people here as part of my Christmas spirit. When they are green and when they are brown, their bendy mean will cause me to frown, but split in between for a very short while, they're joyfully yellow and cause me to smile. What am I? Dude, I was actually trying to help you and you giving me an enigma? So we need to build, click on a building now that is corresponding to this riddle. So what is yellow and yummy but not quite so delicious when it's green and brown? I guess it's bananas or plantains. Let's click on the building. And that's what it actually. And she's giving us 20 dynamite out of that. That is a very nice Christmas present. Thank you very much. By the way, can we make it snow in the New World too? Yes, we can. How very beautiful. We got even snow in the tropics now. Right, we're still on the quest of helping those people.
Sure
Most can't imagine how cold nights get in the open, even if it's warm in daylight. I will never forget the freezing nights when we were running from La Corona. Yes, if you can make spare some alpaca wool. Alright. Alpaca wool helps against Corona. That's that. And another people happy now. And we even get a parade out of that. And Torcedor Lucia. Cigar factory, 40% instead of wood. What does it do instead of wood? It processes timber. Instead of wood, veneers. Oh my goodness, that is actually not so bad. Where's my cigar factories? Over here in Auspicious Isle we have them. Once again, we got the snowstorm. I actually started it. We even got the first fires. Oh, I guess I will need to put on some more fire stations. This is getting chaotic quickly. Let's have the fire stations over there. And then here we have our wood veneer production, right? That costs me quite a lot of obreros. And we have our cigar factories. We do have the trade union. And we do have still a slot available. So I might just think me that this item is something we can use right away. There we have her. And let's put her in this trade union there. I will need timber though, lots of that. So we'll need to have our own timber production in Auspicious Isle. It is totally fine because timber is not consuming that much. We do have the lumberjack huts here already. They are being used though as we do need logs, I think, for, yep, the marquetry workshops. Well, look no further because we don't need the wood veneers anymore than with that, rather than just the sawmills. I missed my construction deadlines, it seems. Well, in this damn storm, I can't work properly. It's too snowy. I cannot even see anything anymore. Please, snow, would you please go away? I think the snowfall is getting worse. Anyone? Please help me. Right, it's also getting worse in Crown Falls. We might still try to help someone here. The workers are upset that you ignored their concerns. Fear of falling. Oh, there was a demand in the Skyfall Tower. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't even know where my Skyfall monument is anymore. There it is. No more events for now, though. We need to be careful if there's the next event coming. We need to do this. Let's continue elsewhere for our Christmas spirit. Spreading the Christmas spirit. Harp seal pups are some of the most endearing creatures I've ever come across. Granted, they don't exude the most pleasant of smells, but you can't smell a photograph, can you? Photograph quest for a colony of seals that is up there. Unfortunately, we can't see it, so I need to send an airship over there. Somewhere over here. What I could do in the meantime is having my expedition return safely home. Just in time for Christmas, these people get home to their families and we get the Tower of Jewels. Now, this is what I was doing it for. A legendary item. Perfect for botanical gardens, the Pride of Madeira, and the Red Tiger Lotus. 2 epic ones, 1 legendary item. Perfect. Lots of attraction and attractiveness that we get here. If I could see my city now, we could actually implement that. But unfortunately, Crown Falls is completely gone. Now, while I wait for the airship to arrive at a certain location, we can also help those people in Tabarim. The elder wants you to provide tea for the next Keftanya mood. That's something. And of course, we do have the tea. Let's turn this quest in right away. And perhaps we do get a nice reward out of that. A spare wheel affects a clay collector and paper mail. Ah, I did it for the Christmas spirit. Hope these people are happy now. And we get a new demand here now for my skyscraper. I hope the storm really passes soon. So reach happiness of 15 for your workers in Crown Falls. Currently we have -1. I could probably do this. Let's just see if I find a mine. There it is. If we get rid of the plus 50% for these productions here. That's the oil, right? So let's just remember that the oil is pretty important. And then I could go for... that's not helping out. That's not helping out. Negative productivity is not really helping out. There we would have +2. Seems a bit harder than I thought. Look, you've left us a little choice here, boss. What should we do? Offer them free tickets to the zoo. Finance a barbecue or give all them a major bonus. Oh, 500,000 we have to pay and we get 20 worker happiness for 20 minutes. Let's do this. Now that's been solved. And now they should be off again to working properly. Let's put the oil back up there. And tallow. We're not even getting tallow anymore, I think. And the sand mines. This is also something. I don't need them. I just need the oil. And I think the snow is passing now, the storm. Just a tiny bit. Meanwhile, here up in the Arctic, my airship has arrived at a designated location. It's pretty damn snowy up here too. And there is the colony that we need. Let's just try and squeeze a nice picture in. There you go. Wonders of the Arctic. By the way, there's also a crate here that we can pick up. And we do get an Arctic wolf. And I hope I helped you explorers, you poor souls up here on the plateau. Well, on Auspicious Isle, at least we can see something again. I can now put the next item, Torcedor Lucia, cigar factory, and replaces the input to timber. Right, so all of them now want timber, and we can completely get rid of the marketing workshops. This is pretty nice overall, because we save a lot of workforce this way. I can then move those over there, and that's probably what I should be doing right now. So let's get rid of the street there and have these cigar factories. We will need all of them close to the range of the trade union, of course, right? So it's pretty important that this is working out. Let's build 2 more of them, because after all we do need the cigars really. And for that, however, wait a second, how many do they consume now? 13 timber per minute. This is quite a lot really. 13 timber. We do have 3 lumberjack huts producing 4 wood. We can have 2 of them, 3 of them of the sawmills at least for now. So let's build us 3 of them here. And each one of them produces 4, so that's 12 that we have for now. That should actually already... it's not. I do need a bit more. Can I have another one up there? I can. How very good. And then we have a sawmill halfway to the station. Right. And you go here. That should do the trick. We should also upgrade this warehouse there to the next level. And perhaps... I'm so sorry that it's snowing so hard, even in the tropics. Can't do much about it at the moment. There is another warehouse, and there we can squeeze in another lumberjack hut together with a sawmill. That should do just wonderfully, and with that we should then have all the timber that we need for our cigar factories. And with that we made it a bit easier, and I think we have around 600 more obreros available once more. There's also some present waiting for us once more. At least it's, I think Santa Claus that dropped it here, it must be. Let's just pick it up. And that's basically some scrap here that we could use for items. And while we're at it, let's also have a look at this resident quest here that has been bothering me for a while, because it's right next to the music theater. It's finally finished, my life's work in art. There I dreamed that by accepting this gift you intend to make it a centerpiece for the world to admire. We do get the sheet music for Anno 1800. And collect the gift. There you go, sheet music for Anno 1800. This one we could now also equip here in the music pavilion. And since you all know the Anno 1800 soundtrack, most likely I'm not going to equip it now. Anyway, YouTube would claim the music rights right away. So rather not do this. Now a few more skyscraper upgrades we can definitely do. I would definitely also like to go into this area for a few more skyscrapers, because here we have the town hall after all, and the town hall provides the billiard. So I'm going to go with these guys here and with these guys here, but that's probably it, right? I do like this one there. this red building here that is just now surrounded by skyscrapers in the back. I think this is looking really cool there with the entrance. If this house would be available, I'll take it. I definitely take it. Let's have some more upgrades than here. This is all level 1, right? Yes, it is. So I'm going ahead. Let's make these taller. And they're going to be then, of course, buildings 4. That's moderate and decent. That's still fine. There is another smaller one, so now they get a nice upgrade. And here we do have some more as well. Let's actually upgrade all of them in this block. And we are going to diversify them once they get a bit higher than still. The same goes with this one. And this one. They will get a nice effect now because they are surrounded by lower tiers. And over here we have another one. I still need lots of level 5 ones, by the way. We should be pushing this one a bit more. Right, we should also not forget the quest about our Great Eastern. Deliver the propeller to Archibald Blake's lighthouse. So up here, there we have it. And we also have it now in our inventory, the massive propeller. And this glorious ship finally is coming into the harbor area.
Had a rip-roaring time.
Propeller has been debarnacled and fitted, and I must say it does look splendid. However, Mr. Bargava and I have since crossed swords over a lack of power in the engine room. It seems we may have to commission some steam motors from you if you want that propeller to spin like Billy O. 40 tons of steam motors. Ooh, Archie, what do you want from me there? Do we get something? Effects, worker residents, artisans, and color collection artisans. 12 happiness. Minus 15 workforce. That is not so good. The latter one is not so good. By the way, since we're at Archie, we might be finding us some good items here. While we wait for the steam motors to arrive at Archie via Airship Express, let's have a look at my botanical gardens here. It luckily stopped snowing again. And we do have, well, beautiful items there. Tower of Jewels, and please don't be a building. God damn it, it's a building once more. I only have buildings in my botanical garden. It was a legendary one, by the way. And with the next one, we should be reaching the next attraction level there. 2 Red Tiger Lotus. Let's put it on. And we are an Exquisite Metropolis. With that, we unlock also a new palace level. This, at least, is not a building, right? Let's just get rid of that once more. That's a building too. Alright, so we seem to be really unlucky. At least this one here is not a building. And we've, by the way, also reached the highest attraction level for the city. Exquisite Metropolis, as magical as Cinderella's evening at 11:59. The highest level has been achieved with that. Now, how very nice is that? With that, we do get a few new policies that we can use from the palace. We do have at the moment the Coastal Reforms Act, the 300% productivity for all coastal buildings. Since we barely have any coastal buildings in Crown Falls, let's go with the minus 50% loading times for ships at trading posts and piers. This is pretty powerful there. So minus 50% is a lot when it comes to that. The rest we can actually keep. Also reduced needs for everything basically, as long as they're connected to a town hall. I like this one too. And we do only have the 200 attractiveness for town halls. That is a new act here that is pretty useless. I don't know how much sense this makes, as you only get this with the highest level of attraction. And since I got it, why should I get more attraction out of a town hall? Ah, well, that's that though. Now let's get back to Archie real quick, because I think my Airship Express has arrived. There it is with the 40 tons. Sorry, Hugo, I don't have a quest for you at the moment. I rather would like to turn my motors in. There you go. And with that, we get the Queen's birthday decree. All those piston arms firing in perfect sync. Thank you. Now, if you cross all your toes and fingers and don't sneeze, then the Great Easter may finally be ready to leave the dry dock. As my savior, you shall be the first to know when it does. So we now need to wait until we get the final recipe. Oh, and there it is. Receive the Great Eastern. Finally, the Great Eastern is afloat. Please do keep her. I've had quite enough of her, and frankly, Her Majesty has lost interest too. Don't be surprised. Find Mr. Bargava aboard. He has, after all, a most positive impression of you and is rather keen to work with you again in the future.
Sir Archibald gives his thanks.
And he gives me the prototype to that now. There it is in all its glory. Liberator it is called right now. And of course we cannot keep that name, so Iago Vega it is going to be. Hello there, one of my Patreon supporters. Thank you for all of that, and this is my present to you. The Great Eastern, a very, very important and cool looking ship there really. It is a steamship with 8 item slots available, cargo slots available. And we can also boost and we get an item on it as well. Rohit Bhargava, the naval architect. Steamship yards are affected by that. Workforce reduction by 50% and also gives me the ability to construct the Great Eastern at it. Let's get this ship cracking right to Crown Falls. And no, actually let's go for it right away. I don't think that I need any other items at Archie, and I still have my airship here that if I want any items I could use it now. We're not using any ship items for the ships anymore as I lose my battleships if I do that. It's also not really needed. We do have some happiness increase here overall, and also effects engineer residences, for example, that they give me 30% more income. Not really needed. This one is something that I do like a lot though. Happiness, workforce increased, and chance of riots reduced. There's nothing wrong with this item here really, and we could just really take a lot of them and bath in them if we want to. There's also another income increase that we really don't need, and I think for now we should be quite happy with what we have here in our airship. And I'm actually going to pull this one over to Crown Falls already, as I don't need anything else. Hugo Mercier is also in the spirit of Christmas. He's gifting me some 13,000 coin. How very nice of you. Another resident quest that we could do. Poor gentle Nelson, he can't have gone far. My little kitty loves the members club. Maybe he's there. Alright, let's find the kitty of this gentleman at the gentleman's club. And oh, she's actually got to the other side of the city. Very strange. And she should be lurking around somewhere here in this area. There's the little kitty. It's actually not that small. It's a tiger. And yes, helped him. Grant trading charter we get for that. Useless. Thanks anyway. And with that, to you, my fellow viewers, I want to once again wish you a Merry Christmas. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I'm going to have now a small list of all my patrons who support me. Thank you for your support as well there. That was been an amazing year so far, and I hope 2022 is only going to get better with Crown Falls, of course. Cheers! Hello, how good of you to join, and welcome back to beautiful Crown Falls. I just love my city, and note this is not an exaggeration or because I'm making videos or something like that, but because this game is just absolutely gorgeous. I'm still surprised by how beautiful the Vibrant Cities pack is. The latest DLC, I was not really expecting anything because the cosmetic DLCs usually don't pique my interest as much as gameplay DLCs, but I gotta say they overdid it there, or they've overdone it there with, or with the facades, with the skins of these new buildings. Absolutely beautiful. By the way, there is someone here that is trying to not be looking like the others. We need to change that. It's this engineer here. There you go. Right here in the center, and on the other side there's also someone like that. Oh, Hugo, you are in the process once again of taking over one of my islands. We should be careful about him, of course. And I do have some strategies already in my little handbook that I'm going to use that against this rascal. Now that's that. I mean, this is really gorgeous there. I could totally purchase this house myself. I mean, if I could afford it, of course. It must be very expensive. Even though these are the 1900s, I don't think houses are that expensive back in the days as there are today. Yeah, well, I take it, and perhaps a butler or something like that. Anyway, we can't be daydreaming all day long. We have stuff to do. The first one is my skyscraper monument over here in all its glory. We have finished the next phase. And there we have it, phase 2 completed, and that was the superstructure. And boom, oh yes, now we are getting tall.
Oh, the envy they'll feel. Let's get it done. Faster the better.
I'm totally up for that. I think we will be getting a new quest for this one. Skyline Tower first stories are done. Let's just have a look what we need next. 10 more skyscrapers on level 5. That is the basic requirement. Building resource wise, we can see that, yeah, we do have everything really. We also have the workers. It's really just the level 5 skyscrapers that we need. That means I will probably need a whole new district with skyscrapers because oh, come on, Bente, because these guys here are already fully upgraded, most of them, and I can't just upgrade all of them, of course, because we would be lacking the panoramic effect then, and this would really tank my money. I guess just when she was above us once again in the military score, she declared the war there right away. I do have a lot of plans though for Bente's Islands here, right? So we are still in the process here of purchasing those islands, of course, and this time for good. Though I have to sell one share to purchase these here, otherwise I will not be having enough influence anymore. So we are purchasing this island here first. I do have now the influence for the last share, so I don't need to sell any other share here, right? So I just sold this one to the queen, as we can see, but she's keeping it kind of like for us until we get it back, right? Until we can purchase it back. And yes, as usual, she is once again starting with that, but I don't think she will have a larger attack as the last one, because we already destroyed a lot of her ships in the last attack, and I think she will be quite intimidated, but it's definitely the last strokes of Bente. Once again, for the next skyscraper district, I'm going to get me the Blue Skies delivery service, so we can really save a lot of products really that we don't need to produce them again, as these are very expensive products like the chewing gum, the billiard tables, and we don't need to build endless factories of these well, high cost factories. And of course, what we should also be doing is still leveling up the level 3 ones. We still have lots and lots of level 3 ones here that we can upgrade. Upgrading them, at least some of them we can then get to level 4, especially those here, right? So these are level 3 at the moment. We can upgrade them. So that's another 4 level 5, potentially level 5 skyscrapers. The same goes with those two guys here. And we can also then just upgrade the remaining ones around them. And here I'm pretty sure we can still squeeze in one with the panorama effect. It's weak, but it's still there. At least that is something. And let's go ahead with those. And this one here most likely, right? At least the weak one is also giving us some money there already. And this one here is moderate. If I upgrade that one, it does get it. Perfect. So even though it's on the other side of the street, it does get this panoramic effect. That is good for us. And I'm probably... oh, I do have an engineer one there. Let's go with this one, and that should be the end of it for now. Oh, there we still have the smaller ones as well. This is an interesting puzzle. This one we can definitely use as well. It should be getting its effect. There it is. Decent. And this one here should also be getting its effect. Intense. Perfect. So another one. Actually, we could have the 10 skyscrapers already with those guys. Only problem is that the last town hall is over there, and we do need a town hall for, well, for the billiard tables. Or I'm just starting to produce the billiard tables myself. Let's just check it real quick. As we can see, it's not easy. It's not going to be easy. We do need celluloid, we do need felt, and we do need the jerry wood. Now, those things would be easy. The jerry wood or the celluloid, not so much. Let's just get my ships there once again to their positions. And this one goes down here to my sand mines. I mean, they're really cheap. Nothing that we need to worry about. 5 more minutes and we have all the shares of her yet again main island. Right, she was rebuilding this one here. I will probably need some ships though over here if I want to do something work there. And then I wanted to get my item, the Blue Skies delivery man. Okay. I was totally wrong when I said that I do not expect any bigger attacks anymore. Bente is, as it seems to me, taking over these islands here now. She's got quite a lot of ships. I'm trying to reach that position with my battleship there once more, but I don't think we're going to be successful. We also lost a cargo ship here. I'm not going to do that mistake anymore, right? So we are going to take this island here in about, 10 minutes, I think, or 12 minutes actually. And for that reason, I will also need some ships over there though. We do have... I'm probably going to take all my battleships that we have in Cape Trelawney, And first of all, what I would like to do is we are going to take over this island here, and then I'm sending my main fleet over to the old world where it's going to protect the conquered island. Because the moment we take it over, of course, it's ready for the taking once more, and we're not going to allow this time, right? So I'm going to send my full fleet in here, and I think it's looking good. I don't think she has that many more battleships, really. She's got a lot of heavy warships. But that should be it. She's got really a lot of heavy warships. Like 11, 12 I'm counting at the moment. If they all rush to me at once, we might be in for a bit of a trouble there. But I think 5 will still do. Let's just get them over there now. And they're going to take over this island here while we can do it. Oh, and there is, yeah. The moment we move our battleship, there is another one of hers coming in. And I'm determined to take down her islands now. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 ones. Harbor artillery. Yeah, it's heavily fortified. There's a big baddie over there. It's insane. So much defense there. This one's going down anyway. There's more ships coming over here.
Fire left ruins behind.
Beautiful, really, how strong she is. Where is my warships? Do we still have the warships close by? There is one. It could intercept it. Right, let's try to intercept those ships there. Get them over. Okay, some of my battleships arrive right now over here, where she is gathering some of her ships. 2 of them. Where's the rest, by the way? They're still slowly and steadily getting over there. And there's also another one up here that still has its fight. But those 2 will be fine against those. Those shippies there. It's really nothing else. This frigate will be going down. And then we focus the heavy warships. She, by the way, has taken this island here too. So I need to wait on for 28 minutes before I can take it again. Shouldn't be a big problem. But of course it's going to, well, prolong our attack on the old world once more. And this one will be going down. We might actually do something else. We might try to take over the island. We do still have 8 minutes to wait, 9 minutes to wait here. Then we can take it over and then go for peace immediately afterwards. She will be losing a lot of score with that. So she will definitely be below us. Yes, it's already very unlikely, right? So there is a chance that we can do this. Take over the island and then immediately go for ceasefire. That might be an option. And with that, we could really, really hurt us. Her. No, not us, hopefully. Some of my ships are still under attack there, it seems. Ah, yeah, there it's down. Perfect. And there's another one coming in for me. This one's down. And by the way, in Besa, it's looking safe at the moment. I shouldn't have said that. There is another one coming here. But we do have a battleship station in Titan. I don't think we're going to lose this. She's focusing completely on the trading post. The Arctic is safe for now. We have stopped the siege of this island. At least that is something.
Loading stations.
Alright. And those 3 islands, with those 3 ships, I'm going to wait. We get the Pope. Pope Lucius I, the Rejuvenator. Affects the residences, impact of working conditions, and with the church need fulfilled are provided with rum. Oh, what a Pope. He's giving rum out for free to all the people.
Your people can't hold out
yes,
much longer.
Titan. This is just stupid. I'm sorry to say that, but we totally were able to defend this island and she took it over. She took Titan there. This is damaging. This is really bad. I mean, why? We do have a battleship in the area. Morale should not go down so quickly when we still are able to defend ourselves. Alright. I promise you something once here and now. There's not going to be another attack from Benta after this. I promise you that. As holy as it can get. It's the last one. It's getting so annoying. I was actually tolerating her for quite some time. Like for 40 episodes. But now it's over. He's really taking big islands of us. And for what? There's no chance that she can actually keep them. Let's move into this island here, take it. And then I'm taking her main island in the old world. We can do this. We do have the financial power, we do have the influence, and we have all the shares. 6 more minutes, and then we take it over. And she's not going to get it back. We are going to protect these islands. And then I'm focusing on this one. and then it's the end of her. That's the idea for the moment. Of course, I might be mistaken. She's got so many ships. First of all, let's move into this island here now. Up our grouping there. And the damaged battleship goes forward. I believe that. Look at that range of this harbor artillery. That is insane. It's huge. And they're not doing that much damage to it. So there you can see how powerful harbor artillery is and why I'm very hesitant, very hesitant to attack where there's even more than 2 or 3. Because they do damage to battleships and they take a lot of hits.
Stations.
That is just one here. Okay, it's the harbor now. We will probably be sending in her ships. So here we do have a problem, of course, with 4 of them plus 2 big baddies. That's going to be a lot of damage. My buildings are under attack. Over here. Now, this is very smart. Yes, and of course her ships are down, right? But she still got the island. I'm going to keep that ship here, and once the 27 minutes run out, I'm going to take it back automatically. Alright.
Is crumbling.
And there we're also taking over the island. Perfect. It's this one. But look at how much damage we got. Ooh. Off it goes. Any items here? Nothing that we could really use. And let's get my ships back here again with my damage. Oh, there's an attack coming from behind. And I think, yep, she's pulling more ships over there. Originally, I want to say that I actually planned the zoo for this episode. And I did absolutely not anticipate another attack like this. Let's get my battleships over there as well. So this one is getting down. This one is going down. And that should be it. She's going for the Arctic now once more. I do have my battleship here. But as we know by now, she can focus it down and take it over.
Your harbor is under attack.
Ooh, there are more and more of these ships coming up everywhere. Yeah, this is bad too. They're focusing the trading post. This time though, it's not taking that many morale hits. But I think even if this one is going down, the morale will not drop below the white flag. In this case here, as we can see. Right, so now she would have to destroy the battleship if she's serious about it. And I have no idea why this didn't work in Payton.
Ship under attack.
That's a ship of flowers, by the way. It's a hippie ship. We do have lots of flowers on board.
Unmissable.
Oh, come on. You did 90% of it. Perfect. And then it's only this one. Another one down. Perfect. It's just like that. And there is another one waiting up here. We need to hunt them down once more. And in Cape Trelawney, it's looking good now. I'm going to keep this battleship actually over here. So once the timer runs out once again, we can also take it back right away. And this one here certainly needs to get now to the repair crane.
Begin the turn.
And we need to repair that. We have 34 influence at the moment. That's not enough for more battleships. Because of course I still need some influence for the shares. Get this one over there too. Ooh, so far so good. That was the first row of attacks. This one here is now confusedly waiting. That's it. That's it. This one is taking down this island, Peach Petal City. And here we can also wait in Tabrim. So Africa is safe for now. Crown Falls is safe. And yeah, look at that. Look at that. Iga is still under attack. And this I had not on my radar. And she actually took down the trading post once more. Unbelievable. Focusing down my trading posts. Off you go, you ship. This one survived at least. And now we need to wait there again for the full timer to run out before we can rebuild it. Thus, this island here is inactive at the moment.
Loading station.
Alright. These ships will definitely stay here in Auspicious Isles. That is a very likely target for anyone attacking. Tristão is too well fortified. There's not going to be an attack. At least not for now. And we should be safe here for now. I hope so at least. Alright, we need to purchase one share again. She took it back. But now the timer should run out for the last time. And then we are going to plan our attack there. I do have 24 influence. We can continue also purchasing shares now here. Those, and then the queen's share as last. So I will definitely need a bit of influence there while we wait on that. I do have 11,000 engineers. So I do have the ability to purchase a lot, to get a lot of more influence back. Problem is, I think my coffee trade route is a bit disrupted at the moment. No, it's not really. We have 5 ships on that. We are going to need another one. There you go. Because I do have enough coffee, really. And we have 11,000 artisans. We can also upgrade a lot of artisans. I could definitely go ahead and upgrade those guys here now. That was one of my goals. That's a whole bunch of them. And then probably these here too. There you go. Perfect. We can afford that. And of course, let's have some painted ones here too. But not the dark one. Yeah, the bright one. These guys there. Leading up to the zoo and the fun fair that we're going to build up there then as well. But of course, everything is a bit postponed for now. 13,000 artisans, we have 11,000 engineers. Boy, that's a lot of new investors we could get potentially now with all of them. Now, my ships, I think those are ready. Let's take them out. There's another one coming in, and this airship here is ready for any express services. And by the way, my dynamite factories are destroyed over there. And I don't even need to check my ruins because I'm pretty sure we do have a lot of them right now throughout the game. And there's also some tobacco once more that are damaged. Actually, we are. Couldn't we get... Oh no, we don't have any timber because we consume a lot of that right now in Auspicious Isle. So I will probably need to increase that production. We always need to have some timber at least available. So let's go ahead. One lumberjack hut, second one, and then their respective sawmills. And actually, let's make the lock connection there too, just in case. But I do need more timber for sure. Alright, the next siege is ending. We can now rebuild the trading post. And I can also rebuild my commute here. So this island is working once more. And of course, what also happened is they lost their target once more. So I do need to put the, in this case here, the cinnamon, the coconut oil, and the citrus back in this one here, so that it can work. So they should be moving now. Perfect, there you go. And I think something else here, chocolate. What is going on? Crown Falls. Why is the chocolate down? Oh, that was also Vega, of course, or Vega. And let's go ahead and have the chocolate for this one on top of it. Of course, production just ramps up now again. So this was a bit of a disruption there for my trade routes. But they can start and resume their work now too. In the Arctic, or wait a second, in Besa we have 16 more minutes. And in the Arctic, this one has been repaired and is working now again. Though I suspect that we do have one of these problems here with the trade routes. Oh, actually, that's a pretty big problem there. So here we have the seal skin available. That I should be having some over there. There it is. And I do need a ship for that. Do I have another ship available? I would have... no ship, really. We do have an airship. But I'm not going to waste an airship on that. It's just going to be a normal cargo ship that is somewhere in the world. There it is. off you go. So this is also working again. Alright, so far so good. I'm now gathering my fleet. Lots and lots of battleships. I'm probably going to send 5 over to the old world. And then we are making our final attack on Bente. And I swear to you once more, that was the last. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to another episode and to a very exciting episode. Showing just the takeover of Titan once more is really just a prelude, an intro of what's to come now because, well, in the old world my main fleet has arrived and this means nothing good for Bente really, I think. So this is one of my major fleets right now. It's 7 battleships, right, that are in. There's another 3 warships coming at the moment into the old world that we're going to use as a backup. And those guys here, well, they have one goal right now and one target, not this island here for sure. They're going to protect, yeah, Happylet. That is a really cool name, Happylet. And this island here will soon belong to us. So I'm going to send the fleet over now into this area. Because as soon as I take over the island with the key, start the takeover process, those ships, of course, will immediately start to attack the warehouse, the trading post. And, well, I'm trying to protect this. I'm trying to, well, prohibit Bente from actually taking it over. We have 21 more influence, so I will also be able now to purchase the last share that we actually sold. But it was a bit, well, useless, really. We got the influence quickly in. So what we can do here is we can take over both of these islands, and I'm intending to do this at the same time. This is the total takeover. Holy cow. Yeah, and those ships, we are going to need them still because I want to destroy her fleet as well. Otherwise, she could always conquer them back, and that is something I can't allow. Last share on Heart Unfold has been purchased as well, and in Happylet we just wait. She might be taking over one of these shares now, then we would have to repurchase it, but that's fine. That's just a few more minutes that she purchases like that. Let's actually wait here at Lord Dragon City, Princess Ching's. One of Princess Ching's islands that is, by the way, pretty good looking. She also is using the modded buildings. I'm really happy to see that. Even though they don't really fit into the theme of this island. But it's a beautiful island, isn't it? With the mountains and the little corridor here where she's using the city as well. Pretty cool looking there overall. Princess Ching, not bad at all. My ships, let's put them to passive defense, not that they're inclined to go for this island there. And yes, we're definitely also going to take some damage from this island, and most likely these harbor artillery are so strong. Yeah. I'm also going to wait for a moment when there's not that many ships in here for Happylet. It's still going to be, I think we're still going to lose this island here once more after it. Even if I don't go to, even if I destroy her ships, right? Because they will completely focus down that trading post. I don't think that I can really save it. But then we can take it over after the massive takeover, or we send in the fleet. It's not that many cannons. It's tricky either way. It's tricky. Well, anyway, it's too late. The orders are issued. My fleet is moving in. Let's take over the island. Boom, there you go. Let's immediately move the trading post into the far corner over there so it doesn't get attacked. My fleet is now fully moving in. And let's just keep them stationed there now. They are going to protect this island. I'm pretty sure that she's sending in her fleet now. Even though it might be a mass slaughtering for her. Boom, that is a huge blow for her for sure. There's not really anything interesting there. She lost like 200 on the military score. She would definitely be going for ceasefire now. But Bente, this time you're not so easy. You're not so getting out so easily, right? This one is 6 more minutes. Just enjoy your island that you have there. And I'm just patiently waiting now for what's to come. Perhaps there's actually nothing coming at all. We'll just find out about that. Well, at least someone has the key to actually move in there. Unfortunately, it's only one sorry captain. Not really a chance of trying anything. I'm speechless. Off it goes. And while we wait for perhaps some ships to arrive or some ships who don't arrive, well, they're here basically, right? So the ships are there. I don't know if she gives the attack command though. We'll find out about that. She will definitely do it once we take over this island here. And then it's going to be tricky for her. We could, by the way, take it over, destroy the trading post immediately. Then she would probably settle on it right away, and then we could conquer it and get the 30 minutes white flag on it. This is a strategy that might work. I haven't tried this one yet, to be honest. Alright, there's just some solitary ships coming in while we wait here for anything to happen or nothing to happen. What I'm going to do is we can expand our crown folds, right? First of all, the coffee is in again. Hooray! We do have coffee. I hope it's a lasting event, right? I'm not entirely sure. Yes, it seems to be. We're going deeply up there, so that's at least 2 charges there already that are in now. And what I would like to do is, this whole district here is full of engineers. And we don't have that many engineers anymore in other parts of the island, right? That's all investors here. There is still something to upgrade. I think these guys here are engineers still. That might be an option. And those guys here, right? We have lots of artisans here that we can upgrade to. I should actually be doing this. First of all, there we do have some investors now. Perfect. And then we can have those guys here investors. That's lots of influence. And then those guys here being engineers. Basically, that's a good thing. Go ahead. And I don't think that I've ever been this high on the level here. 64 right now. Ah, I've been higher, okay. But it's still pretty high now. Let's upgrade those guys there. Then a few more here. And there is more investors now. Perfect. These guys, this block there. Lots of influence flooding in right now. What is she trying? We'll have no chance, really. 4 more minutes. Let's go ahead and have these guys here also being engineers. And I think this whole row there being engineers too. That should be working out as we move more and more upwards there. And here I think, yep, these guys can be investors still. You can also buy... Boy, we can really upgrade a lot of people if we want to. There's some more... Ah, yeah, what the heck. Let's have those guys there upgraded too. And we've actually lost an attraction level there because now we have, I think, of the buildings. Probably. Oh, and there's also a smaller attack on that side here. But it's really just annoying attack. Oh, I see. Bente is busy there right now a bit with fighting the pirate and Harlow because they're at war with each other too. So she's a bit, you know, on the move there. And, well, on the run, I should say. As she is trying to save some of her ships. That's good for us, of course. And 2 more minutes for Bente's last big island.
Under attack.
And there's another attack, but that's on Crown Falls. And Crown Falls, of course, as we know, is safe. I'm continuing to upgrade my skyscrapers as we go. But we still have lots of upgrades that we can do here, basically in this area. And I think something else that we also don't have is a trade union for these guys. And that would actually be a very important step, really. And as we can see, yep, we can still squeeze in a trade union here. And we should be doing that for the last tier 5 skyscrapers that we're going to need. For this whole bunch, I do have 2 more items that I can push the billiard tables for. So I think we might still be moving into this area after all, or we're going to have a block of skyscrapers here. Nope, you know what? This whole area still has no skyscrapers, and it's basically in the town center because there's still some more districts in the back. So let's go ahead and have this whole bunch upgraded to tier 1. Look at the drop now. That's 60k in drop of balance, but that's completely fine as we can afford that. And there we have a few. Let's also upgrade this block there and those buildings. I think... No, we could still upgrade more, but I'm not doing that for now. I think that's it. I really don't want to have too many skyscrapers in my city, if that makes sense. These are still fine, right? But that should be the end now then soon. I definitely want to keep these buildings here, the normal buildings that we already have. Perhaps just a different painting there overall. A bit more colorful, please. That we have that here in the town center. Alright, it's time for the last takeover of Bente's Island. There you go. That was this one here. We should be able to destroy it immediately. There you go. And we can now send in our ships over here. So if she settles once more, we can take it over and, well, get the white flag bonus out of it. And as we can see, she's really doing that. And we can actually conquer this one right away. So let's get moving. Go, go, go. Stop with the sleeping, guys. We have business to do. She might be taking this island here once more. He probably will. So let's just destroy this one as well. And we can then take it back again with the white flag bonus. So that is the important thing here, right? The white flag. Just because that gives me the 30 minutes of peacetime that I need to destroy her other ships. Right, these are coming in right now. She will definitely sell there rather quickly. What is happening in Leary? Just some smaller skirmish, nothing that we should worry about for now. Yeah, those ships are going down quickly.
Ship under attack.
And look at that, we're now within the area of this island there. Let's move upwards. This is really dangerous terrain here. It's incredible. There's the next one coming then already. As I'm trying to make my way kind of like around these cannons there now. Like that. Perfect. And now we can fully move into tenderness. These really got the best names. And now we're under attack finally. And we have one goal only, and that is this one. Look at that, she's quickly rebuilding already. Very good. And let's take this one down. There we can see the morale. Oh, now there's the ships coming. Alright, this one is going down. Oh, that's a lot of ships though. Let's try and focus them down. Okay, my fleet still holds. Still holds the ground. Next one down. Let's focus the next one. There's more coming though. Yes, there are more ships coming. Battle cruisers are coming in now too. Next one down. Perfect. Ah, that's nasty here right now. Holy cow. Lots of damage coming in. This one. Down it is too. Right, I might need to move this one out now soon, but of course the problem with that is that it could be chased down then by some other ships. Let's still move it. I think it's not getting any damage in anymore, right? Those ships are still attacking, kind of. Focus it down. Let's get down with the frigate there too. Right, those ships are starting to move now. I think there will still be more ships coming. Perfect. Perfect. Oh! Oh, how is that possible? How? Okay, this is flat out cheating. He was rebuilding it while the island was under siege. You can't be serious. I mean, I do understand it that they do cheat a bit with the influence, but come on. Rebuilding the buildings while under siege? It's down, but I think my battleship will be down now too. Oh, that was very close. That is a pirate ship. Good. Good lord, that was close. This battleship here is at 27 health now. Just for comparisons, one of the full ones is at 12,000 health. So 27, that was really just a tiny shot that was missing there. Alright, there's still the battle cruiser over here. And we are lucky, very, very much out of its range there. Very close so too. Let's take over the island. There you go. And as we can see, we got now the 29 minutes on the flag there. So this is safe for now. Ooh. Close one there. I think we might still be losing it to some incoming rush attack. Those two battleships are going to be waiting now. And I still have 5 at my disposal that I'm going to use. But I think her main fleet is completely down by now. And I'm just waiting for her really now to settle. There she still has lots of ships there, by the way. We could now start purchasing this island here, and I will, because the defense here is way too hard. Right, so this is not something that I would like to take with my battleships, because I'm not suicidal. And we could do the same thing here. I do have the influence now to afford that, right? With the latest upgrades in investors, it will be possible. So, there's more ships coming. We will need to destroy them. Oh, and there's a veteran battleship, Mermaid's Purse, on its way. And this is a pretty hard nut to crack for us. But I've got 5 of my ships. Of course, we're trying to destroy the smaller ones first. Yeah, I think it's going for my damaged ones. Alright, let's take this one down first. And then it's all about that battleship up there. 5 of my ships should do the trick. We might be losing 1 if I'm too slow with moving it out. Alright, that's going to be a longer fight now between the two of them. 2 parties, I should say. These guys here are fine. Come on, Bent, why are you not settling on this island? I would like it, because then I would take it, and then I would force her to peace. But if I force her to peace now, she will settle and I can't take the island anymore without share taking. So that's my thought process here. I also do have my collier here with the white flag. I'm going to send it over to Archie. Yeah, she's purchasing back the shares already. Or we do find another white flag here at Archie's. But that's unlikely, as it's very, very rare. I don't think we will find it. We could also find it at the pirates. Alright, of course this battle still lasts. This is quite long because the veterans are completely overpowered, as we can see. So it's those 5 against 1 and they're taking forever and even taking heavy damage there. But I don't think she's got any other heavy battleship there. Ah, now it's trying to move. Problem is, it will probably be able to flee, because we will not be able to get into this area there.
Fleet on the move.
Yeah, that's bad. Can't take it. Ah, come on, we need to risk it. Yeah. Come on. Ah, I need to move out. Incredible. She's getting away with it. I don't believe it. And we might even be losing ships here. Look at the damage coming into my battleships. That's absolutely insane. I think I will lose 1. Will I lose 1? No. Holy cow. Yeah, I will lose 1. This one.
Ship under attack.
Okay, that is some stupid luck that I did not lose a battleship there. That was a lot of damage, and she saved it. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I can't do that. I can't waste all my ships just to take down 1 battleship. We are heavy damage here now. This one is available. So what I'm trying to do here now is I'm going to try and get my white flag collier with some building materials over there that I can purchase at Archie quickly to settle on it myself. And then we're going for peace. And if she takes it in the meantime, well, then we still have 3 battleships that are kind of like intact that I can use. These 4 are certainly not ready for action anymore. Crazy, absolutely crazy. It was down. It was basically down.
Reporting in.
I think Bent is still too much under shock to actually settle on this island, because she's still not moving to it like she did here, right? She was settling immediately. Here she's not doing that, and we can take it. And basically in this area, there you go. We settled. Happy lad once more. And this time though, we are now going to force her to peace with the ceasefire. She will definitely accept without any demands, and we're also going for a peace treaty. She's now down 300 points to 345. right, that is not going to be something that she can catch up anymore. So I think this is the end of Bente. There's no way that she can recover from this. She's lost both her main islands. She's reduced to these smaller ones that I can now safely and happily take away with shares. Those ships are useless to her. She cannot rebuild any new battleships. So in my opinion, this is the end of Bente. There is no way that she could do anything. She's got another small island in the New World up here. She's got another small island here in Crown Falls or Cape Trelawney that I can also just happily take with the shares now. Even though, yeah, most likely. In the Arctic, she's non-existent. And in Mbesa, she's got 2 smaller islands down here that she could actually keep. But that's pretty much the end of it, right? We have seen the last of Bente. And as I promise you, we are not going to see any more battles with her. I would be very surprised if that happens. But well, this is Anno. Surprises happen, so who knows. And now I need to lick my wounds. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back. After the wild ride that was the last episode, well, my battleships are still in the harbor of these new islands that we conquered, and they're going to repair here, which is going to take some time. Bente, meanwhile, she's still, it seems, in shock. Her ships are just standing around idle all the time, basically. There's only one clipper now that is going between those 2 islands there. Yes, and well, it is a new world. It is a new peaceful world, for now at least. Princess Ching might be using this, but she is far away there with the military score. And Bente still is stronger than Princess Ching, which is insane to me because Princess Ching has huge islands, right? 2 of them, while Bente basically has only 2 small islands left, but plastered with, well, heavy cannons, a lot of them, to be honest. Now, we are no longer caring about Bente. We might actually put up some trade with her at some point. She can be where she is and hopefully live a quiet and peaceful life. I have to turn my attention quickly to Crown Falls because, of course, every time we are at war, we are losing context, we're losing focus on the economy, and there's always things that we need to do. So I would really like to push my Skyline Tower now. For that, we do need 10 more level 5 skyscrapers, which is, well, quite a lot actually, because level 5 ones are hard to come by. We do need all the other tiers first. I am working right now on this block here that I will upgrade to the next level. Now, as we can see, we could already do that. And I think, why not the heck do it? I'm going ahead with those guys here. Boom. That's all the elevators really that we had up to this point. And I can go ahead here with a couple more of them on the way. Actually, this one has a strong panorama effect and this one too, because they actually go over the street there, which is a nice bonus, I should say. Right, so we got a few more level 2 now, right, and we can then go ahead and pick them up to level 3, 4, and ultimately level 5. Now, as we're coming closer to the 200,000 mark there as well, and I'm waiting for my skyscrapers to catch up on, well, people moving in, right, because this is always taking a bit of time. What we should be doing is having a quick look at my consumptions or my consumer products, because, well, with so many new people coming in, I bet there is definitely a shortage somewhere around the corner. Coffee is going down, as we can see. Chocolate is heavily going down, so chocolate might be my primary goal right away. And I can also see a slight decrease in cognac that I should be working on. Let's just check the cognac there real quick, because cognac, we have the production on the island ourselves, right? So we have one multi-factory for that, which is over here. Happily working along right now with the cherry wood, the grapes, we have lots of that, and sugar, lots of that in store. So for that, let's just check it. I think it was at -1 for the cognac. And yep, we should be doubling our production. This one already gets boosted. We could go with 50% increase with the artisans, but the easier way is actually just building a second artisan workshop that gets its boost. It is also getting electricity right away. It's getting the resources from over there, and that should really be the end of it, right, of our cognac shortage. The other problem is the chocolate, and the chocolate we do have here in Auspicious Isle, where we do have part of a chocolate production with the coffee, and we also have a chocolate production, a real one though, in Viga, and this is probably where I would like to have a look. Here we are using an item to use coffee beans instead of sugar, and as I can see, sugar or coffee beans, sorry, is quite low it's at 12 only. So we do need to boost our coffee plantations there just a tiny bit. I do have a bit of timber left, and I might just use this to get us a few more of them. They only cost me 5 tons of timber each, right? So we can have a couple of them here piling up, and then on the other side as well. And this really should be doing the trick there. Nothing else that I would need here. Let's just build it. 168 fields we need, and this one to fill the gap. Perfect. One, and then at the other side as well. Even though I think we might still be needing a few more. Let's build 2 more for them, and then we can just also fill it up all the way here. And let's also leave a bit of room there for the beach, which is going to be quite important here, that beach there. If we ever do need more pearls, for example, then I could get my pearl fertility over there and use this area. Now, while the chocolate production is ramping up once more, we have 2 beautiful islands now in the old world, and I would really like to start colonizing them as well. First of all, we do need some proper names for these. So this is Voss, and over here we have Babkin, so 2 of my supporters. Thank you for your support, glad you enjoy the videos. Now here we have something that I really like, and that is the fur abundance, because we do need quite a lot for that. And brass, we can have some brass production on these islands, which can come in quite handy. And I think this is going to be a proper island, even though this one here is just looking really cool there too, right? So both of these can be beautiful islands. Or beautiful cities, I should say. Oh, we do have another bigger fire in Cape Storm. The gunsmith, I just take whatever I get, really, and we can push it then into research points or scrap. Now, I would like to develop some items here as well. We do have a beautiful catalog already of items that we can, well, basically craft in the Research Institute, and one of them is a pretty cool one over here. The Pertwee Turbo Generator affects all production buildings, not really because their maintenance costs increase, but because it provides electricity. And I was actually promising that for a very long time now for my brass factories, and we still don't have that. We still have other items here that I can use then, also on the brass of course, but I would like to go ahead with that for now. That's 5,000 more research points, and it's added to the queue. It's going to take us a while, as we can see, 48 minutes, but it's going to be absolutely worth it. The problem here is, for the brass, it's going to be fine, right? So there we already have the trade unit here in the center that I can build, and then I provide electricity, basically boosting production of the brass by 100%. The problem that I have right now is, because I've got so many buildings and things unlocked, it is very, very hard to get to items that I need at Eli. Because there's so many items now, it's pretty hard to get to the right item that I need for the brass. I've tried it a couple of times now. It doesn't seem to be really possible there with the brass. We do have some interesting other items there, but nothing that I would really need. So I need to craft them myself if I don't want to do expeditions all the time. So that's that. What I would also like to do, since I'm in the old world now, I can finally do some Hugo Mercia quests. So we already have one here now, Survival of the Kindest. And Hugo believes that humans are virtuous by nature when they're not forced to compete under the rules of capitalism. And Dr. Harvey Spruce, one of the heads of social Darwinism in the old world, begs to differ. And we need to get this guy here over to Hugo's island, more or less. So doing quests for Hugo, and plus on top of that, getting closer to a Lion State. And I think actually we could do a Lion State now with him. Yep, let's actually go with Alliance with Hugo there. He accepts without a problem, even though we are pretty on par there when it comes to military force. So we definitely should not have another war there with him. Being with Alliance with him, doing quests with him, will open up then the Gods and Masters quest line. That we could finish as well a very unique quest line for Hugo and his anarchist ideas. Now my ships have arrived in Voss and are going now to Babkin there as well, with all these materials that we need for, well, building up some proper new cities or towns and production islands that we want for our crown falls. You can never have too few of them in number. We definitely need, you can never have too many of them, I should say. And we definitely do need all of them. Especially there's 3 iron deposits here. I'm very happy about that. It might be a good schnapps production that we could afford in Boss as well. Anyway, it has a nice panorama there, by the way. The whole island. There's also some fighting here in the background of my island. That's still the last ships of Bente that are fighting Pirate N right now, so they're still at war with each other, it seems. I'm definitely not intervening there anymore. Let's turn in the quest. We've done it. That was the healthiest, most edifying debate I've had in a while. Dr. Sprucer has been convinced of the pure-hearted nature of men and women after meeting the most enlightened members of our community. Let's get him back to Argy. Rather simple quest that we have to do there. Another thing that I would like to do, despite actually going for the trade union there soon, we can still push a few more brass smelters. I do need them, and it's taking us quite some time until we have really finished the item. So let's build 4 more that we have now. They will consume, of course, the copper and the zinc, and we are completely stuffed with that. We just need a bit more brass. Why do we need more brass? Because with all of the new skyscrapers, my elevator consumption is pretty high, and elevators do require, well, steam motors, wood veneers, and steel. While we do have a number of these, a certain amount of numbers of steam motors, we don't. We do need more production. Here it is at 0 right now, and they consume brass. Brass, by the way, is at 0 as well. This is very harsh, really. So we are really not producing enough there, it seems. Nope. Nevertheless, I'm going ahead here building another one. Right, because with the increased brass consumption, I think we can feed this motor assembly line. Let's also upgrade this warehouse there, also together with another paved road that we might want to have there. And by the way, we have so much influence. Let's go ahead with a cargo ship, and we have researched it, the Great Eastern. We can now also build it if we want to, and of course, we're doing that here. Now, in Tristão, there's still another, well, nice surprise for me, because I thought we would be using all the oil wells already that are on this island, but I'm very much mistaken. If I follow the tracks up here into this region, we find a whole new area of beautiful oil wells or oil springs that we can use, and I think we already have all the materials that we need for that. And oil is something that we do need for a further expansion in Crown Falls. So let's go ahead and just try to squeeze in as many of these oil springs here as possible. I think this one here is a nice spot for it. We can really go probably with all of them, to be honest. Right away, one is missing. It's that one, but come on, it's fine. 14 steel beams left only, though, means that I will not be able to finish these tracks there that we need to get to the lower side there. And even then, having only one track system here for 2 train lines, it's going to be tricky. As we can see, the oil harbor is fine. It's not stuffed with all the oil, so the storage is not full. Yet I need to, well, increase my tankers with that. So let's go ahead. After actually we finished the cargo ship, so I can go ahead now and get us another oil tanker right away. There you go. And then I just need some steel beams, and I think we should be having steel beams. Yeah, well, in Auspicious Isle we have plenty of them. So let's go ahead and take one of my ships. There's also a nice item waiting for us. Affects the oil wells productivity 20%. Let's take that with us, and the steel beams that we still need. And I think that's pretty much it. Let's get back home to Tristão with that. While the ship is on its way, let's just see where we can use the oil then. So I would like to use it in this district up there where we only have artisans for now. We have 11,000 artisans, way too much really. And what I can also see is that my oil storage is not the best, right? So we're half there, more or less. It's increasing by +1. Not a very good foundation to build more oil power plants, but here I would like to have one. We probably will be able to get rid of the church then here, and what I could do right away is, because we have the materials, I could probably go ahead then and upgrade as many as I like. The only thing that we do need in this area still is a university. And for that, well, once again, we could get rid of the church there for a university. But I do like to have landmarks in my city. So let's get rid of this artisan block there. And instead, let's just squeeze in a university there. We do, by the way, have also the library building that we haven't built yet. I think this might be a good moment of actually building it. Yes, I think we could have a library here. Why not? Wait a second, because the library has such a huge range, we could also have it in this corner. It's a bit more central to the whole busy city, right? And still, it also has a connection to the main avenue. And as we can see, the range is just insane, really. It probably takes the whole city, the whole island, as it seems to me. So let's go ahead and build this one here. It's a beautiful new building. It's a modded building, by the way, that we're building here, and it's just fitting in perfectly nicely into this whole corner there. There you go. Library in all its glory. We still have a bit of a room behind it. So what I could do here is, because there is, right, it looks like there is a street attached to it. We just basically go ahead and build a street here around it, because I think this just fits the best. The library itself already has some guards and trees, so there really is no need to push more of them here. Then I could go ahead and have another street here, up here, and then we probably connect. And then we have a beautiful area where we could, for example, have either a canal or some trees. Actually, once again, let's get ahead with my flower beds there, but not so many all at once. We're going to separate them a bit here. So every 3 of them, we're probably going to make a gap somewhere here where we could use, for example, a bench or something like that, or these beautiful trees. And since we are already using the same color of trees over there, I think it makes sense to use the same color there as well to make this one look much, much nicer. And I think we will still need to do the flower beds once more, because the clipping doesn't seem to be working so nicely. There you go. That's much better now. Just behind it, a nice little avenue where people can also sit and enjoy a day. And then we have the library. Now the library is, or should be, providing perfect university to everyone. Look at that. Even the furthest people outside have a university coverage now. This one doesn't have the fullest coverage anymore. But it's fine, it's fine. And with that, we should be able, oh yes, upgrading the whole bunch of them here. And I just really quickly gotta admire the beauty of this. Bear in mind, it is a modded building. Great job at doing this. Really, really great job. Lots of details, high quality textures. That's how a modded building should look like. And a fat doctor going out in front, going for lunchtime. Now let's go ahead and upgrade us the next artisans. Boy, we have so many of them. We could probably start over there, these guys here, and then the whole bunch of these inner buildings there as well. There you go. And then on the other side as well, especially along the main road here. We don't really need that university there anymore, I think. I could still, or I just keep it because I do like my landmarks, right? There you go. Holy cow, we can really upgrade a lot of them. And this is not the end of it. We're still going to make this one... we could have it all only bricks if we want to. It looks a bit dark, doesn't it? But it does fit more to the industrial theme that we have over there. I think we could go ahead there with a few more of them. Yeah, I think it actually fits nicely. And these guys here are more colorful again. There you go. So that we have a beautiful mixed area of the city here. And those guys here, let's just have them brick roads or brick buildings as well, as it moves then a bit more into the industrial zone. And these should still be also remodeled there, of course. So that does fit a bit better. Holy cow, I really like the investor buildings, but not the neon lights, really. It's not my favorite one. Let's make it the colorful ones. There you go. Alright, meanwhile, the steel beams have arrived. Oh, and Sir Charles Rafferty, Metropolitan Commissioner for the police station's Neighborhood Watch +1. And, well, beating down people is increased the speed by 70%. I like that. Because if we can quickly beat down people, we can even more quickly beat down even more people. If that makes any sense. Let's go ahead and finish our tracks that we have over there. Here we are going to make the not so beautiful looking curved tracks then along the cliff. Holy cow, this is really close to the abyss. And we should be having enough steel beams for that. Of course we have. Just here along the mountains, there is the contact. This one is now producing oil, and it is then being or transporting it over to my oil harbor. Now there will be the question of the track usage, and I hope it's going to work out. And this one here is also getting boosted now. Oh, wait a second. How many do we have? We do have 7 attached to this one, 5 attached to this one, and 5 to this one. Let's use it with the 7 oil wells. So this one here. There I will need now a town hall. Oh, actually a trade union. There you go. 20 influence. We can easily afford it by now. Righto. And this one is using 2 items now here. The first one is the oil. It's not the oil power plant. It is the oil wells refiner 20% increased. And bear in mind, those 20% are affecting all the 7 oil wells that we have on this one here. I could also go ahead with another 50%. We've done this already. It is still full. I think the harbor is meant by that. Yes. The oil harbor is completely full.
Fire is out of control.
So I could go ahead and get us some oil storages out here. And each one of them is increasing it by 200 tons. So that's something. Now the train should be on its way.
Is under siege.
There you go. And a full bunch of oil is now getting out there. And this one is pushing up its production to... I like that. Look at that. 800% we are. 900%. Perhaps we can actually breach the 1000%. Yes, we can. So this oil refinery is really pushing oil hard. And with that, we produce more and more of these on these beautiful locomotives that are transporting it. I hope the locomotive driver is not prone to sicknesses or, yeah, stomach sicknesses. Now with that, oh, Princess Ching, I'm going to pay you, of course. And let's just have a look at my oil trade route now. I have one here with 4 oil tankers already. And I'm going to add now my latest one, Minerva, to the fray here. This one, so 5 oil tankers are on this trade route now. 4 were already quite enough, but as we can see, not really, because we still have too much oil there. And that makes it possible now to have an oil refinery out here in my latest engineer district, where we can then push them for, well, investors if we want to. And speaking about investors, I think, yes, my skyscrapers here have fully grown, the level 3 ones. So I can now go ahead and just select my level 3 ones and just upgrade all of them, or, well, at least as many as I can to level 4. There you go. A whole bunch of level 4 ones now, I think around 15 that was. And now we just wait for them to catch up, and then we can upgrade them to level 5, and then I should have enough for my Skyline Tower. Stay tuned. Greetings, fellow Anaholics. Welcome back to, well, our Megacity playthrough. There's actually something really cool happening here in the old world, and that is there is a war between Princess Ching and Hugo at the moment. And the cool thing is, look at that, Hugo Mercier is using sea mines, quite a lot of them. We can see them because we're allied with him at the moment, and we can see that he really plastered his islands full with these sea mines. That is pretty insane to me. Some advanced combat mechanics that we see there, and it should certainly be a lot, or there certainly is a lot of problem here if we would attack with our ships, with our fleet, and we don't see them, right? Because they're doing a lot of damage. I mean, this is a lot of work. Quite a lot of impressive work there. He's really done it with all his islands there. Pretty incredible if you ask me. Now, meanwhile, we do have, as always, a lot of work to do in our mega city. The first thing that I would like to do is I would like to focus now on my remaining or last tier 5 skyscrapers that we need. We still have a couple of open skyscrapers here that are tier 4. Let's just find us the tier 4 ones. I think here we have them. There we have them. And then we can see where they are on my island. And we can also see that, well, we still have lots of upgrading to do, especially in this corner there. There's lots of them. And also in this corner here where we still have quite a lot of them, plus tier 3 ones. That means we have 100 influence at the moment. I should be able to afford 2 more town halls, if I'm correct. 20 influence per town hall. And the first one, let's just have a look where we have the radius for them. We have one here, and I can definitely squeeze in another one here. And then for this whole district there, or probably a bit closer to the Iron Tower, but then they would overlap, and this is not allowed. Somewhere over there perhaps might be our go-to. Of course, using this very specific item in my town hall monument would have been nice too. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen, because we basically have, well, our ornaments around that. By the way, one thing that I would like to check real quick here is, yep, there is no trees in here. Oh, there is trees in here. It's not looking so good, is it though? Let's get rid of them. Now that's much better, some trees and some flower beds there as well. Gosh, I love me the flower beds, especially because with the pavement they're doing so well together with the skyscrapers there, as it is just meant for this, right, to be like so. Now let's go ahead, we do need to find us a proper location right over in this corner there for our town hall. Now for that I'm moving one of my skyscrapers over into this area there. I think we can still kind of like change their look to that. And I think this is not bad when it's directly adjusted to the bank there. After all, this is a pretty big city bank. And yeah, city banks do have dense surroundings there. This opens up a bit of space here now in this area. Let's just see if we can do this. Barely. It could be possible, right? Wait a second. We need to make sure that we are not overlapping. So this area should be fine. It is fine. Perfect. We only need to get rid of the roads there. No problem, because we do have the streets for it. And let's just squeeze this in here. It has then its city fountain right next to that. And let's just have it like so, that it's looking towards the bank, right? And then we have the fountain over there. This is really tight looking, but it's fine. Look, there's lots of space here for people to go around. And here we do have then a nice corner for some ornaments. Yeah, like a clock tower or a clock house that we can have right here. That fits. And then also, let's just see a city light perhaps with some benches there. So because we just had the night, of course, look at that. A nice little corner that we have there where people can sit even during the night then in this very dense little courtyard that we have over there. Now with that we do have another town hall, and I should be having some of these items. And there it is, once again, the Blue Skies delivery service, maintenance cost, happiness, and bonus supply for these skyscrapers. It also reduces the demand, by the way, for basically my chewing gum and billiard tables and violins. And then perhaps we find something else. There we have, for example, the Pope Lucius. Should the Pope really work in a small town hall here in the town center? Bonus supply, that is not really affecting my people, so probably not. For my books though, this one here is another very good one. They have two of that. Happiness plus 18, workforce 15% increased, and chance of rides minus 30%. That sounds good to me. And that's probably the end of it for now. And then we still have this space here, so I just moved the skyscrapers a bit further outside. We're going to remove them, or relocate them once more later. For now, that second town hall with the 20 influence that we can afford, let's have it here. The cool thing about this one is it's having its furniture store right next to it, and it's affecting this whole block, by the way. And that's the last blocks of skyscrapers that we need, so it's fine. Of course, I do lose some of my radius here to the hotel and to the furniture stores directly, right? And also the Iron Tower down here, but it's fine because I want to affect these skyscrapers here, and there's not going to be any more. There we have it, the last town hall. Let's have a nice little road in front of it, and then we might just have some surrounding. Perhaps, why not? It actually fits sometimes a fence, because this after all is a public building, and public buildings usually have some fences around them as well sometimes, and this is actually looking pretty fine with just a fence and some trees and some benches right next to it. This town hall here now, let's assign once again our Blue Skies delivery service to that for the last time, and then also I should still have, there it is once again with the happiness bonus and the workforce increase. Even the workforce increase, these are investors, right? It's not the biggest of boosts that we get out of this one, except the happiness. And my investors are really happy at the moment with plus 17. It's also time to clean things up a bit in Crown Falls. So here we have a police station and the marketplace. Both of them are not really needed anymore. We do have a marketplace here, and even that is probably not needed anymore. Nope, it's not. So let's get... Oh, actually, there we still have some workers. Can we upgrade them? Yes, we can upgrade these workers there. And it's looking like farmers. No, it was workers there too, right? So that we basically now have no need anymore of these. Let's get rid of the marketplace, the pub, the marketplace, and the police station there. No longer are those guys needed. And with that, we do have a bit of space available. So we could, for example, move, let's just move these people there into those corners there that we just made available there with the removal. And this makes it possible to move some of those skyscrapers a bit closer to the city core again, right? Where they do kind of like fit in. And we do need to change their look though. Perhaps we make some corner buildings here. Really cool how diverse these skyscrapers are. So there you go. And now on the corner as well, and then with normal buildings in the back. That should work out fantastically. And with that, we can also remove more and more of the skyscrapers that we have now in this corner there, just for the cleaning up process. There is still some space now available, so what we could do here is we could just make this one a bigger block. So we still, of course, have buildings to move like all the time. So there's still 2 more buildings that I can now squeeze into that to make one giant block out of it. There you go. Righto. And that means that I can also now move the last 2 skyscrapers further into the center. And with that, we really have cleaned it up. These guys here are not, unfortunately, auto-adjusting themselves, right? So we always need to do this manually. And I always need to change the appearance of them as well, so that it does look a bit proper. I love these skyscrapers, by the way. So many details on them. Fantastic, really. Now, let's just check once again. I think chocolate is out at the moment. It's in again. Perfect. We still don't have enough chocolate, really, for all my people. Next up, far up here, close to the palace, we do have this clay pit where I said I would like to move it. We have made it possible now, so we have the permit. Let's move the clay pit a bit further up here. There you go. Into this remote location, and that makes it possible now to finally also finish this whole area. So we still have these blocks here to finish, and then those 2 guys there. Perfect. And we can then just build the street over that, and another district is coming along now splendidly. There is a marketplace over there. These guys here certainly will need another marketplace though. Let's just see, and we might actually add a new skin to that. Since it's still the holiday season, let's have a Christmas market tree or Christmas marketplace for now. And then we can just add a couple more houses into this very remote location of Crown Falls. Really, there's not much going on anymore out here, except for these last houses there close to the waterfall. I mean, it's actually a shame, right? We could do something out of this area there with the waterfall. On the other hand, it's really far away though, and very close to the palace, but really far away from the center.
We just have to
They have all of that, and we can, well, actually upgrade then quite a lot of them right away again. And what we should also be doing is, of course, as always, add some more ornaments to these areas. And I would like my temperate growth for now. And then also here. By the way, I do like how this is shaping up here with the river, and right next to that we have the buildings, and on the left side we have some industrial zones. It's a bit green in this area here. That's because of the oil refinery and my lumberjack huts here, so we might be thinking about something new here in this area. I mean, there's an oil well, right? People living right next to it, probably not the best idea, but I could definitely see myself having some more advanced factories there that don't pollute so much, but still add something to the area, like those guys here, for example. We do have the clockmakers, but I think they're boosted, are they not? Yes, they're boosted. I can't move them. By the way, we're still a superior metropolis. We had the impeccable, or the highest, the exquisite, I think it was, level already at some point, but it was only temporary. So now I think it's time to permanently reach the last attractiveness level. We do have some new ornaments here for the botanical garden, so we could start with that. I think these are now trees. Yep, perfect, that we can use here. I'm going to readjust this once again at some point, right, so that it does look better. We still need a few more here to fill in the last spots, and with that, for the final time, we have reached the Exquisite Metropolis without a festival or something like that. So it's a permanent status now, and I don't intend to lose it again. Highest level achieved, as magical as Cinderella's evening at 11:59. There's also this whole area up there with the bakeries. Let's just move all of that away. I think the bakeries are producing chocolate there as well. Yes, they are, with their boost, right? I could still boost the bakeries. The more they produce, the more chocolate also comes in side by side. They're all producing at 150%. And are we full on bread? Ooh, actually bread is pretty down there. But I have a surplus. I think we were out of grain then. Is that right? Yep, we're out of grain and flour then. We have enough grain though, so I just need a few more windmills. I definitely do want to keep these production chains here though in Crown Falls, right? For the chocolate production, and it's also, well, we should definitely have some industry there as well. The question is just, where should I get it, and or where should I move it? Because I would like to use this area there for more city. itself, and I think we might actually just use it up there, right? Because we have still lots of space up here, and I could just do this. The only thing we need is a proper layout. This one moves up for that. Having the flour mills up there actually would not look so bad. Alright, so there is a new bunch of bakeries coming along. We have them here, so they're being boosted by the trade unit, and then we have the flour mills on the outer side. I think the flour mills, though, are they boosted somehow? It looks like they're boosted, right? By something. Nope, they're not really boosted. They do have the Department of Labor productivity increased by 10%, but that's basically it. And with that, we could have then the flour mills just here overlooking the city itself. Let's just have some roads there as well for this whole new bakery district. There you go, nice and easy. It's going to be lots of flour mills, by the way. With that, and I think that's the end. All of them are getting their road connection, this one here too, and I might still add a couple more down here if I need them, right? But let's go ahead, build the warehouses there in the center. They're going to affect all of that. Then we have another worker hub, and then I'm just building all of the bakeries now. That's actually quite a lot of bricks that we consume with that, and of course the workforce is tanking hard because of that. Let's get rid of all the bakeries here, and also of my trade union. And with that, we destroy once again another industry that has been active for quite some time, and open up this space up here. Further beautify the city. Now I definitely will need my chocolate production there once more. Very important, there it is, the fine cake decorator. And also, let's just see if we have any other things. Oh, there we also have once again an oil power plant that could be affected by the oil boost. I might have a look. We have so many trade unions at this point, it should be possible somewhere. I'm going to reduce the productivity here. It was at 50% down to 0, right? It's affecting the happiness for the farmers that were not so happy before. Now they are much happier, and it doesn't cost me so much of just building a few more flour mills than in this area right next to the warehouse there basically, and also to my bakeries, right? So they can also just get the flour then right from these flour mills then basically. Let's have another warehouse in this area up there. This one has been fully upgraded. This one just needs another road connection. And that's basically it. And I'm pretty sure that this is going to work out fantastically. Let's just keep this one now going. And yeah, woo, that's lots of space available now. Let's get rid of the marketplaces here. The fire stations we no longer need. We still have those rendering works, 4 of them. I will definitely also move them up into this corner. Not there. There we have it. 4 of them. And look at that. We could easily squeeze them in then just here. And that's probably what I'm going to do for the rendering works. There we have them. Or let's make it 6. Perfectly fine to have a bit of a surplus there. And then we can also get rid of all of the streets here that we have, plus the marketplaces and stuff like that. Also these ones here, and there is basically just one smaller warehouse that is going for the mines over here. And then another road connection over there. Perfect. I still see some dirt roads here. This is of course an absolute no-go, and that should never be the case anymore in my city. Plus we have enough bricks. Of course, that makes it possible to have a couple more houses than once more here in this area. Let's just go ahead and have a couple here, just beside the mine, basically. So these people, perhaps they find a nice work or a nice job here at the mine, and then, well, their commute times would be phenomenal, even though their working conditions probably not. And over here, we can still add a few more. I have no idea what to do with this area there, to be honest. Should we just plaster with more buildings? Or should we actually place something here? Very well, we can also upgrade once more these skyscrapers. I would like to go ahead and upgrade all of the level 4 to level 5 ones that we have in this corner there. So let's just go ahead and do this. Ooh, that was actually quite expensive once more. And with that, we see a few more of them here. By the way, what is taller? I think the Iron Tower still is a bit taller than those skyscrapers. And how many more do we really need now? Come on, don't push. Yes, perfect. We can finally start Skyline Tower phase 4. The last one. We have all the materials too. Let's start it. Now hold on, it's not the last phase, it's the glazing, and after that we still have another phase ahead of us. Oh god, I think we are going to need more tier 5 skyscrapers, but we should be prepared for that. Alrighty, construction has started, it's going to take us a while here once more. Now of course we're not going to wait, my airship, Oyster Catcher, has arrived in Larsen with an item that we crafted with the scholars, if you remember. All production buildings get electricity. They also cost a bit more, but who cares about the costs really at this point. Let's build us the trade union here in the Brass District. By the way, this once again pushes us really down there with the influence. And now we can finally build the Pertwee turbo generator for these brass factories. And as we can see, now they're being doubled, basically, their production. And isn't that nice? We need all the brass in the world. And we also need some paved roads there in my industry sectors. Bente, are you real? She actually threatens with a war declaration. This is something I did not expect. Of course, we are paying for now, but you can't be that strong again. She's catching up once again on the military score, but it's impossible, really. She's got only small islands everywhere. And in the New World, I mean, she's really doing the most of these small islands, as we can see. They're completely plastered with towers, and every inch of these islands is being used. I mean, you gotta hand it to her, she's not giving up.
Fights.
And there she declares war on us. Incredible, really. I'm a bit surprised at that, of course, but we could just use this to finally crush her on the last islands. My battleships have been fully repaired by now. She's also at war with the pirate there once more right away. And as we can see, already fighting the pirate with all her might. There should still be a battleship somewhere roaming around here. Oh god, where did she send it? I mean, I really don't want to go with the war yet. So yeah, we can go with ceasefire. But seriously, Bente, you have some problems in your mind. And you should really start seeing someone. Doesn't matter, she's still at war with the pirate though. And the pirate is not kidding around. I mean, she's built up some ships there again. It's actually the ships that are for sale. We could purchase them right away if we wanted to. And she is burning down those ships. They're going down really quickly. Unfortunately, the pirate ships are also going down really quickly because there are some serious firepowers over there. She can actually attack them even though they are for sale. That's interesting. And at least one more ship is going down. Oh, Bente, you never learn, really. But of course, it's no real threat anymore for us. Meanwhile, we get another problem with the Skyline Towers as construction continues. There might be some sabotage in the back here that we need to have a look at. Theft on the construction site. I had nothing to do with it, boss. We came to find the site like that. The beams were gone and just a little warning note left behind. Be reasonably, boss. Cut this from our wages. Replace the missing materials. Agree to punish the group of workers. That's never a good thing, right? We rely on the workers. Let's replace it. I mean, 30 tons of steel beams. Should be no problem, really. As we continue with the construction, more and more events will happen and more things we will need to do in order for this. So this is probably the most difficult monument when it comes to time and when it comes to these missions, because we need to do a lot of them. And if we fail, we seriously fall back on progress there. We need to keep a close eye on that. So far so good. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back. Take a cup of coffee, sit back, relax and enjoy Anno 1800 as we are continuing with our Skylines Tower over here. That is now in the middle of the next construction phase. In the old world, we got the usual attacks here. Bente against Hugo at the moment. Since we are allied with Hugo and with the pirate, whenever Bente declares war on us, she's basically going to lose half her fleet or even more. But that's her business, not ours really, that we care about. Now back to Crown Falls. Two things that are very important in this episode. The first one is, yes, we are going to finally tackle this zoo. I mean, this quest has been open for a long time, and I finally decided what I want to do with it and where I want to place it. The first thing I would like to do before we start with that, though, is my brass production now. That is boosted, and it's already a bit of quite some time ago. And as we can see, the copper and the zinc is going down because of that, but I think only slight, but we still need to keep a close look on that. Of course, we're getting the copper and the zinc in here with the sewing machines. We are full on sewing machines, so as long as we're full on that, we will always be capping these resources. But since we need more of these products now, I think it might be a good time to increase our storage depots. I think we can still add some more into this corner there, or I'm just going to place it with these normal depots there. We can afford them, that's the difference. We could have one more here by the commute pier. I would like to do this, and then hopefully up there somewhere. Oh, that's not looking good. Here we could add another one to this area, and we don't need that cannon tower there. Let's save the influence on that, have the depot there, so that a bit more ore is coming in, since production and consumption is really high on that. The upside of that is that hopefully, yes, brass is finally increasing in Crown Falls, and we do need brass for a lot of things, right? Not only for the elevators, but also for example, with some of my products that we have, I think, in the furniture store. Yes, there it is. For example, the banker's lamp that we have there is also consuming brass, and yeah, these need to be active if I want to keep my bonus on the tier 5 skyscrapers and the tier 4 skyscrapers with the department store basically fulfillment that provides then the billiard tables as well. Now on towards the zoo, we have a bit of influence. It's possible I'm going to place the zoo up here, and we are going to have the amusement park that I decided now on the other side, and that is here. We do have some space in this area, and it's just perfect for an amusement park, really. What I don't like, though, is that the amusement park would be looking down on the industry sector then, so we are going to need to relocate that industry, and I already have the location for that as well. More on that later. Now it's finally on to the zoo. I should still be able, yes, to upgrade a few more workers here. By the way, this will actually bring us down. I'm a bit surprised there on the workers, but I do have more farmers down here, so let's upgrade this bunch there to workers as well, and this solves my workforce problem, even though it's still very tight on these smaller ones. By the way, 2 more upgrades here can't hurt, just so that we have it beside the river there. Now I don't need this one here, I don't need this one, I don't need this one. I don't know why I have so many police stations here. Probably had been some problems. Let's have a proper double road in this area. I need to get rid of some of these ornaments there. Very bad to place so many ornaments before we are really done with the city construction, because we always need to remove them again if I actually change my mind and stuff like that. So there we have it. And then I just really need the zoo. We also need a location here for the bus, and I think this one here will do just nicely. And for that, let's just get rid of this one, and we do have the block available then. That should be fine. Let's just see. There's my bus.
A competitor's island is under siege.
So that we have a nice bus station there. Is it connected with the main network? Yes, it is, right? Because there's the other one, the backshot end, and this one is now the old gate. At Old Gate, we do have then the zoo. Now the zoo itself is going to be, of course, directly here at the end of my major road or major road system. Probably a bit further up there still, right? So that we can have it. There you go. It's already being now affected by that. Perfect. And we still would like to have some ornaments in front of it. So first of all, let's go ahead with some... I mean, even though we already have some elements there, it looks pretty nice already. Why should I want more, to be honest? We could move it a bit closer. You know what? Let's just have it really at the end of it. We're not done here, of course. I'm going to have, once again, a fence that is separating it then from the rest. And I think a fence here is just perfectly fine, right? And I would really like to have, or to be this zoo a bit... symmetry is really not a good idea here, to be honest. At least with the length, right, in both directions. We can definitely keep some symmetry, but long-term wise up here, it's going to be impossible. Now for the zoo, we have a main plaza in front of it. Don't worry, I'm going to change this once again with some better things then of course that we can add. I just want to have these as a placeholder for now, and probably also here and here on either side of the zoo. Let's make this actually 2 tiles. I think this is better. Overall, oh, Madame Blanc that we get for the hotels and the tropical hotels, as well as an increased happiness, and also they consume less jam, lemonade and bread, which is always a nice thing. I would then definitely like to have my zoo going all the way up there, right, to the end that we have up here, where we have then more or less those cliffs. So we can still think about something up there for later. That's just the placeholder that we have now. And around that, we are going to have now these compounds, really. Some of them will cost me some influence, some of them don't. I'm just going ahead here. I'm placing them with the blueprint, of course. And as we can see, the first block will be here. And then just on the other side as well, the first block is here. Fitting in just nicely. Ah, look at that. Once again, we do have these ornaments here that just basically don't fit in there. Perfect. And then I will probably have, just see, another block here. Right, and another block here. Ah, more ornaments here. I need to get rid of them. Come on, really? There's still something here. I don't see it though. This ornaments here? There you go. There was actually a patch of grass still that was hurting a bit, right? There you go. And then probably up here, we might make it a bit more chaotic. So here we can then move, let's just see, into the mountain area that we have there. Let's have a couple more here. And the same thing I could apply then on the other side. Here, up here. And then it goes into the open area there with the overlooking of the city. There we will have then probably a pavilion or something like that. And there you go, the end of the zoo up there, because it's the outside of the reach then as well. And then we have the fence all around it. We still have this music pavilion that we could add, that we could probably have up there, but we can also build it outside of it, so I don't really need to have it there right now. And here, this road then can still... Oh, look at that! Bente Jorgensen has overtaken an island from Hugo. The virus is spreading once more. So we can then keep something here for later if we want to. And up here, what should we have in this area? I think we still have a building left over from the palace grounds that we can use on that. And that's the local administrator. And look at that. Yes, it would actually fit in nicely up here in this area. It's a nice prestigious building. We could also have it on this side there, I think, overlooking the city itself and the zoo at the same time. Might be an option too. But for now, I would like to focus on the zoo. So we have now all the compounds there. We still have the central area that I can use for something now that we should definitely be using. First of all, here, of course, the pavings between the compounds that we can still build here, and also on that side and also on that side. Right, and then we have, of course, some empty space then still. How many can I actually build? Let's make this block full. Let's make this block full. That's still 0 influence. Now we start to invest some influence. 20 influence here, 30 influence, 20 influence here. So we now need to once again save up if we want to continue the expansion. Really, really expensive overall thing. We do get 20% attractiveness though, because, well, we invested so much influence into zoos and museums and stuff like that. Now here we have lots of space. This, after all, is a zoo, so we should be having some temperate groves there, some trees on the outer sides here and here. I'm going to keep this fountain there in the center for now, because I think it's actually fitting in just nicely. But first of all, let's get us some animals in there. Boy, we have a lot of available animals. We also got some very nice legendary ones. And is it worth it actually keeping some themes here together? Perhaps it is. We could be using, for example, water and aqua animals together in such a compound there, for example. So that we have the balloon fish. Righto, then we have the swordfish.
positively giddy from all
The orca.
sights and views.
Perfect. And, oh, the alligator. Of course, the alligator needs to be a building. I don't like a building there deep. It's a fish. It's a building as well. Give me some compound ringed seal. That's it. Perfect. There we got it. So that's a few of the... Actually, this is Arctic, I think. It is Arctic. Then, oh, lots of people already. Look at that. Then we have something, for example, the African area, right? Or the African compound, where we use cheetahs, peacocks, the gelada, and the bearded vulture. So that this whole area is already finished. And look at how it works together then with the central one there. It's actually like it's meant for it. I think this is a nice central area there, though, because we have the beautiful water ground. We have a nice building where people can probably purchase something. Little Venice. And then we have over here, let's just see. We do have this area that might be, yeah, Arctic wolf. Make the Arctic wolf 2 times in this area. Then we use the Arctic fox. And one more item that I need, the boreal caribou. So this is our little Arctic compound. Actually, they all look the same. Except that the animals, of course, are a bit different. It's coming along. And then we have this whole area there with... Yeah, let's have the musk ox. And the jaguar. And the cheetah once more. So this is once again an Enbeza district there. Now I'm actually lacking the influence to continue with the construction over there. But it's getting so beautifully green and, you know, mixed, the whole thing. I think the zoo is one of the best looking ones out there overall. And we, by the way, we've already finished the tourist mission with that as well. The bus stop has now officially the zoo connected to that. This should make people really happy. So my tourists do get another demand fulfilled over there. And the Skyline Tower would be the last building demand they have then. Since we do have some elevators, I would like to go ahead there real quick and upgrade us a few more skyscrapers. I think we don't have that many tier 4 anymore. So here we still have them. They don't have the furniture store though fulfilled, right? Those tier 4 ones, that's tier 5 already. And then we have those smaller ones there still that we can also mix together there with different outcomes, right? So that also they get boosted with the panorama effect. And over here, probably this one. After all, we still need a bit more money. Look at that. We're down to 22k there only. That's insane, even though everything is fulfilled, really. But it's still these skyscrapers that cost us so much. 1.4 million at the moment. And then, of course, we got the royal taxes with a 1.1 million that we have to pay on top of that. Yeah, skyscrapers ain't easy and ain't cheap. But of course, it's coming back at us once more the more we upgrade, and upgrading I do. So over there, we get a few more panorama effects now coming in. This one and this one. And here we also have a couple more that we can add. Perfect. This pushes us to 30k already. And then I might... Ooh, that is actually a tricky one here. Here, this should work out. Strong, at least. That's something. There we got an engineer skyscraper right here in the center. Lots of smaller work that we have there. There's still one more.
Left ruins behind.
Let's upgrade that one. It does get its effect.
So brave, and so many lives saved.
I could also go ahead and upgrade more engineers to investors. After all, we got 16,000 engineers. That means a lot of people that I can upgrade further if I want to. Of course, we always have to keep a close look on our consumption rates there. But I think in general, we'll be fine. Let's get the next artisans there to engineers. Those guys here. And then also in this district up in that area close to the industry sector for now. And then, yeah, about the workers, we do have a bit of a problem there. Can't upgrade too many workers. But at least some more artisans over here. And there we also get a few more. Oh, and another event for our Skyline Tower. That is happening right now. Another quest, I think. Stability needs to be checked for the tower itself. The Skyline Tower's making history. The heights Mr. Bader envisions have never been reached before, but such a construction is unprecedented. I fear the structure isn't strong enough to support its own weight or withstand the adverse wind conditions up there. Agree to organize a structural survey. Cost me 10,000.
What a relief. I'll get to it right away.
And what a
You won't
relief, and
regret
she'll get
taking the time
right
to
to
do this.
that.
Thank
You
you.
better do. I don't want this one here to crush. With the bit influence that we got, we can continue building some more compounds here, so we can finish this whole district there. The musk ox we can add, and over there we have a tiger area as it is coming together. Oh, and cracks appear at the tower. Here's a summary. The lower levels are showing wear and some cracks have formed near the entrance. We've also had a partial cave-in on 4th floor. What? What is happening there? We must strengthen the base by adding shoring devices. Agree to provide timber 100 tons.
Very good. I will coordinate the installation with the workers.
To reinforce it. I doubt that 100 tons of timber is going to reinforce a Skyline Tower. But we'll see about that. By the way, with the additional oil production that we have in the new worlds, yeah, oil is getting rather full. So what I can do here is, or what I would like to do, is I'm going to add a couple more oil storages now that we can have. And with that, it makes it also possible then to finally get us another power plant out there. There we have the, there we have them. And I think since this is the industrial area, we should be able to squeeze them in here just nicely. There you go. Let's build 3 of them. That should do the trick. And as we can see, we got double the storage now available. And this makes it possible to build a power plant up here, because these people here don't have electricity at the moment, those engineers, right? And we definitely should provide that. We would have this location there that, well, some of you might say is a good location because you already have the space there. It will not cover that many people though, and I want to make sure that we don't need to build that many anymore. So I think here might make more sense because we can then take the whole area there. Yep, with that we don't cover all of them. These people here will never have electricity then. Probably will have to move it at least into this area there. There you go. So that's probably the best location for it. We will need to get rid of some of the roads here though, and move some of those engineers along the way. Perfect. Just moving them a bit further up there, and now we have the space for another oil power plant for this whole area that still doesn't have electricity at the moment. And let's just see that we find a suitable location for that. Here I think, oh, this one doesn't have a road, unfortunately.
Whatever next?
Perhaps I can still manage to put this one around. There you go. By just moving it around a bit, then we actually have a bit of room here for some ornaments that wants more like a fountain or something. I'm going to think about something here. And for this one, let's just have a connection to our central network, which is here. And then the only thing that we would need here is, of course, the crossings.
Can you teach me about this new invention?
Looking fine. And then I probably will need some more trees as usual. This will make it possible to upgrade those people here to investors. Hooray! We need more investors. We definitely do, for, well, not only the money, but also the influence, so that we can finish the zoo. Meanwhile, the Skyline construction is further paused while we need to implement those safety protocols, and this takes another 5 minutes. So as we can see, it is getting longer and longer, this one here, until it is finally finished. Still a lot of work to be done for the Skyline Towers. So far so good. The city is getting along. We are working on lots of details there at the moment. The zoo and then the amusement park. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to the new world where we're just, well, shipping around in my ironclad that we have coming into Sean's Harbor. And over here we can turn in, well, what can we turn in? A Kropotkin's journal. That is another Hugo Mercier's quest that I'm doing here in the back as we continue getting our reputation really up with him. Of course, not his major reputation that we can see here, but it's his internal reputation that we can't see that will trigger some more quests for us as I continue with that. Now, next up in Vega, we do have a new item that is just coming in, and we can use this one now, Charlotte the Chocoholic, and she will boost the productivity of my chocolate factories by 40%. Also gives me some sugar, even though that sugar is not really needed. But the 40% I take every day. With that more chocolates we have, we don't need still so much more chocolate. It's incredible how much chocolate my investors want. I hope they still tend to their teeth. Otherwise, I rather don't want to have any contact with them anymore. Let's just go ahead and also upgrade us a few more of these warehouses there. Probably will need another one close by somewhere here, because by the looks of it, they are already overwhelmed with all the work they have to do. At least we got some paved roads now too. Another boost for my chocolates production. Now, chocolates production, of course, is not the major thing that I would like to focus on. The first thing is that we can, yes, have more investors. Now, we have finished this oil power plant in the last episode, and now that means I can upgrade this whole district here, and boy, I would like to do this. We have the materials for that, and let's just go ahead. From 18 influence, we are going to 68 with those investors. It's not the end of it yet though, so I'm going ahead with more investors over there, and probably those guys and those guys here as well. There you go. Not all of them though. And of course, as always, 118, so 100 more influence that we have. And let's just see if we get some proper, yes, I would like to get the Boston look for my investors up here. It should look a bit darker there, as we're a bit closer to my industrial zones. Plus, I just really like that color overall. Not only does my influence go up, but also my balance. As we can see, we're coming closer to the 100k again. Very nice. And with the influence, we can continue building us some compounds here in our zoo that I'm still going ahead here and finishing. And I think just in time, we are done with it. Influence, patron of the arts, we are now too. We have invested a lot of influence, and we've also finished the zoo with that, at least the compounds, which makes it possible now to really boost all the items that we have into more animals, or into more compounds. Animals into compounds. I do have more aqua fishes over there. These are buildings, I think. Yes, last time I remembered, those were buildings. We can definitely have some buildings as well. And I think this is not a building. Nope, the elk is not a building. The elk we can definitely have a bit further outside here. Righto, as we continue with that, we still have some space open. And I also got some messages there that should mean that I got some ships. Yes, at Madame Kahina, for example. So we can get us a few more items. We still need a couple more for my... Oh! The pigeon, we don't have that yet. Pigeon is a common item, but as long as we don't have it, the black bear, I don't care about the rarity really, but diversity, that we have as many animals as possible. So there you go for the botanical garden as well. And who doesn't know the famous domestic pig? I mean, these are domestic animal in the set of this one here. So definitely useful, I think. Let's push this ship back to Crown Falls. We still have a second cargo ship here at Madame Kahina, so I can purchase more animals like the cattle that adds to the domestic animals set once more. If we have that much space though left, that is a question yet answered. The common reed, why not just use this one as well, even though that is perhaps a bit too ugly. The eagle, definitely in for that. And the peacock and a poppy flowers that we can use as well. With lots and lots of poppy fields, we could even make new products. But I think that's going to be illegal. Let's send the ship back home. Now, of course, I'm also sending ships to the other regions. For example, at Emperor Ketima, there's some interesting items that we haven't had yet. The Flamingo, I would definitely like to see this one. The Hippopotamus, another epic item. The Scorpion that we can use. Some spiders and snakes on the way too. Let's get this ship also back to Crown Falls. By now, I'm pretty sure that this zoo is too small. Now, I said that we wanted to move the industrial zone there a bit. If I build the amusement park over there, when I have an amusement park here, I don't want people to look down on, well, factories. And the sewing machine factories are quite in the way. The cool thing about them is, though, they're not really polluting anything. And I said that I wanted to get some non-pollution industry into this area. So just across the river there, because it makes sense, you know, for my people to have then their workplaces right next to them. And it shouldn't be too dirty, because I don't like to have dirty industry close to the city anymore. For that, I do need to change a few things. First of all, let's get rid of the lumberjack huts here that we have. We're going to need quite a lot of space in this area, so I'm just going ahead with this. The lumberjack huts, well, of course, we need to replace them. First of all, we can afford another one here that I would like to have. And then the further we go up, the more space we still have available. So there is another 100% available here for the warehouse that we have then over there. And then hopefully I can still squeeze in something more. Yep, that's going to work out nicely. It's a long way. Let's just make this one a paved road. And that should still work out fine as well. Now, one thing that is pretty cool is that we already have the gas-fired power plant over there. And it's extremely valuable. So I'm going ahead. First of all, yep, let's get rid of these lumberjack huts here and these sawmills there. By the way, I will need probably to add some more sawmills then to the area at some point. Let's get rid of that road here. That is not really needed, as we do have a road connection already in this area. And pooh, there we make up quite a lot of space, right? And where it looked chaotic, it's no longer the case. These sawmills, we have quite a lot of them actually. Let's build one more, right? I don't need that many more. By the way, when it comes to timber, how much timber do we have? Because I do have my elevators now being displayed. We are capped on timber anyway. That's fine. Now about the sawmills, about the sewing machines. They are really important, as we all know, because they're the foundation for my Docklands trading in the old world, in Crown Falls, in the new world, basically everywhere. We need to keep them stable at all costs. We have 10 for now. With that, that's actually enough to be constantly capped with the sewing machines. As soon as I find them. Did they actually being pushed down? Where's my sewing machines?
Your ship has returned.
There they are. And as we can see, at plus 18, they're perfectly fine. So I will need 10 at least.
What have you done?
I'd rather go for a bit more than that. Plus also, we do have a trade union in the center with those two items definitely going to be needed again. So I do need to have a proper location, and I do need to make sure that I have all of them affected by this trade union that we're probably going to have over here. And let's just see that we can squeeze in all the houses. Now there you go, our new sewing machine district. Over here we have now the glass production primarily, and over here we are going to have the sewing machines production. Let's actually go ahead and do this one right now. So the sewing machines that we have in this area, we have Dario and Ferras, both of them working on this. Let's get rid of them, including the trade union and the warehouse. Oh, that's lots of new space there once more. And at the same time, let's quickly build it here. So all of them. Plus our upgraded warehouses there. Plus also Dario and Ferras once more. There you go. Now, because of its rocky area here, and of course because of the oil power plant, and yeah, I'm not able to fully use all of them, so only 8 of them are being used right now. Sorry, 9 instead of 10. But for that, I do have 2 more sewing machines here, and we do have a new item as well. The cutting edge, another productivity boost for sewing machines by 40%. Also, the workforce is reduced by 50%. Nice one. In addition, this further boosts the sewing machines to 300% productivity per building. They are still consuming now logs and iron ore only. Those 2 down here do consume steel instead of iron ore. But since we are also constantly capped on steel, it's not really the biggest problem that we have here right now. Overall, it's a productivity boost that we have for sure. Let's just move a couple of these buildings so that it does look a bit more proper. This one here is a bit too far outside for my taste, so we can push it into this area there. And as we can see, we do have then here this, let's say, coastline close to my river, right? And yeah, it's not dirty industry at all. And from this look here, it's absolutely fine. Now, what we can do here in order to fill in the blank spots that we do have some nice ornaments for that. We have the industrial fences and the industrial ornaments. There we have them. And we can just basically put them in there if we want to. We have some bridges there that we can use, where people can basically go through, right here. So where we have lots of traffic, perhaps. Also here there is something. And here perhaps, so people can go from one side to the other. We do have some sheds that we can use in between. And we do have cargo containers. So especially here where we have the oil power plant, the oil refinery, it's probably a good thing to just use some dirty stuff overall. I mean, yeah, it's not the prettiest of districts. And we should really show that. We do have some more cargo over there. And then some steel bombs here right next to the sewing machine, which actually makes sense. And here... why is it not fitting in? Now it's fitting in. Perfect. And perhaps also some concrete floors next to these. And of course, well, definitely, let's keep some trees there too. And after a bit of time with all the ornaments and trees and bushes, we do have a nice chaotic looking industry sector that is all powered by one central gas-fired power plant that is having its direct connection with one of my warehouses. Let's also push this one up there. And I gotta say, I really like this. You don't even see that there is an oil refinery in the center of it all, really. That is very important and yet dirty, and it is kind of like being plastered with buildings and ornaments and stuff like that. Lots of bridges, lots of little details everywhere in this small sector there, as so many cars are moving around. People are transporting the barrels. And other people enjoying the day at the fountain. And the cool thing is, there is no investor residence here or something that visit this fountain, but we rather just see the occasional workers passing by on their way probably to lunchtime. And I also really like the transition of the industrial zone then to the, well, worker districts or the resident districts essentially. And the color palette is the same. Another nice detail overall, I think. Alright, the Skyline Tower meanwhile has reached its next level. New prestige level we've reached as well. No idea why. Attractiveness, we already been at Exquisite Metropolis for quite some time. It doesn't matter. Let's finish the next phase for the Skyline Tower. There you go. Coming along now. Getting taller and taller, and this is not even the last phase.
Unfinished and already dominating the skyline. Once built, they'll be looking.
And Donnie likes that, of course. I'm afraid. Alright, we only need 6 more level 5 skyscrapers. Holy cow, that's not that many. 6 more, and then we can finally finish our Skyline Tower. By the way, it's just really cool. My sewing machine's surplus is at the moment 70 per minute. Yes, we're producing a surplus of 70 sewing machines per minute at the moment. That's of course thanks to this amazing boost that we get with all of these trade unions, with our policies from the palace, with our items, boosting it over 400% of their effectiveness. Of course, it is very important thus that we have warehouses close to these sewing machine factories, because they produce so many sewing machines so quickly, as we can see, that they need to have a short transportation time to their warehouses. Otherwise, we would be stuck in that loop by basically where they can't really transport fast enough. But it's looking fine as far as I can see. Now over here, lots and lots of new space as well in Crown Falls. This makes it possible to things that we can move the fence now. So I'm going to end the industrial district that we have now here. It's connecting, oh wait a second, it actually needs to connect with this fence there, right? So here, and then it goes all the way up there. Let's also get rid of this fence there and of this fence there. But it's not going to be the end of fences. But don't worry about that if you like fences. This one, let's get rid of that. And here, I do need to make one change this time. And I'm going to make a gate over here, right, where the road goes through. Why? Because we have a power plant here, and it would be really wasted if we don't connect it with this area there. We do have a power plant here, but I don't think it will get to the other side here, so having this one connected to the residence is fine. By the way, another smaller adjustment that I actually need to do here is there we have the bicycle factory. We might be running short of bicycles soon, so let's actually have another few blueprints than here, and that we can use for this area, right? With that, I would be feeling a bit safer, right? So let's just do it like that. Have the road here, and then here we can have the gate for our final destination. There you go. There we have now the fence. Let's build it. Let's build the gates. The bicycles, let's have the second one here then working too. And here we can now have a perfectly normal district. Holy cow! There's more dirt roads. And we already have investors and engineers in this area. I'm so sorry, my people, my inhabitants. You're paying so many taxes. You should be able to have proper roads, and after all. Now, let's just see. There is the marketplace. Oh god, I will need another marketplace for this area, unfortunately. Otherwise, it's not going to work out. We have a double road there that I don't really need. Let's have the marketplace, and then I will have definitely another pub for this whole area. Only for now, though, right? Because we can remove this one again. And let's actually have another proper marketplace. Probably one that I haven't used yet. Yeah, well, an ornate marketplace. I think this one I haven't used yet. The tier 3 ones. Actually, it's going down here. And the pub right next to it doesn't fit so much. So let's have a road in between. And then we have a pub. And then I can have more buildings here once more. There you go, a whole new district. Let's keep some proper entrances for all of them, so we can also add some trees to that right away. Let's actually go with the elm trees once more, as I do like them, and I think this is going to fit the color palette that we are using for this district right away. Let's build all the farmer houses, the school, and the pub. It's so nice to just be able to build those houses without actually having to look at building materials. And I love the buildings in general. I love the Vibrant Cities pack. I know I've said it quite a few times now, but it's so lovely to see these new skins there with the engineers, for example, because I was really sick of the old skins already that we still see here. And yes, of course, let's go ahead and use my industrial zone pack on them right away. All of these engineers there too. Lovely, absolutely fantastic. Now we are going to wait here a couple of minutes now until I've upgraded all of them, basically to, I think, engineers as well in total, as it is going to end here then. Meanwhile, all my cargo ships have arrived with the appropriate items, right, for the zoo, for the botanical gardens and such. So let's just unload them here. Boy, that's a lot. We're definitely having too many items now for what we can really use. At the zoo up here, we can finally finish this one. So let's go ahead and use a few more of our, well, Embesa animals up here. That's the caracal, and I definitely wanted the flamingo, right? That we should be seeing somewhere here now. I do see some residents. There is the flamingo now, perfect. And then also on this side here, we have some buildings here. I think the hippopotamus is not a building per se. Alright, that's taking quite some time here to load, but let's get rid of this one. I want a building. The scorpion is a building. Perfect. And there perhaps also, I think this is the cobra. That's another building. Unfortunately, that's it. And the hippopotamus is at the end of my aqua district that we have over there. Just lovely going in that. And I think that's it. Yep, the zoo is completed. We would have more animals, of course. Unfortunately, I don't have the space nor the influence to increase my zoo anymore than what we already are able to. Now the same goes for my botanical gardens. We can also finish this one. Now I should be having some more, oh god, buildings. That's at least not a building over there. There we have, wait a second, let's use this one here, the pink one. To have a building district. And here I should be able to, more buildings. The reef. And the poppies. Why is the poppies once again a building? No idea. And oh my goodness, we actually missed one more. I don't believe that. Really? One more? And then I will even have to replace a lot of them again for proper looking ornaments and not buildings. I can and I should also go ahead with upgrading more here in my skylines area. So there we have tier 2. Let's go ahead and upgrade more of them to the next proper tier that we are going to need. That's also going to mean a bit more money again on top of everything else. This one here we should be able to all around the town hall, of course. And there is another one that we can upgrade with some panoramic effects. And probably this one there.
Slowly weeps.
And also more tier 4 are coming up there. So I think with the next push, we will be able to have all of them to finally finish the last phase of the Skyline Tower. So far so good. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to our, well, mega city it is indeed, as we are trying to, well, cope with the demands that are rising all the time. And one demand right now is probably one of our most difficult ones that we've had so far, and that is really getting a total of 75 tier 5 investor skyscrapers into this city here. I'm already trying to cope with the productions in the background, so I'm not always recording the upgrades that I'm doing to my industry because I think it's rather tedious and boring, but trust me, upgrades have been made once more, and with that we hopefully can afford, well, a bit more perhaps. We do have, as we can see, a lot of tier 5 skyscrapers. I'm actually also trying to squeeze them in here with a bit of a loss to me. We could, can we? Yes, we could actually also downgrade them again. And the thing is, once I start with my construction phase 4 of the Skyline Tower, we can degrade or demote them into the lower tiers once more. Now let's just check. I think yes, we do still have some tier 3 skyscrapers here, as we can see. So let's go ahead and upgrade the tier 3 ones. They're just right next to the furniture store, and they should also have the, well, actually they don't have the town hall here, right? So there's the town hall, and then we still need a town hall for these tier 3 skyscrapers, tier 4 skyscrapers they are now, because otherwise I will not be able to afford that many more. Let's just check this area here as well. There's some tier 2 still left over, and then we got these here. That's a tier 3 that we can definitely upgrade, 2 of them in fact, and I still need 6 more. So yeah, well, with steps like these we can make this one work, even though as we see it is slow. What I can do though is I could have another town hall, as I said, and we could turn, well, a town hall into this block there, though it will be, well, tricky. Now, while we wait for more skyscrapers to upgrade, we can actually upgrade whole districts there once more. So this one that I've built in the last episode here, let's get us the workers in that we need. We'll also have a look at the new vibrant cities there once more. So since it's a bit closer to the industrial zone, let's have these darker looking industrial worker houses. And there's even a parade going right into our industrial zone over there through that gate. Now up here on my cliffs, I do need to adjust a few things in order to prepare for the Amusement Park, the next big landmark that we have. We do have at the moment a 3-lane road here that is going all the way up here, and I would like to keep this one a 3-layered road. What I'm doing is I'm going to move the pub up there as well. These guys here, unfortunately for now, need to go. I need to move this whole thing up by 1 step. So now we can make this one a 3-layered road, more or less. And then, well, I'm just going ahead and copy me the layouts that I need once more. And I think we're going with this one here that I've already had. And by copying these buildings, they will automatically go for the tier 1s. And as we can see there, we also have the farmer new skins now available as well. And I'm not going to build that many into this block here anymore, as I think we do also need some space there for the latest amusement parks then. Let's go ahead and have, yeah, the last houses here. These houses are going to be connected with just one entrance, like so. And then it's probably here something that I haven't thought about yet. We might keep this one green for now, this area. These guys should have everything they want. Perfect. A warehouse, marketplace, the pub, everything is there. And then we have this whole area now for the amusement park. Now, in my last playthrough of Megacity Edition, we made a symmetrical amusement park, and to be honest, I don't know a single amusement park in the world that is symmetrical. I only know them, well, rather chaotic as they expanded over time, and we're doing the same thing this time. No symmetry anymore for this one. We're rather going down the, well, chaotic route, because why not, really? It does fit as well. Let's go ahead, amusement park over here. And as we can see, we do get some nice welcoming gates. So here it is where we're starting. And we do, actually what we can do right away is we can make here a fence from starters right away. So here we have a normal straight fence that goes all the way here along the roads then, right? It's separating that. Of course, we need to do this because otherwise people could just get in there for free. And of course, we do need to charge them something. Marcel Forkas, celebrity chef, artisanal kitchen in productivity 100%. And instead of beef, it processes pigs. I think we already have a similar item to this one here. No idea about that yet though. So let's go ahead and have the fence then. Unfortunately, no rounded fences. We do need to make this one a bit cornered as we move across here. And then we are also making another fence just here that is then overlooking the whole city. And no idea where this one is going yet. The cool thing with the fences is, well, it's not only a fence, it's also a path on either side, so people can walk on both sides while overlooking the city, and also while overlooking, of course, the amusement park. Now, for starters, let's have two bronze lion statues here that are going to greet the people coming into this one. And then we can actually go ahead right away with our, well, gates that we have. Oh, goodbye, it actually says on this one. So we need to make sure that we do have the right gate formation on either side. And I think here we do once again need the welcome and goodbye one. As we enter now the park area, of course, that is. By the way, where are the pathways for this one? As I can only see that. I think we do have them right next to them. Right, they're right, not really right next to them, but it's a bit further away. And as we can see, it's not the same pavement. I rather need to use another one. Now, once again, I need to change something. We have a different gate now over here, as we can see. I think this is really cool because they also have these ticket booths where people can then purchase the tickets, and then they only then do they get into the amusement park, right? And I've also changed a bit the layout here so that it is a bit more symmetrical, at least the entrance, because that is, after all, one of the more important areas. Then we got the whole main plaza over there. We do have lots of things that we can add here. For example, we could get the snacks and drinks and stuff like that into this area, into this main area right in front of it. Some bakeries, some pizzerias that we can have, a sandwich shop, perhaps two together here in with a little booth then on either side, or some steps here to drink and eat and stuff like that. We could also have some clock houses so people know what time it is actually. Let's have the clock houses here and here on either side so they know when they have to leave again for what they're paying for, of course. Then we could have some, well, farmers stand we have of course this really cool clear water pool. I don't think I'm going to use it again, though it really is such an amazing pool, right? It's just fitting in everywhere basically. Wherever we can put it, it just has everything that, well, you might wish for. Then we have, I would really like to have some water or something like that in this area, like the Endless Sky Memorial. Not really fitting in. Then some toilet booths, and right next to them we do have some trees to also hide whatever is happening in them. Now it's getting along slowly. We do have the ground planes as they're called ornament here that I don't think is so bad, especially once we place it. It's the only real pavement that I know that is bordering correctly with the ones that we have from the amusement park, and at the same time offers some nice looking pavement too, so I think we're going to stick with this. And it is this very pavement that we can use through the whole park, right? So it basically borders then, or basically follows the path then itself of the park. So with a double road, it should be fine going through the whole park all the way here to the other side. And whatever we have over there, we don't know that yet. Let's just see. We could also have, we could have a roller coaster here already if we want to. Something like that. A bit closer perhaps, or over here, right? So people can really just see what's awaiting them. We're going to have a couple of them, of course. And then I would also like to have a ferry wheel probably at the end of this here. where people can go right in
epidemic
and overlook
left
the city then
buildings
as well.
abandoned.
So this is only the first of many. And look at that, how perfectly it comes together, blends together with the major pavement there, even though it's a complete different DLC pack, right? So this is the pedestrian zone and this is the amusement DLC pack, and it just fits together so nicely. And as we can see, the first roller coaster is actually already on its way, making its turns. Now we probably go with a second ferry wheel over there. Unfortunately for the big attractions, we only have one roller coaster and one ferry wheel. There's also no different looks or anything for them, so unfortunately that's the end of them. So since of course a proper amusement park has to have several roller coasters, I'm probably going to add 3 of them. So we have another one then over here, and then probably one more in this area, and in between we get lots and lots of smaller attractions that we can add, like the shooting games, for example. We could have, for example, a little alley here between the 2 roller coasters there. And I said I would not make it symmetrical. I might break my promise this time, because I'm going to move this one more up. Come on, you want it to. There you go, so that we have 3 tiles on either way. And that makes sense, because then we can have these shooting games and stuff like that on either side. As, you know, people are wandering around here to the end of that. So we also have the beverages stand. This one is actually something, There you go, Tin Can Alley, so it should be looking like that. Then we got the ice cream stand, and we got the cotton stand, and we got another ticket booth that we don't really need, but on the back here, another shooting game. So this is the shooting game alley. There we got like a couple of them now here. Now, of course, we got the hot air balloon attraction as well that is in the city decorations. And this one is just something that's really, really cool. And we definitely should have something like that. Probably 2 of them. We could have one here at the end of this one, or at the end of the whole attraction then, or here on the side as well. Now, I definitely would like to have lots of fountains, so we could, for example, squeeze in a nice elephant fountain just here. Oh, but there we can see that the pavement is a bit different now. Perhaps if I move this one over it again, it will auto-adjust correctly itself, and it does. How very nice. Perfect. People can sit there, enjoy the day, and watch the elephants go by.
Competitors are not.
Let's go ahead and make a little alley here as well, where we do have stands on the left and the right, so people can really just enjoy, well, shooting stuff and whatnot. So let's have, what do we have here? A strongman game, for example. Where we can also add to this area then the balloon. We don't have a balloon yet, and the barrel organ player, and the portrait painter, so stuff like that. Perhaps here in the center I would like to have some normal ones, so a tin alley, and then around it the shooting game, and then we do have a balloon seller and portrait painter as well. And on that side here we still have something. We could have, no beverages once again, but the strong arm 2 times perhaps, and then also a ticket booth we don't really need. Barrel organ, bar table, something where people can just enjoy their day. And of course we can and should use the ornaments from the other city packs there as well, from the other DLC packs. A postcard view. We do have a lookout point, of course, that we could add to the end of it, where people can also have a look over the city if they don't want to ride one of these wheelies there. A wooden pavilion that I'm going to saving up for later. We still have the hot air balloon that I haven't used yet, so that is something that we might just be getting then over there somewhere. And then we also have, of course, the occasional ice cream and cotton candy stands then just here at the end of it, because there we still need some room for the fence then, right? But it's a nice little area there just in front of everything, really, where people can take a stroll through. Not that many people in the streets yet. As we can see, they take some time before they appear, right? In these little corners here, we either could do some ornaments like this one, right, to separate them, and then perhaps, what do we have here? A column? Yeah, column doesn't really fit in there. Yeah, but a ticket booth, so this is kind of like where you can purchase the tickets perhaps for the ferry wheel. I mean, you do have to pay entrance, of course, but perhaps you have to pay some premium prices there as well. I don't know, we do need money after all, and those people have to pay for what they get, right? So this is kind of like here the center now. We do have this one, this area. I still have a little space here for another alley that we can add. We do have our elephant. Now here is the balloon, where this whole thing is coming in then. And there's already some people coming off. Perfect. Let's not forget the occasional trees that we can also add into this whole mess here, with some benches where people can sit. After all, sitting from time to time is important when you're in an amusement park. I speak from experience. At the end of the whole thing, why not have the local department that I haven't built yet? It might be fitting in just nicely here. We could think it is a big restaurant where people can go and eat out there. We can still build this one. I think we can build it several times on this island here, so no problem really. We still need, of course, to get the street all the way up to the building itself, like so. And then we can still have some ornaments left and right if we want to. And we might also make a little stroll area here as well that goes around the end of my park. Then here around the, let's call it restaurant really, where we go around it like so. Perfect. Actually, let's get rid of that once again. That's really just around the restaurant itself. Let's build this one and let's build the restaurant. We can afford it easily. It's not the worst thing in the world. Also, people of course have a nice view then over the city there once more. And if it's a warm day, we could also have some pavilions out here just there at the end of it. Right, so here people... Oh, wait a second. It's actually too many of them. I might only have 2 of them together. And we need to be careful here with the fence still that I need to push around there. So some pavilions where people can then also enjoy their day. Here we could actually make perfect some enclosed ones going all around here. And I think I also found the fence that I wanted to use. I think this one is the proper one that we might just enclose the whole park with, like so. I guess all the way then around here. Oh, of course, those people here have a view, right? And I can't kill the view for them. I mean, no one can go over here anyway, so we could then just continue there. And then it comes together on the other side once more at the gates here. By the way, we don't have the pavement for the entrance yet. There you go. I think this will be the entrance point. Here we will need to think about the pavement there once more. And there we still have some room, as we can see, where I can still and should add some more buildings, right? Like some fun buildings, some fun items. Facing the hole, I already have 2. Once more, some shooting game here perhaps. We could have Tin Can Alley. That barrel organ player would be a bit solitaire, I think. Might have some bar stands here. Very good. That we got a whole alley now where it goes all the way there to the other side with just a mile of people that can sit here, eat, and also shoot if they want to. But then I would feel better if we actually connect this one here. So let's go ahead, right, so that it's not so separated. So this whole thing is then going into this area there once more. And here we just really need to push the decorations then over. And then we can, boom, add once more some items. Holy cow, you know what I've just forgot? The merry-go-round from the Christmas ornaments. It's absolutely possible. I mean, it's not really Christmas looking like. The merry-go-round, of course, is one of the major attractions for every child that visits the park. And before you even realize it, the park is finished. Yeah, it's not the symmetrical park this time, looking a bit more chaotic. Unfortunately, we don't have that many assets available, but I think it's okay looking. And yeah, we do have now the finished park just up there. Here, I can still, of course, and should add a couple of more nature ornaments around it. So the temperate grove, for example, that we can absolutely have close to the park here in the outer area, right next to these houses then, right? So we are still going to have some houses there, of course. And this is then basically going into the mountain area then just up here. So that we have some trees as well at the end of it. And these people here, well, these people here need to be upgraded then at all costs, of course. That we have some proper looking farmers, workers, I'd say, right next to our park. Now we also have a better entrance. I've just used the same paving there because I think it just fits much more. We can still, I think, go ahead and upgrade the workers that we still then have here to the artisans that we should definitely do. And down here, yes, we can also continue with the next upgrades. Those workers here, workers we have plenty of, and it's absolutely fine getting some more artisans into this whole area here, which is important. And let's also just paint this one in what? Yep, I think in the industrial zone, or industrial style that we can have just below the amusement park. And boy, what a view one has when they're taking the rides. And as we can see, lots and lots of people want to enter this park here. By the way, what I think is that if I find a police station, oh yeah, let's get the tourists there, the hotel. The amusement park is not part of the vistas, right? So we don't need to add a bus line to this one. Though of course it would make sense if we have a bus station here right next to it where people can also leave. So let's get rid of this house there, and instead for the tourists and for basically anyone that wants to come. By the way, we would have even more ornaments available, but let's have the bus station right here at the entrance so people can also take their ride to this place here. Perhaps on the back we might still be having some ornaments, and then also flower bed. Of course we still need to upgrade these workers, otherwise it's looking a bit out of place. So far so good. It's a bit of a different approach this time to the amusement park. I might still work on the flower beds and perhaps we find some better ornaments then, and I need to wait here too. I can already see that we are fluctuating a lot right now money wise. Something is wrong somewhere with all the upgrades to people, so we need to check this one onwards. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to, well, our beautiful skyscraper town that we have. And skyscraper is probably the right word to say for now, because we have another very important milestone to do, and that is over here with we can actually upgrade the last tier 5 skyscrapers that we need for our Skyline Tower. And last time I checked, I only needed 2 more. We have 2 level 4 skyscrapers here. Let's upgrade both of them. This one here, does it have a panorama effect? It is intense actually. Perfect, we're at 160k with that again. And this one has also an intense one, because the tier 5 skyscrapers are looking quite a lot around or have a huge range. So let's just go for my Skyline Tower now. And over here, finally, we can start this new phase. We have every resource available, the elevators, the reinforced concrete. Holy cow, we need lots of workers, and this is barely enough. And also electricity, of course, which we have to start finally the last step of our Skyline Tower just here. Look at that, we're down to 69 workers. Well, that was very close, but we can do this. Now, while we wait for the Skyline Tower to continue construction, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see some events for this one here soon, what we can do now here in this district that is leading up to the zoo, right? Something very important. We have, as we can see in the ground oil harbor, enough oil now. So oil is going up again. There's just 500 tons going out here, but there's 500 tons coming in already again. We're almost full with the oil, right? So it was just a bad timing there right now because the train was leaving. And well, now we can, and we should build 1 more, or actually 2 more power plants. The first one I would like to plant up here in this district. These guys here don't have electricity yet. They don't need that yet, but they're going to need it soon, because we're going to upgrade these artisans to the next level. At least some of them. We have, after all, 9,000 artisans available, and I would really like to go ahead here and get me some more of them. These guys here, these guys leading up to the hotel, right? We actually have the same style here now, so we probably will keep these engineers there for now. And then I would like to have some more in this area and this block. Not all of them, bear in mind though. Some of them should stay as they are. These guys here, perhaps the ones here on the back, for example, I'm not going to upgrade them, though I'm going to upgrade these workers there, because it would have been very strange looking there. And yes, I know my worker population is really struggling there right now. Let's go ahead with those guys. Yeah, that's still something I can do. This is still something I can do. And this row here for now. But that's it. Let's perhaps go with this one here too. And perhaps these won't go. Perfect. There you go. Now we got a few more engineers leading up here to the zoo. Now those engineers probably have everything except the variety theater and a bank. The variety theater is something that the artisans also need urgently up here, so we probably should provide that. But that we have the school here still. Now the school is something unfortunately that is a need for the artisans, so I will not be able to upgrade any more artisans if I move this one now. However, I do need to move some buildings, and let's just see the range. Those guys here, they have some variety theater again, right, coming from the city itself, and these guys here are completely out of it. So I'm probably going to take these houses there away, but of course we're not deleting them or anything. I will just move them over there for now, and we might be making something fun out of them. Something cracking then later. And let's get rid of that road there and this one. That should be it. And of course we have been using this avenue here, right, with the trees there for the variety theater. I might actually get rid of this one so that we have a nice little plaza area then in this area too. Let's go ahead and have my variety theater. I think we do have quite a lot of them available here. Some color variations at least. Now there we can squeeze in this bad boy, variety theater, also with a nice roof. I'm going to leave this room here for another road because we do just have the exits here as well on the back of this variety theater, so we just do need it. And here we do have some ornaments. That still leaves me with this area, and I think we can actually once again squeeze some houses in, at least 2 of them. Perfect. So we can have in this area, and then we just have some tiny fountain here perhaps. That would be fitting in just nicely right in front of it. And perhaps also using our latest Eden monuments or Eden trees there on either side, and then we can actually move this one up here again. And then we still have this area where we, well, actually I might just place me some flower beds in. We do like the flower beds after all, right next to the variety theater. We could have both of them like so, as a little one, and here we probably will just then have some trees popping up on either side. Unfortunately we need to place the trees first, and only then do we need to get the flower beds in, otherwise it's looking clipped, which is not very good to look at. Another problem that we have right now that leads to a bit of fluctuation there is the biscuits production is not fully working. We have not enough citrus in on our island. The rest is still pretty fine, and we should be feeling that soon that we don't have that. We still have, I think, around 260 tons of biscuits available there, but they're decreasing at the moment at a stable rate of 2 per minute. So I do need to do something about that. Citrus. In the New World Vega, where the sky is blue and the weather warm and the mosquitoes hot-headed, well, over here there is our citrus plantations. There is a couple of problems here. First of all, what I can see is that we are lacking the Honolulu's workforce. What is the matter? Oh yes, we do have some ruins up there, so something like that had to happen. But that can't be the only cause, really. There's no more ruins here though. That is the real problem that we have. Auspicious Isle is... When did that happen? Is completely destroyed. Let's rebuild it. We have the timber for that. There's also a chapel here that was still missing. Those people should not be so unhappy anymore. They got at least their chapel back. Perfect. That's it. Might have been a fire. We don't have... Oh, there's also a destroyed mine. And that's it though. We definitely will need something though to counter that in the future if I'm too busy well, working on something. Let's not get rid of them completely, but let's move these guys there a bit further outside. They should still have a good coverage there. And then I would like to have a fire station in here. Very, very important that we do something like that. But also have tropical forest right next to it. So that is something, and we might actually afford a police station too that I should put on top of that. Probably also here together with the fire station. And once again, let's move them. We do have enough space. That's that, and then we can afford a fire station, police station on the other side. And let's actually have them look towards each other. Right? I mean, oh, this one actually needs to look out to the main street, no problem. But this one can definitely look towards that street there. So they do have something there at least as protection. After all, we have a lot of people here. This wall once again saves me from this crisis that we had. The other problem though is that we have a full output storage. There's 500 citrus in store, so it can't be really only with the workers problem that we had. And I need to check this one too. I just love that after some time these problems occur and you need to analyze it and you need to solve it, of course. And this is where we have the airship running. Now the airship is only transporting 100 tons for each way. Actually it's 50 tons I think that it has. Yes, 50 tons each way. That is of course not enough. We should be having some other trade route though that goes directly to Crown Falls from Vega. It is the chocolate. Do we need that much chocolate? Look at that. The ships are not completely full. So we might be adding now... Yep, we might be adding now instead of all of it chocolate. I'm going ahead here with some citrus there as well. Because boy, we do need it. So there is now the airships and my cargo ships transporting that over to Crown Falls. There is Piranha here that is at the moment of full. And I think it is here somewhere it should be. There it is right now on its way, so I can't stop it. It still has now, of course, 100 tons of chocolate, too much on board that we need to manually get rid of then. In order to counter the chocolate that is not transporting anymore, because we are using some of that for citrus now too, I'm going to add another cargo ship to this trade route here. So we got 4 cargo ships now working on that. And are they waiting for goods in Vega? Yes, they are. Perfect. So that is important, obviously. And oops, what I've also seen is that there is an exclamation mark. Andromeda has been destroyed, but that has been some time ago, I think. Black Rose is still on this one. Auspicious Isle to Tristão, it's one single clipper with very valuable resources on board. I might need to do something about that. We have 61 influence left. Can I purchase a ship here that is proper? I mean, we do have the Great Eastern, but I'm not going to use my Great Eastern for a simple trade route. Yeah, unfortunately, I will need to purchase or build more cargo ships. The only way... Archie? No one is selling me some cargo ships. That is really disappointing. We need to, well, get them ourselves once more. Cargo ship number 1 and 2. And cargo ship number 1 and 2. So 4 more are coming out because I don't have any more cargo ships. I have the huge colleague here that I'm going to send back to... Actually to Mbesa for a change. Perhaps the ship can still get us some proper items there. Now back to my power plant that we have up there. As we can see now, these engineers are quite fine, except that they do need now electricity. And this is where my final power plant up here comes into motion. Let's build it and let's have the crossing here. Let's have the crossing here. Ah, this is working. Tricky until it is working. And there is still some room for trees as far as I can see. Perfect. So this one will receive its oil now, and it has the single track that we had there going all the way down to my main track, right? So this is really turning out to be working perfectly, these logics here, or these train tracks, right? Because they're really moving quickly through the city, but they also can get quickly to even the remotest locations with a single track only, without blocking each other. It's also noteworthy that we still need to work on a lot of details in the city. So here we, for example, have this very strange looking formation there. So let's just get rid of this altogether by 1, right? Oh, on, of course, I'm paying you. And then we're going over here. Then I can get rid of this whole road system there. We probably will now just move those souls into this corner there. There we have another block then. So this was, of course, not looking really good. Overall, we might actually make it like this. There you go. And we can get rid of this road here. And that can stay. And then we're just going to have, once again, these entrances. Right? Because that can still work out, of course, for us. And then we just, well, could actually have some flower beds here if you want to, or something different. Some poplar trees. I like my poplar trees. Or, of course, these guys here. And the white cherry trees are not the worst. Let's have one here. And with the the right pavement, of course, that I would like to have on either side. And probably we could
For a few wrecked bottles. Well, and paper. Oh, and
have it like that. I think this is fine looking, actually. Get rid of that again. That was not fine looking. And this one connects here once more into this. And then we still have this whole area available there. And here I would like to have most likely some of my elm trees. And by the way, I've seen some comments what this symbol here means. Well, it is the color of the grass that you can switch back and forth here. If you want to have the darker side or if you want the brighter side. Depends on where you want to build these trees. But yes, you can go into that much detail. I was now building the darker side because I think it actually fits a bit better there to the buildings themselves. And then here, let's just see that we have, once again, a nice flower bed here as well. I think these are just looking really nice overall. Also some more trees over there. Once again, the elm trees. I just love the engineer buildings there. I gotta say that. Or the Boston style buildings, engineer and investors. It's also really blending in well with the Scholar District here that already has the brick colors. Together with some beautiful trees there. There's still a solitary worker that is extremely unhappy. And I don't blame him for that. He's got nothing really. We definitely need to get rid of him. And I was always moving buildings around like crazy when I had to build more things in the center. And we can just take one of these guys here, really, and take the color over. There it is. Perfect. Another problem solved, really. Oh, and in fact, I've actually missed a lot of trees here. What we could almost call an urgent emergency is this one here. The sewing machines don't have any logs anymore or any wood. That is pretty damn bad because, as we know, the sewing machines are a foundation for quite a lot of our dockland trades. And let's just check this one if it's really true. Yes, we are also decreasing it by 60 per minute at the moment. There's a couple of production chains attached to the wood, so let's just check this one. The trade is coming in 2 minutes. As we can see, we're not getting the sewing machines full anymore, so this is something that we really need to tackle. There it is. And we do have actually storage of up to 3,500 tons at the moment. And we're only trading 2,300 tons though, so way too few of them. We could probably get up there. There you go. And now we get 1,000 more tons of timber in. So these should then last for the remaining 3 or 4 minutes, right? That should be probably it. I hope so. So hopefully that crisis has been solved. One must be very careful when something as important as the sewing machines is lacking a bit. And over here in this district, I would like to do a couple of things. First of all, we have the workers here. I would like to blend this a bit better because right now this is not really good looking. We have the concrete factories then on that side. I might actually move them even further down here to our car makers and coach makers, and as we can see, they're also lacking the wood here, so another very important production chain, because with that we do get our cars out that my investors want so urgently. This is now a bit better overall. I think here we are going to we get rid of this road there, so there's only one road leading to the whole thing. Oops, that was actually a wrong keep. And then we could be building a few more houses here, but only a few. This one we get rid of anyway again soon. And then another house here, right? So that we really use the space. And now I can still add more walls here. So I would like to add this wall now to this area. And then we kind of like block it off, right? The industrial zone with our residential zone. And this then goes all the way over here. And then to these buildings there.
The epidemic spreads across your
kind of like
city.
separating it. And we could then also add some temperate groves on this side of the wall to separate that a bit further, and also here. And then we still have some room here for another production building if we need to. Either it's reinforced concrete or something else. That's pretty important, I think. And those guys here we will be able to upgrade then, leading to a tiny bit more workforce overall once more. And while we're at this side of the city, let's just also marvel at the beauty of this game. So it still stuns me every time how detailed the game really can look, especially also there in the distance where still everything is being rendered. And yeah, we can see the construction of a Skyline Tower, the city center, and just over here our tiny industrial zone that we have. Close to my little canal city, or riverlands as we call them. And yes, there's also a quest waiting for us. An artisan has come to you asking to meet the renowned composer who is passing through the city. Perhaps something can be arranged. Peer Gynt. Ooh. I just love these little references. So I think this is a reference to Edvard Grieg, the famous classical composer. Norwegian actually, and has some very nice tunes. Let's just find this guy, this fellow who should be over here. Somewhere in the middle of my town. He's probably lost. Problem is, when searching around or looking around, we could also get quite easily lost in the maze of our city at the moment. I think he should be at a variety theater somewhere, and there he is actually. Pickup quest. We should have gotten the fellow there. Right here in the center of it all.
We have cause for urgent
and we do get
celebration.
Protoceratops eggs for the museum Jurassic Park set. Alright, very interesting. The dinosaurs are coming into my town. And at the same time, another thing, Skyline Tower Dora's way. The security measures you implemented were vital in preventing complete disaster, but the tower is not yet saved. Theodora has contacted you. She's working on a plan to strengthen the structure, but to implement it, she requires your help. And the tower is still in great peril. Alright, if you get me the parts I need, and she needs 50 tons of quartz sand, we have plenty of that. There you go. And we can happily continue. So this is past halfway now through that one here. Remaining time is 10 minutes. But I think there's still some more events happening then on our way to that. Oh, it's not easy. The hardest, the by far hardest monument in this game is still not finished.
Ship constructed.
Yeah, stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back. Greetings to Anno 1800 Megacity Edition, to a very exciting episode. At least I think so. The weather might not be the greatest, but our Skyline Tower might be the greatest ever. Coming up there in, well, a little more than 4 minutes. If everything is going to plan, it's never going to plan. It's never according to plan. There will be still some incidents here happening, I think. And, oh, is it already happening? No, not really. While we wait for the Skyline Tower, we actually have still lots and lots of work to do. The first thing was up here by the zoo, where we have our artisans here and where we have the engineers. And those engineers finally have some electricity. And that means that I can now finally also upgrade lots of engineers. We have 17,000 engineers available right now. And we definitely will need to improve the investor city cap that we have, because investors mean influence and influence means power. Let's go ahead and upgrade more of these guys here. Probably not all of them, of course, right? It's just a tiny bit here by the museum, definitely by the hotel. And then we still have those artisans here so that we have kind of like a transition. Here, I would probably like to have the artisans though, because I think they blend the best with nature together here than the engineers. So engineers really only are for the city itself, right? I don't think they are better a bit further outside or something like that. So we rather keep it like that. Here we can still go ahead and upgrade those artisans then. And then I've got those engineers once again to investors. 113 influence. Perfect. And there's still more that we can do. These guys here, these guys. That's the one. Let's upgrade those two engineers there at least, and those here perhaps. We definitely will need some paved roads though. We could also get rid of, oh actually we can't because we had workers there, so I'd rather not get rid of the marketplace. Though what we can do is, well, we can upgrade it of course to something proper looking city marketplaces. I do like these models, the new ones, like that one, perfect looking. For upgrading more artisans, we could go into this area here where we still have those artisans in the already existing engineer district. So that's basically this whole area, and we still have 5,000 available. Of course, we should always kind of like have it look a bit the same here in the industrial zone, as I like to call it, because we still have some industry there. Of course, we have the amusement park up here. Speaking about the amusement park, it's a problem with the workforce that I have right now. Of course, we can go ahead and upgrade the workers here. Some of them, perhaps. These guys, and perhaps this block there. That is the closest to the amusement park. We are using a lot of workers right now in the Skyline Tower monument. So once that is finished, it will be a bit better. Let's upgrade those farmers there. And then those... perhaps, so that to the amusement park we do have some sexy artisans, and let's also just see that we can upgrade them, even though it should be probably a bit brighter and fun looking towards the amusement park. In this area that we've created in the last episode, we have also now these farmers here that we can finally upgrade. Boy, we are really ticking it there with the farmers. It's really at the edge of that. Look at that, it's fluctuating. Pretty insane to think about 43, 44 farmers at a total population of almost 200,000 that we're fluctuating around there with the workforce on this small level there. You might think that we had more, but of course we don't, because most of my people should be juicy paying investors, and that's exactly what we need. We are very close to 200,000. Yes, we do need to upgrade more people, because I would like to reach that level there. So artisans we still have. Workers are rather not upgrade anymore for now, because we will need some for the Skyline Tower. There we have a couple more upgrades, and by the way, this whole area, that's the new investors that we have. We should definitely also give them a proper lookout. So let's go ahead and have all of them in the rather colorful looking theme that I like a lot. Even though I gotta say, I do like my Boston style a bit more, as I'm a huge American fan. There you go. This is looking fine though. And here in this industrial zone, we could still go ahead and upgrade those guys there, to be honest. And I think that's a good way of doing these things. There you go. And these guys here. And then of course we also will need once more our upgrades. There you go, as the city is growing. Of course, looking from up here, you always just see a huge block of houses, but if you zoom in, then all the details of Anno 1800 are being revealed to us, and I just love that. The general city life as people are going about their businesses. And when scrolling around, we can also see that there's still some ornaments that would need to be filled, or some empty space in here. And of course, Bente declares war on us. I don't believe that, Bente. You're not even half my strength, I think. Yes, look at that. And we can of course go with ceasefire. We are doing this for now. But even though she has been destroyed, I mean, she's defeated. There's no way around that, right? She doesn't have any other islands available anymore. She's still trying her best to do mega stuff there. Oh, and there is something happening at the Skyline Tower. It's on fire, as it seems. Shattered porcelain. What is going on here? Theodore's predictions have come to fruition once more. The Skyline Tower has reached a height too great for its structure. Donald faltered at the groans of his wavering monument, and in the absence of Miss Jenny has turned to you for a solution. Seriously, are these guys not testing stuff before we build it? I mean, we can't just build a Skyline Tower without any planning. How did this all go so wrong, so terribly wrong? Can't you do something? Throw the bank at it? I don't care, just make it stop somehow. This can't be how it ends. There's a way Miss Jenny is working on something. Let's try this one. I'd rather trust Miss Jenny than this load.
Oh, wait. She's not in the tower, is she?
No, obviously she's not. Otherwise she would probably be in great danger. Select the Skyline Tower to find Miss Jenny. She's not here.
What the hell is this? Is this your idea of a joke?
It's never been Miss Jenny. It's Theodora, Donny. And honestly, I should have quit after the first note I sent. But somehow I thought, he can't be that dense. Well, here we are. This crumbling mess, it's on you. You had ample opportunity to change. The tarot card, the posters, the letters. You laughed it all off. I thought you'd be deterred by setbacks. All I ever wanted was for you to be more responsible. But whatever disguise I took on, I was always beneath you.
They're probably not the best friends from what I can hear here.
I'm done playing charades. I'm not Miss Jenny, not your secretary, not your engineer. Very different jobs, by the way. Let me show you who I am.
Okay, let's reveal her true identity, and I still need to find her first. I think there she is.
You can't be.
And who is she? Who is Theodora? And it's Farmer Theodora.
I applied for this job, hoping to improve working conditions, safety, and found someone in your partner, Donnie, who actually cares.
Miss Theodora, I can't fix this. You're right. You've been right. This tower is a crumbling mess. Get us out of it, please. Help me.
Workforce.
Alright, so we do have now a solution here, the Skyline Tower Deus Ex Machina. Theodora, having revealed herself as a humble worker cum engineer, defying the social ladder, and also the vigilante who's been trying to stop Donald's irresponsible construction practices during the Skyline Tower project, has come through for you once more, and she's been preparing a last-minute solution. To stabilize the wobbling tower once and for all. To implement it, she's going to require 50 tons of lacquer and 50 tons of steel. Now, I'm pretty sure we have the steel, but do we have the lacquer? I mean, we're getting lacquer over here, but we're also consuming a lot of it in our productions. And no, we're actually out of lacquer for now. Let's just see where we have this production running that is consuming the lacquer for us. Must be somewhere here, though. Not the biscuits. Ah, it's the typewriters. We got 1,600 in store right now, so I might just turn it off, as we do have quite a nice buffer for it, and we should no longer be consuming really any of that. Perfect, we have actually now a surplus of 4, and I just now need to wait for the 50 tons to ramp up. Now, while we wait for the lacquer to push up, there's also this question, Deep Blue, the last Leviathan. We have this active for quite some time now. We've had this active. News of Deep Blue's resurfacing has drawn the ghastly eye of hunters and trophy seekers alike, each eager to claim the head of the largest shark in the history. She must be protected at all costs and escorted back to the edge of the abyss, the last wonder of the world, sinking slowly back out of memory and time after a last chase. We do get the Deep Blue blueprints out of this one here, and that should be over here somewhere in our statue, right? So it's completely hidden there. We can't see it, only because the quest is showing it here. I know that it's there, and we can see it kind of like there. So there's the ship arriving, my Great Eastern. Let's turn in this final quest from Captain Tobias. This basically concludes the Docklands DLC. And she's right side, ain't she? Last real wonder of the world. Farewell, old girl. I think at last we understand each other. And there we have the blueprint equipped in the Harbor Master's office. We do have quite a few of them, I think, at Docklands. And we can equip it here and thus also use it then in our shipyards, which is one of the last big ships, the world-class Reaver. I think it looks pretty similar to the Great Eastern. How's it coming along with my lacquer in the meantime? We should be having something. 23 tons, perfect, halfway through. Meanwhile, I'm working a bit on my harbor area still, so we do have lots of a beach area here that doesn't really fit to a proper harbor area, so I'm going to, well, add a lot of concrete to that, and not only that, but of course also some ornaments here, so those investors definitely should still have some proper surrounding. We could have that on both sides there. Let's also add some cherry trees here on that side. People can enjoy their day on these or walking alongside these, and this one goes to my warehouse down here. Right, some ornaments on that side, and then here we still have lots of concrete that we can add so that the Docklands also does look a bit proper. Unfortunately, there's still this color problem that I have that we might also fix pretty soon, I think. Let's just get this one over there, and then we still have some more here, and this fire station actually does need a road through it. Boy, this zone has been quite neglected for a while now. And here we could then add some normal temperate groves, but I would like to use my nature temperate groves. This one that is not affecting the pavement or on the ground levels and stuff like that. So just some trees overall. And this one goes then over here, and there once again we also have the ability to add some trees next to the houses, of course. There you go. Actually, we can still beautify this area a bit more than with a fountain in the center as well. And that should be the best of both worlds here. Perfect. There you go. This area here with the tracks, and where basically we got lots of industry around as well. We might also still need to change a few things here. The first one is that we can use, or we should use, the industrial ornaments that we have available to us here to also squeeze in some items, right? So a shed that is working here, then the water tower perhaps, and then also some more, or actually just a concrete floor that we can have right in front of it, leading to the water tower. Something like that. It's just very plausible to have these things here, right? It's a harbor area as well, after all, and we can just have lots of these ornaments then here, and then some steel bars that are right next to my tracks. Another water tower, which makes sense near the fire station. Another shed that we can definitely have here, together with some barrels. And then also some crates here. Much better than before, because we are actually using the space now that's available for us. And here we can then also add some more, a bit more concrete. After all, it's an industrial zone, and industrial zones should definitely be full of concrete and dirt, like the train also pushing through here. Just perfect. Lots of people are passing the tracks here. This area is still empty here by the cliffs, where we have the engineers and investors looking down. I would like to have a small park in this area. I think this makes just the most sense to have a park here that is also well blending then into with my cliffs. So for that, let's go ahead with some city fountains that we could have on both sides of this future park. By the way, I think we do have still some ornaments there. Yes, once again, this was the mistake that I've done before. That I did before here with the nature ornaments before we actually finalized anything on that. Let's have the fountains on either side. I would definitely like to use a fence. We do actually have a better fence. Adding also some stalls to it that we can use for fruits and vendors and stuff like that. So 2 on that side, and then perhaps also on that side some cheesemongers here, where you can get some special cheese and then also some fishes. Perfect. We do also should definitely add some lighting to the whole area, and perhaps a clock or something. So wherever we would have the entrance, let's have the clocks over there, and then perhaps also some city lights here, and then also on these sides. And then probably also 2 there in the center. Since they also provide benches, it's totally fine using that. And then I definitely do need some proper street area there too. There you go. That's the entrance, right? And this one then goes all the way to these fountains there. So we might still make this one a bit greener. And then we have our cherry trees on either side. Nah, that's not looking good. These look much better as they go over there. And then here I still have to think about something. Let's just push this one over here, and then there's the entrance for it. We might actually make this one a double one. Yeah, that's looking okay. Then we definitely though should have a double one here too, if I want to keep it symmetrical. Right, and here, but it's actually fitting. And here we still have this area where we might still add, if I find it once more, our lookout post. There you go, a nice lookout over the city then that we can have, right? So here people will have a beautiful view down there. We should still add 2 more here, and then I could probably close this area off with some proper flower beds on either side, going here and here. And then at the end we're just going to add some more trees here in a natural way, as this is a bit of a greener area now. And boom, we do have a new lookout post, a nice little plaza there, or park you might say, with the fountains, and also here with the stalls there. Oh, we are running out of something there, definitely, because the Population is not going down, but my balance, that means that one of my happiness goods is out. And we'll have to fix this one. I really do like this area though. It's cute looking, and it definitely should also provide some nice views during night, because we got those city lights shining as well at this plaza here, where people can also drink way late into the night. So for the goods, the jewelry is running out, so we are out of jewelry by now. We do have the production up here, and gold ore is actually the one that is out. I think pearls we still have plenty of though. Pearls should not be the problem. It's really all about the gold ore. Last time I checked, we were having a nice trade route into it, but I don't think that we have a docklands trade into it. So I might need to readjust some of my farms here, or what we could also have, of course, is a better gold production that I will have to tackle soon. Now, what we definitely have though now is the lacquer, so this should all be in now. That we can check now, so there we should have Theodora. There you go. There you have my resources. And the workers continue with the construction. And it was that easy to fix the next step. And since gold ore is really cheap, but it's hard to produce, it actually makes a lot of sense to use it in the docklands. We still have lots of sewing machines available in Tristão, where we are right now. So let's just add 100 tons there for 900 tons of gold ore that we can also add. And don't forget that we have a trade route from Tristão with gold. There it is, right? It's actually a double trade route here with 2 stops. So I'm going to add, and I'm also going to make a new extra trade route from Tristão now to Crown Falls. And this is only gold, because there's going to be a lot of gold coming in now. I'm using it in Tristão. Why? Because basically in Crown Falls we are full, and I can't add any more trade contracts to the Crown Falls docklands. So we can do it this way here, and I can also add some more of my just freshly built cargo ships. So those 2 there, most likely Marigold and King Cole. It is up to debate if I have to wait for goods, or if we actually only need 1, right? 1 that is full though. Let's add just 1 for now. I don't want to increase traffic more than I have to. And this should be it. And it should not wait for anything. Andromeda was still lost, but I think we are fine with 1 clipper. Actually, there it is. I wanted to use a cargo ship here instead of the clipper, right? So now we can do this. And I'm going to stop this one. And instead, I'm going to say...
Ceasefire has ended.
Take... Actually, there's something wrong here. The cinnamon was not listed. Alright, no idea why. In Auspicious Isle, we don't have the cinnamon. Now, that must have been a mistake on my part, because we are not producing cinnamon, nor do we need it in Auspicious Isle. So I have no idea why the cinnamon is coming in. Is it perhaps coming in from one of my items? No, not really. We're getting tobacco out of this one. And here, we're getting cocoa out of this one. So, not extra cinnamon. This trade route doesn't make that much sense to me. The caoutchouc is fine, because we have in Auspicious Isle the caoutchouc trade to the Tristão, but the cinnamon actually doesn't have a place there really. Okay, Black Rose can stay on this trade route, and we're just going to keep the caoutchouc then in this area. Or was it tobacco? No idea what this trade route serves anymore. I don't think it serves anything, because caoutchouc is also gone. We no longer need caoutchouc. Let's get rid of this one here. Yeah. I don't know, perhaps we disrupted something here, but I can't see it, because there is no place for cinnamon on Auspicious Isle at all.
Of course. Come join us.
Should be fine. Of course, for the balance here, this still takes a bit of time until we have enough gold coming in now from the latest production chains, then from the latest trade route going into Crown Falls. And it is finally time, ladies and gentlemen, to finish our Skyline Towers. At least we have everything now ready, and we can press the button. And there you go.
At last, my tower stands, the true gold standard. Let the fools try and surpass it. It'll be real fun watching them fail.
And there it is, standing tall, the Empire State Building of Crown Falls in all its glory. The most difficult monument, the most expensive monument, has finally been completed.
All that trouble must be worth something.
He's really happy with all his coke-ridden nose. And what we can also see is that there's actually people living in the Skyline Tower, right? Up to 4,000 investors have space here. And also what we can see is my balance is really deep red because it's costing us money right now. 12,000 still, though it is increasing now at a stable rate. That is pretty important. We also get 50 influence out of that and some attractiveness. We don't have any jewelry really, so this is still negative. Everything else though is positive, as we can still see is going up here. So this one is increasing now. It also has all the department stores available to it. So basically it's fully staffed. It just needs to grow there a bit. And as we can see, the balance is still stably going up. Holy cow, there's lots of people here now that want to get in there right away and probably get up to the high top there where you have a beautiful view of everything. Let's take a photo of our Skyline Tower in all its glory. This was the next quest there. Skyline forever changed. Donald Bader, face of Galleria by the Red, brings a momentous monument to Crown Falls, and with his partner Theodora Thistlethorpe.
But that's nothing to what Theodora and the workers accomplished. So, well done. I might disappear for a drink.
Also, one more thing that we need to discuss. I've taken the time to gauge the situation. I've talked to workers and passing citizens, and there's a lot of contention surrounding the Skyline Tower. Due to its immense height, the workers have felt that throughout the construction their safety has been at risk. A lot of citizens too are unhappy with the shadow the tower casts across the city, and we need to limit it to 1 because of its height. And we agree to the limit. Good, but there is more. Skyscrapers are a true wonder. Oh, and we get Dario here. We don't even need to purchase him. He's coming to us now, or his clones. There is no doubt. They're a symbol of modernity and advancement, but they're also an ode to money and power. And we demand the tower to be dedicated to a single cause. So what should it be? Do we dedicate it to environmental awareness? I mean, this is the 19th century. It doesn't make that much sense to have it here. Plus, we don't need the attractiveness. Dedicate the monument to an anti-consumerism campaign. It leads to minus 10% consumption of carriages, jewelry, and pocket watches for the Skyline Tower. And dedicate it to a fair and optimistic future. Once again, this is just reduced need for 10%. But where's the difference between the two of them now? Okay, I don't know, as long as if I'm not completely blind, this one here doesn't make sense because we got this one. This one is 500 attractiveness plus all the bonuses you get out of the anti-consumerism campaign. So it's exactly the same, but just 500 more attractiveness. I take that, of course. Perhaps we are able to take this because we finished all the side missions that were possible during the construction. And with that, we also add a new prestige level for our palace. Perfect. Since we're still going up there, we are above 10,000 attractiveness now, and we've also surpassed 200,000 people living here. And we also are positive once more as the gold is flooding in. Perfect.
Miss Theodora, you're not fired, you know? I could keep you as my advisor. Increased salary, vacation, it'll be my honor.
But she doesn't want to stay. Last but not least, let's also have a quick look into the Skyline Tower, because that's totally right, you can actually go right into that. So for that, we're starting out here on the streets of Crown Falls in the town center. And as we can see, lots of people are marching through. Let's just follow them along, because there must be something up there if all of them want to get up there. Can I get through here, please? Thank you very much. Of course, we got quite a few performance problems by now with that size of a city. Let's get in here, and then the only thing we need to do is, well, actually, yep, moving up with the elevator to the top. And from up here, we can just enjoy that beautiful view up here on Sky Tower. Actually, it's not the highest point, it's just a balcony where we are, but we still have, of course, a beautiful view over our most important landmarks. And we can even see the palace in the background. Hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, greetings fellow Annoholics, welcome back to, well, our Mega City, and I've changed a few things. New mods have been released for this beautiful game, and we are going to use them in this episode right away, aside a few other things. The first one is something that is quite visible, I think, right from start, is that with a new street mod, we can now finally also add a darker, darker textures to the docklands. So in this case here, it's not as stark anymore, the contrast, as it was before. So it does look a bit better now, at least in my opinion. And I do like this far more than the vanilla version that we have. And with that, I can definitely live. Look at that. There's almost no difference when it's close up. And when we get a bit further away, then of course we see the differences. But it's not like white and grayish anymore like it was before. So much better in my opinion. That is only one of the few things that we have changed now. The other one is that we do have a new town hall monument or town hall building available that I would like to use as well, right here in the center, and that's this fellow there, is still the normal one. And what I don't like that much about these buildings is that they do look a bit out of place really in a skyscraper area, right? Like this one here, it's just, it doesn't look like it fits in there. It's too small for all the massive surrounding buildings there. And we can change this now. There's a new variation to that, so let's go ahead and just add this building now right to this block here, and there it is in all its glory. We do have some different color variations for this new building there, and well, basically it's two, I think, and this one there. And we can now finally have the town hall right here in the center that we want. So this is applying to the older, to the basic version of the town hall, right? And it's just much better, I think, overall, because it just fits in. It's actually looking like a mall or anything like that is right here in the center. But other than that, yeah, definitely the better version out of that I would like to have in my city. We can actually implement this throughout the city now to all the other town halls that we have. It's just, I mean, it's a tiny detail, but I think details matter when you build a city. And in that case here, we can use this town hall now to all the other ones. First of all, of course, I need to find them. There's the other one. In that case, let's use this roof here. Really cool that it also adds like this little cornerstone there, right? And also here we have some benches and stuff like that, and even street posts and street lamps. It's just really nicely detailed there overall for a modded building that as well. You can find the link in the description if you're interested into that mod. We could also just add a whole new town hall, that is the City Hall Tower, which is another skyscraper really that we have in the center. We have two options here. One is a smaller version and one is the bigger version that I like a lot. So we are just replacing this one with the already existing town hall that was on top of that. It's actually quite expensive, but of course it's a skyscraper after all. And then we just once again need to assign the proper buildings to that we already had here activated. So basically the maintenance cost reductions that we still have, and also the needs fulfillment for the billiard tables there on top of that. Really cool building there. We just have it right next to the police station skyscraper that of course is a bit more majestic overall. It's much bigger, but then again, this is a police station and this is only a town hall, right? The town hall in this place here is actually fitting quite nicely into the bus station and kiosk area that we have there for our tourists. So no problem that I can see there, and it's just really melting together there perfectly with the remaining buildings. I'm also just glad that the gold is coming in and we do have enough jewelry again in store. So 500 tons when it was already at zero. So that's the change here for the gold ore, and that also leads to a far more stable balance that we should have from now on, as no other product, at least I think, is going down. Next up on my list is this area up here that we've upgraded with the Amusement Park, right? So, oh, and the Amusement Park, by the way, is really heavily visited there, so should be nice income, at least theoretical, because we're not actually getting any income there into an amusement park. These people here that we've upgraded are artisans right now. Here we have engineers and investors mostly, and though they don't have any electricity yet, and this is about to change. We do have a pub in here. I mean, we still have those workers there that I might just upgrade now, and also these farmers here. And I know my farmer population is probably not the most stable one. Same goes with my workers, and let's just have them there. And I think actually this one we get rid and just move the artisan over there, because this area I would probably like to keep available there. And here these people there. Let's also remove these 2 workers there and just move my artisans from up there that are a bit too close to the cliff for my taste. And we can just move them over there and probably also assign the right roofs then to it once more. Now this area is available right now, and I would like to add my power plant to this one now. We have the pub, and I think as far as I can see, it doesn't serve a purpose anymore, since the artisans don't really need a pub, right? They only want beer. That's the most important good. And there's also no workers here anymore, and into this area there is some workers, but they have their own pub, so we can get rid of that. Off you go. And instead I would like then to have my power plant in this area here, because we can also not only take this district into its area, but also this district up there, most of these buildings. It's the last power plant that is here, and with that we can then finally also finish the electrical or the oil consumption, right? We can plan ahead with that. This one I would like to change a bit. I would like to move these buildings down there and merge with the other block, right? So this is one big block that we have there. And then we have the power plant as the finishing touch to my train network that we have there. Let's go ahead and build us the power station right away. And then we can just really take the train going up here, and here they're merging together with my main track system. And then we just need the crossing there once more. And we should be having now this juicy electricity for all of these people, at least as soon as the train is coming in. This area here is still available now. We probably should, it's a tricky one, but I already know what I want to do here. That is our public trains transportation system that we haven't had yet in this game, and I've actually used it quite extensively in my last playthrough, my last Megacity playthrough, and this time I want to use it again. It has been changed a bit, and also the central station I think is now easier to build overall, but let's just go ahead. And for that I would like to first of all end this area here with a bang, and that is not a central station but rather a small station, right? So just for your information how it works, basically we have the small station and the central station, and the central stations are producing or consuming letters and public travelers, and they are going to the central station vice versa. It adds a bit of our income if we do it this way, and it adds passengers that are well traveling on the tracks, which is really cool. For that, however, I do need a bit of space. As we can see, we don't have a lot of space here. Moving it by 1 point is probably the solution to that. So I do, first of all, let's get rid of some of my engineers here, because unfortunately I need to move the power plant with that a bit, but it's going to be worth it in the end. Let's move it over there. It already is producing some electricity already, by the way, so these people should be totally happy. Perfect. Actually, she's unhappy because she's missing a bank. Oh, we might actually provide that. Let's have our tracks here. Here we can actually get rid of them once more, right? Not longer needed. And by the way, I could move buildings over there if I want to, or actually get or let's have a little park there or whatnot. And now we should be able to, if I move this a bit further down, we could then implement perfect this small station into this area. And that's exactly what I'm doing here. The small station, which is kind of like the end of our track system, and this one is merging then together with the major tracks, right? There we kind of like have a big crossing or a big roundabout, and then we have our small station here. Yes, it's not producing really. The small station has the travelers in store, and it needs the travelers from the central station. So as long as we're not building the central station, this building here will not work. And there's also not going to be any passenger trains for now, at least until I've built it. It's just really blending in perfectly here, and it's a perfect ending to my major system that we have there coming in here. Perfect, really. And here, before we end this area, let's just go ahead and have some... I always like to have some elm trees right next to my power plant, and then we might also have a fountain here in the center. Perfect, and that is surrounded probably by... they have a different color. We could have just some flower beds here. I really do like my flower beds there, especially when paired with some fountains there. Sometimes it looks pretty good. There we have the central station, the small station. And now we need to think about a network where we want to have these small stations. Problem is, we are going to need to destroy some buildings, unfortunately, for that. but that is unavoidable. And then, of course, we also need the central station. Alright, here we could have another station because it's right next to the hotel and also right central there, I guess. For this one though, however, what we probably will need to do is, first of all, I need to get rid of the ornaments. And now becomes the, now we go to the tricky part here, because these stations here, unfortunately, only have one track system. Now, if I get rid of that, I hope that I'm not disrupting my train network that is using both tracks so far. That might be a bit of a bummer there. Let's just go ahead and place the station here, and then these tracks here will need to merge just over there, and here they split up again, right? So it should theoretically work, because the train that is passing through here goes up, goes through the station, and on the other side back again. I hope they're not blocking each other this way. But we'll see that pretty soon, I guess. Let's just also build some cherry trees on those sides. I think this is just looking fine. And that's it, really. There we have the next small station. Still not working because obvious reasons. We need the central station. Do we see some trains now? I think all the trains now disappeared because we deleted the tracks there for a second. These trains are here because they're using another, you know, lane. And there was still a dirt road. Ah, there it goes. Perfect. It does go to this track now again. Perfect. So that's something. And now if there's only another track... Ah, there is another train here. Perfect. So there's several trains now on this track still. This should be fine as far as I can see. That's another station that we can then implement here. And then we continue, of course. We could have another station now over here in this area that doesn't have a crossing for some reasons that I might still need to implement. So let's go ahead and just get rid of these guys here once more, and then also off the tracks. And then we can have our small station there once more. Oh, and I think there's still something here that's bothering it. There you go. Let's have it... Very strange. I can only place it on those sides there. Let's build it here. Then I will need to get rid of that though. There's the entrance, and there is the split again. Right, so they're splitting up, and then we still need some crossing there as well. And once more, I can then also add some trees to it. Let's use the pink ones this time. I don't like the paving of these when it's together with the streets. That's not looking so great overall. Let's just have it here, and here we probably just continue with the normal trees then. That's better. Okay, the flow of the trains is still remaining perfectly fine, so they're using their tracks or not. Nothing bad has happened there, and we can happily continue with these smaller stations that we have. Probably here as well, which just makes sense because we got the docklands here, the industrial zone, and there's also, I think... Yeah, industrial zone and docklands, really. I mean, that's an explanation, right? We can use it here, and we probably should. It also adds a nice layer, and we probably will just have... we're probably just using the whole bunch here because it's a nice beautiful new building that just pops up here as well. Of course the crossings will need to be made. There we have then this, and then we have the normal crossings going over here on either side if people need to go to these stations there. We probably... No, actually let's keep it like that. And then here, if the train needs to move around, then we got this smaller system working in this area. And since here is more or less at the entrance, we could further add some details to this area too. And I think this is actually a good solution to the problem that we had here before. Could probably add some statues there. I think that is actually a nice solution to the problem that we had too much cement, too much concrete here at once. And this is just adding another area now to this one. Perfect. That's that. Another station we've built. So we got 3 stations now connecting. So they are being connected, by the way, right? I'm not just messing around with ornaments here. This is a system that is going to work in this location there. Here, we don't have one yet. And there's also a bus station. It might be just perfect to combine them, right? So let's just get rid of these trees there once more. And also of my tracks. And then we just basically add another one. We should really hurry up about this, by the way, because of course the trains are not working for the duration of the separation there. So as long as there is nothing here being connected, not working. There we have the connection once more. This one is now connecting then with the bus station here, just fine. And I think there's still some trees here missing that we still need to add once more. Perfect. Now, for the central station, we do need to think about a proper location. The problem is, it's a bit hard, really. I don't want to destroy any skyscrapers anymore, so they are pretty much fixed for me now, because they're, you know, in a very specific location, every skyscraper. It's all a big net of panorama effects that we have, right? And I can't just move these buildings around without a major problem that I might face with that. Then we have, of course, lots of very important monuments everywhere that I also don't want to remove. So finding the right spot for it is pretty difficult. I was originally going for this location here, but then again, we don't have enough space for the central station because it's pretty big. I think we're going with this area here. Why? We do have no monument close by. We do have a proper big location for it, and it's still rather central. It's with the main boulevard. It has a bus station next to it, and we also have major landmarks around it, right? So it's central. Definitely is. And it is surrounded by lots of buildings, which is another thing, and a nice river there. So let's go ahead and have our central station here. I will need to move around a few things though for that. First thing is this church here that we no longer really need. Let's get rid of the church first. And instead of that, I can now move some of my investors over. I don't want to delete any investors anymore, as I'm really hanging on to my influence there. We also have this university. That is not really needed as far as I know, because we have the Research Institute and there should be another university. Then here the library is, by the way, adding a major university area to everything. So let's get rid of the university. It's also not really fitting in there anymore. And with that, as we can see, all the needs are still fulfilled. Do we have some engineers close by? Because I really would like to see if this is still working. We only have investors really in this area. Then it's fine anyway, right? And then we can just happily move these people there. And let's just do this. And also this member club here that I need to move over there if I still want to keep it intact. So this block there basically now. And then we can just get rid of all of this here. And of course of all these side stores. Oh yeah, this one. We still have so many buildings really, it's hard. Oh, okay, so I've moved them throughout the city and hope that they are not too angry with me. Because after all, well, they're living in a new area now tomorrow. And of course, they still have to pay the same amount of rent. I'm not making any exceptions there. Lots of space now all in the middle of my mega city. And boy, the real estate value of this patch of grass there is insane most likely. We could make a few bucks out of that one here. But of course, we're not doing that. We are making a train station, which probably is also making us a few bucks here and there. Let's go ahead. The central station. Now, it's a bit tricky to use it. It is actually two buildings in one. So this is its own building, right? So we are going to ignore this one for now, even though this is a central station there too, right? So something like that could be completely workable, but it's too small. I want to use the big one here. And this one is tricky. Let's just try and squeeze it in a proper way, right? There we have it. There it is actually. I will need to move it though a bit further over there. Oh, actually, let's use the other one first. This one that I would like to have over here. And then we are using the other one. This one there it was, right? Yeah. And we need to clip it together like so, right? So only now does it work. It is a clipping monument, more or less. And in the back, we can now add the train that is connecting then the exit points of this station here. That's looking fine. And here, of course, we have now a hotel. And those people would probably not be too happy if they live right next to a central station all of a sudden where trains pass by. So we are going to add some trees to that. So at least they don't think, or they can imagine that there is probably something else than that. Let's add a temperate grove. I think it just looks way more natural. All around the central station, really. Right, so this is kind of like a block or a bit of a border there that we can use between them. And then, well, all we really need to do is build the station. It's actually two parts that we've built with that. Right here in the center, looking fantastic. And as we can see, the travelers are being, well, generated already. It is also producing 20 attractiveness, which is not so bad. And it also acts as an oil production. This train has a very strange... Oh, it's just taking more passengers from the other side. Alright, we might need to rethink this one. Alright, and what we can also see is, or what we've just seen with one of these trains here is, that they are now having the other stations in its vicinity or in its area of influence. There's 14 travelers now, probably going to the same station for now because they need to populate the closest stations first. So this one, there is now the travelers coming in, and there's the next one. And they are then producing letters out of this one that can be used in hotels. So this was kind of like pre-tourist season DLC, because with the tourist season we have hotels now, so this is rather obsolete. But the travelers, as we can see, are working now perfect. The trains continue on their tracks then, and here now the travelers are coming in, and this one is producing letters for the surrounding area. Oh yes, Princess Jing. You need to spoil the moment once more.
Without reflection. No
Right, and I'm paying you everything you want. There you go. Perfect. With that, we really have a central station. We do have another bigger building available for that, but I think we rather stick with the central station like this. It has a nice entrance, so there's really no need to get any other ornaments around it, because I think it's just really fine as it is already. And as the travelers are being produced here, we'll just have to wait now and until every other station has been populated with those travelers there. Oh, we also have some rides here in my industry zone. But my people are perfectly happy. I mean, the farmers 15, 7, 7, 13, 20 for the investors. Alright, we do have some police stations, of course, that should be working the problem. But I want to speed it up because I really don't want to have any rides. And we still have a bit of space over here. So let's just get another police station in our industrial zone. And let's get this one cracking over there as well. This is going to help a bit, even though I can already see that police officers are working on it. But, of course, speed is paramount. There it goes. The trains are now separating, so they are now really going to all different kind of locations. And look at how many trains are coming out there. And they have these really cool looking wagons next to them, the passenger wagons that are now in the city as well. And they're basically now transporting people and oil. Well, those two things anyway. And those stations should be perfectly happy with what they got. It also makes the tracks more lively, of course, because where we only had oil before, we also have the passenger trains now. And, well, basically it means more tracks are being used, more oil trains are on the tracks. Just as it should be, really. Perfect. Central Station. I love it already. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to our mega city. Now the tracks are busy. The tracks of Crown Falls are full of trains. It's actually a bit more than I thought. And yeah, of course, a reason for that is that we are not only transporting oil back and forth, but also passengers now with a lot of these trains. So we basically just doubled our train output there on the tracks. I don't mind this, it's full, but at this point I would probably like to have some underground system or perhaps even some walls right next to them. This is actually a thing that I was thinking about, that we could just have the industrial brick walls right next to these trains. It would make sense, kind of like a sound barrier that we have then. But of course, it's ugly. It's really ugly. It just doesn't fit into that city here. And we rather stay with those guys here. Unfortunately, no other mechanic is available there right now. But for future cities, I might be thinking about a proper system there if we do have these double tracks again. Because those trees obviously are not, well, everything. They are just not cutting it out, especially when there's so much traffic. And look at that. This dirt road was hiding itself there for quite some time successfully, and now it's gone. Now we are still in the process of the next upgrades. So over here there's lots of workers, as we can see, that are rather closer to the industrial zone there. I don't want to have workers everywhere, though. We have 1,000 workers potentially that we can upgrade, so I would like to go ahead and do that, a bunch of them at least, right? So here, and then it goes more into the industrial zone over there. And by the way, since there's some naked areas as well, we might be using our modded version of the trees, the gnome parks, and just add some city park areas to that as well. The city parks basically add some mixed trees, bushes, grasses to the area with transparent grass. So it does look very natural, especially when looking closer to the riverbanks there. And it's just a perfect way really of, you know, getting rid of any empty spaces here. Of course, grass is fine too, and there's still grasses being added to those ornaments, but it's a bit less often, right? And we do have these trees. So this is a way of beautifying the finished, more or less, coastlines here and riverbanks that we have on either side to further customize that city here. And as we can see, in some reasons it's looking really good. In others, perhaps we need to readjust a bit more grass into that. Unfortunately, we don't have any quays or so that we could add here, right? So it's only bridges that's available there to me. But we can still make this one work with those city parks. Oh, hello there! Another dirt road that we will need to fix up there. We also have the apple trees, of course. Oh, and there's also an available fountain spot that I can still squeeze in as well. Just in general, it looks much better if we have trees right next to them. This building here, perhaps, this will probably need to move. It's just a bit too close there to the river. Unfortunately, the city is really packed at this point, and it's very hard for me to find new locations where I should move these buildings. And people are already pretty upset that I have moved them around there, because what we can see over there is we have some riots. Yes, it's been a while, but they happen from time to time. We do have a couple of police stations though. They should do the trick, so no worries here. Oh, the mob is angry. Where is my beating down officers? We do have the weapons available. Send them. There's also a ruin over there. Ruins are always the worst part, of course. This one here looks like a nice... Well, we could have some flower beds here, right? Mixed with some trees. Mixed with those trees here. And actually, we could also have some entrances here, because that just fits to these buildings, to these assets, right? Where we have then the patches going over that. And around it, we could have some trees then. And actually, let's just squeeze it in full, and here we can then have some flower beds. Holy cow, there's really quite the action out there. No idea. Oh, and look at that, there would be room for a house. Probably a pretty cheap location there at this point, but I think we might have found something for our intrusive investor. So there's the fella. Let's take it. Let's move it all the way to that side here. Close to the engineers. He should have everything really. He does. Perfect. He's also got the electricity, because we now have a power plant up there working as well. These people are happy. Kind of, right? And of course we still should look out for some separation then between the house and the factories. I mean, that poor investor really is very close to the industry there. It also should look like it. By the way, up here with the palace, I think we're pretty much set. I like it how it looks for now. We do have trees everywhere. The only thing that I could still think about is that there is a path going towards the lake that we have over there, right? So something like that perhaps. Where we do have then kind of like a lookout post or outpost or looking points or viewpoints that those people can have, right? So we do have the wooden pavilion, of course, something like that. We also have the lookout point. There it is, right? So if we have a couple of them, that should be totally fine. Like here is one, here is one. We might also have one that is overlooking then into the mountains and to the waterfalls. And I think that is pretty much all we need to do here. Let's just have some proper road then to that. Right, so up to this location, and then perhaps also some kiosks where people can also purchase something. A souvenir shop. We might actually make a souvenir shop here. And then the ornate pavilions on those sides here, where you can look out. Taking some photographs. Very close to the whole thing. And then also, And some beverages for sure, and also some tables right next to it. So a little restaurant that we can have on our own, that is then surrounded perhaps by some flower beds or some trees as well. So let's add some trees. And then here perhaps one more, and then we can have these flower beds that kind of like separate the restaurant then from the rest. A nice little garden area, really. That's looking pretty cool, I think. That was my first individual restaurant that we get cracking there. Lots of people, of course, they can enjoy the day, and they can also then have these lookout posts where they are going to be having just an amazing look over everything that we have out there. Now, some of you have been suggesting, and very rightly so, that there might be space for a fish market over there close to the central, or too close to that station there. And that is really a cool idea. We have lots of concrete area here that we don't need. And that is also not looking so great. So we might just go ahead here and make us a little area where we can have those fish stands and stuff like that. A fish market, basically. We actually have the right buildings for that, right? We have the grocery store, the fishmonger store that we can use in that, the sandwich stack, and there it's in a boat, so that just fits as well. And yeah, actually we can do this here close to the tracks basically that we have. And we probably will make it so that the stands are close to the tracks there, right? Actually, their back should be to the, like so. So that fits a bit better there overall, I think. Here, can we make a double crossing? No, unfortunately, we cannot do that. So we'll just need to do it like so. That we have a couple of these here right next to each other. Right, so the cool thing is they're looking away from the tracks and kind of like acting as a barrier, because we do definitely need that. And then we have those two spots here. Can we build? We can build something here. That's pretty good. And then I would probably like to have 4 on either side, so that we can close this one better off them. And then we have the fishmonger stall, right? They're kind of like a pass through, I think, or so. That we just have a couple of them here right next to each other, and then there is another road, and then we have a grocery store area, right, where there is some fresh fruits and stuff like that. And we could probably also have bakery, pizzeria, a drinks shack that we can have them just over there. Also separate this once more. And here it ends now. I don't think that we can actually build something on that. No, we can't. So we'll need to push this one away there for now. And what else could we have there? Tin can, bar table. Now actually this one we can keep like that. What we could though definitely have over here is then some trees. And then also some trees over there, making this whole thing coming together there just more nicely, I think. And then here of course is the station, and we might just have then something here as well. Something for the tourists, I guess, or for people that are not completely used to this area. Oh, the anchor. The anchor makes a lot of sense in this area. I would like to have the anchor here somewhere. We'd probably have 2 anchors here. Greeting everyone. Looking towards the people. That is a pretty cool detail there. The anchors that we can set. And then we're just going ahead here with some city light and also a clock house, so we can have them in this area. This is a nice little fish market, really, right in front of the docklands. No people yet, but I'm pretty sure they're coming in here soon. There's already the first customer on its way, if he's not getting driven down by the train, of course, that is. I gotta say, I really do am getting into the mood for these market stands and market stalls that we can build there all the time. I think it's just really, really nice looking and, well, adds a lot to any city. So let's also get some beverages over there, and then some groceries, and perhaps some cheesemonger stalls then here as well. It's just a tiny market area that we have then on the other end of the docklands, just there, right? There's this bus station here, rather solitary, where we also might have something right next to it. So the first thing I would like to have probably, yep, we could have these solitary trees there as a decoration. And then something for the tourists. Or the maps. I do like the maps that we have there. And also a street map as well that those people definitely need. It just really needs to be at every bus station basically, that we have that left and right there as well. On that side here, on the other side of Crown Falls, we have a stark contrast between workers and then boom, engineers all of a sudden. That doesn't really fit in, and we can do this. We can upgrade that many as well. We do have the population. Let's go ahead and upgrade all of them here to artisans, and then perhaps this whole row there still as well. Right, and only then do we further move into workers that is a bit closer than to the industrial zone. And I'm using the colorful ones. Let's just keep the basic ones here. We don't always need to have colorful or industrial looking artisans. The basic version is just fine as well. Now there's also this tiny area up here where we have an amazing look down on Crown Falls with all the monuments and skyscrapers, and there's still nothing here, right? So we have the zoo obviously, and right next to that nothing yet, and I would like to change that once more. So here we can, or what I would definitely like to have is once more the lookout posts, probably a couple of them. So one is here, the other one is here, and then one more up here on this on the outermost area, and then probably also one here, just overlooking everything of that. Then we can have once again have our double roads. Perhaps we change the road to another road. We do have the plaza. Let's build it first and then decide. And then a balloon once more. Would we do this? We could have a balloon area just here, right? So there someone can launch and have a look over everything. And then also once again some pavilions there overlooking the city, where also people can sit and enjoy the day then. And there we can have one. And just really here by the balloon I would like to have, for example, some postcard vendors, right? So something that people can use to enjoy the day. We get another Pope incoming. It's perfect. And let's also have some of these. Let's actually not do this for now. I would like to have some beverages and stuff like that. Beverage stand that we can have then just here. And then also a food stand that we can have just here. And this one has then some tables and stuff like that around it. The family table right here by the zoo and right here. And that's probably the end of it though. Because now we can really have our Plaza Street here for that. Here we'll have some separation. And here we probably have it. We just have some more of these tables then around the beverages there. Perfect. And then we already have the separation with the zoo basically that I can have on that side. And then I would probably like to have some flower beds all the way around it, because I really don't want to plaster this completely full with everything again. We already did that quite often. And then here. We might actually have another lookout post then up there. Yes. Once more, where you can have a view of the ocean as well. That should do the trick. And then, to finish this whole thing off, we might also have then just some normal trees. Whatever you want to have in here. But I would like to use my natural ornaments trees, because I think they're just a tiny bit better. Just in general, a mixed area now. With some trees, some lookout posts, something to eat and drink if you want, so another location where people can go out there and enjoy their day. And of course, the view, you can't beat the view. Now something I had to check was why my farmers is down, and of course we had another huge massive fire. I've already countered that with building some more fire stations. Quite a lot of them too, right? Because one fire can basically destroy the whole town, and we were really lacking our fire stations there. This should bring the farmer population back up to its original size, and hopefully positive there as well. By the way, of course, we have forgotten Mbesa for quite some time, but not anymore on Tabarim, especially here. We are also really down on the shepherd workforce, so we do need to kind of like expand our town. And as we can see, we got the space for it. We do have already the main street then here that goes basically through the whole town. We don't need to have it any bigger though, because there's going to be trains and stuff like that. There's also some water here for another fire station that we can have then just in this area. And well, we could basically now go ahead and continue building our Mbesa city. So with you know, with the next districts basically that we have then over there and here, and as we can see, we're building them this time right away. Perhaps also this one, but that's enough copy and pasting. And then we probably will just have some normal blocks then as well. One tiny block here, and then the next marketplace just over here. That should hopefully take all of them into its radius. Instead of this one here, actually, let's have the musician's court. And here in the center once more. Right, that is providing some happiness for my people. And then some normal blocks perhaps over there, just like that. Oh yes, and don't forget, here we have our water canal system that probably will lead to another fire station. And boy, we really do need fire stations in Mbesa. Let's get rid of this house there. Or we could have it probably going up there through all of that and have the fire station here. That I would probably like to prefer, because then it takes a bit more, yep, all the way to the other side there. There's still another river slot available then. And then we only really need the canals that are going through. This one needs to go, and this one here is going to be the canal only. At least that's the general idea behind it. And then we have our canal system going over there. And then all the way there to that fire station here. Perfect. And the cool thing is, yep, you can have, of course, streets over these canals. And then we can just have some normal houses here once more. Because of course, Mbesa always needs to grow. And also needs to grow. Nah, let's make it a smaller block there. I don't want to get too close to the river all the time. It's just not looking so good then. And then two more. I mean, here we are now very close. Let's get rid of that again. And just have this house there. That should be fine still. And then, of course, we can also continue over there. Ah, we still also need to build a monastery, of course. A monastery, sorry. And that we might actually just place really central. There we already have the location for that. And we could probably easily squeeze it in there. Do I need to get rid of two? Ah, I need to get rid of all of them. Still fine, still fine. Takes the whole block into account. Let's build it here in the center of it. Right? And then right next to these, we can then also have some more of our ornaments. Let's actually go with the trees. A mix of those trees there is fine. Something at least, and around the musician's court as well. Just that we have something here in between. I really do like the monastery there. Such a beautiful, colorful building, really. Oh, Bente already starting to hate us again. I'm not surprised, but she should be trying. Or we are just going to completely crush her soon. No idea about that yet. The next block in Tabarim is finished. We should probably have a look at consumption rates then. And then we could also continue here. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to our mega city. Now, nope, I did not forget to turn on the sun, or there was not a big catastrophe where the sun is gone. We're rather looking at our city right now during night time. And yeah, as we can see, it is rather dark, isn't it? So what we will want to change now is bringing some light to our megacity. Some of you already wished that for quite some time, and of course, you're completely right. This is way too dark there. Very nice effect here with the docklands, as we can see that have some lighted roofs up there. I did not see that before. No idea what it is. Seems to be quite the exhibition in there, perhaps. And yeah, as we can see, really the streets are way too dark. If someone gets attacked on these streets, no one will ever find out. we cannot allow that really. I just love also how at night time there's a reduced population on the streets, right? So the streets are rather empty or emptier than during daytime. That is just a really nice detail, and it's working so flawlessly that I'm really just baffled at how many details this game still has. But let's get cracking with this. So the first thing I would like to do is let's put it back to dawn for now, and we start here with the dockland. So I already have some ornaments here, right? And we do not have any city lights at the moment. So I would like to add them now to this area. So first of all, here beside the docklands, we can have some lights on both sides. I guess here in this case not. I totally forgot. There is actually these beaches there, right? So those beaches are nasty. There we have the tracks. Actually, this is a good starting point. Starting here with the tracks, and there we can have then our city lights. And since we have a 5-layered road, the main roads, we can actually conveniently place these city lights in the center of it. And yeah, we can then also use the remaining space with probably some ornaments, some trees and stuff like that. It's only a question of how we want to place them with 3 tiles in between. I think this is the better option, right? So with that, we would just be pushing up there now like so. So always just some 3 tiles. And by the way, I think we could actually... Now we can't copy that anymore. Since we already have the tiles on it, it would be blocked by it then. Okay, so at least the inner main street is now fully plastered with holes. And now we can go ahead and add the new city lights DLC to that, or the city lights in general, right? So not the city lights DLC, but rather just the city lights. And we do take the city light here. We do also have the public timepiece and the steel clock house. Both of them offer, I think, some lighting, but it's not enough, and I really would like to have some proper lamps there. And then we're just going ahead here and planting them now everywhere here. Can we cover the costs? I think we can. And then also on that side here. Perfect. So the inner side is already plastered now. And then we're going down the main road here as well. There you go. And then also the docklands here, or actually the harbor area, where we definitely will need some lighting as well. So this is like the main road now. We can still think about something in between if we want to. Then we basically have 2 double roads going through all of that. That's totally fine. But let's just have a look how it looks during nighttime. And as we can see, the boulevards are now illuminated, at least to some extent, which should be the case here. Of course, I don't want to stop here. What we are also doing is we're going to add some more spotlights to the big buildings, right? So like this huge bank that we have. So probably just over there. And this should also look pretty cool during nighttime, as we can see. As for example, the bank is also being illuminated now. So we can add this one to a lot of big buildings there as well to further add some light. Perhaps also to the docklands there, which is not illuminated yet. And I guess we do want to have that. I mean, it's always a tricky part of where we actually want to place it. I think we can place it here.
The revolt left your city in ruins.
And of course also the World Fair needs to be illuminated, so we're going to have 2 spots on that side. And then most likely also, since we have 3 layers here of road, I can also have them on that side. So let's just see that we have them actually on the same row there. So they're both going into this area there. Perfect. And then we can have these lights here as well, illuminating our World Fair on 2 sides here and on that side there.
Not worth the time.
Pretty important, of course, our iron tower. Now there was just some room here with the trees. It's a bit further away, so it's not completely illuminating the area then, right? But the iron tower itself has some light there as well, and as we can see, it's still shining upon that just nicely. The same thing happens over here now with the Palace of Justice. At least the front I would like to have a bit more shined upon, and this spotlight here that was in the where we just had to remove a tree is working for that just nicely too. So these will definitely add a bit more to the skyline here. The Skyline Tower itself, by the way, is perfectly illuminated. I don't think that I'm going to need any spotlights for this one. And then we continue with the illumination. Also, this main road down here to the tourist mooring that doesn't have any light yet. I think though it has these lampposts there. That's fine, that's adding a bit, but not really that much. And then I can just go ahead here with my additional ones left and right. And then of course, once again, up the avenue here. Next up, we go all the way up here to the scholars and to my university or campus district. This one is not yet spotlighted. On this side here, we do have the space for it. On that side, we don't. So we might get rid of, let's just say, this flower bed there and this flower bed there. And by the way, this one and this one too, because they need to be their own flower beds like this, right? And if I remove it, then it doesn't adjust itself, unfortunately. So I will just have to place one here so that it's a small flower bed on its own. And I guess this one here I also need to copy once more so that it also ends here then, right? So this makes a bit more sense then. And then let's just have our spotlights for that. This one and this one going towards the university. We don't even see these spotlights there in the flower beds. That's really cool. I mean, not up close anyway. And then on that side here too, we do have the space here in the on the green area, right? So here and here. We might still want to have then some, I guess even flower beds here would be totally fine too. Leading up to the streets then there as well. And then also here along our main roads then more or less going into the mountain area there. At least it's a bit blocked off then, right? And I think there's no path next to the flower beds, which is fine. Perfect, so that's that. It should look nice during nighttime now, as our university is being spotted on. Perfect. It's just to see if there's any villains attacking. And then of course we continue onwards with our city lights. That is always very hard for me to find. There it is.
Your people are starting to get sick.
My people are always sick. Now, also very important, these tracks here. So there we have, of course, the whole road that is looking really, really dark during nighttime. And I want to change that too. The good thing here is we don't need to get rid of any roads. We do have these trees here, right? And we just need to place them really a bit apart from each other, these lights then. And that should be golden. So I'm just going to get rid of a lot of trees now. But this should, of course, not, well, change anything about our status of an exquisite metropolis. At least I hope so. There's also those trains having a race right now, as it seems. But of course, nope, they are just using the tracks the most optimal way to just go behind each other. After done that, we can finally place all these lights here. It's not always symmetrical because I need to look out for the corners there where I definitely want to have some city lights as well. So here in that case, it should still be fine, right? We have 2, perfect, but here we have 3, for example. Otherwise, I will not be able to squeeze in the city light at the corner anymore. There we have it then. And then basically, can I do it like that? Yes, actually, we can just go the whole row up there and then the whole row down there as well. Like so. Shouldn't look so bad during nighttime, hopefully. As also the trees are now illuminated. Really nice looking. And you definitely feel safer on these roads now. And look at that, how nice this effect is looking when another avenue is being also let there be lighted. And also this whole row is now full. Perfect. So basically the whole inner center of the city is now illuminated. And also here some tracks as well. Look at that. That's really cool from up above, especially since the trees are being illuminated there as well, quite a lot. And this has a nice effect even from afar. So this is a track without it and this is a track with it. That's looking really cool, actually. I like that. Did not expect this amount of light coming out of it. So yeah, why not? Let's just add some more here to the corners of the street there and perhaps one here in the middle. on that side, and then probably here once more. Right, and then once again on both sides of these tracks here, and also in the center of it. And then once more, these city lights. We can just really draw them along the tracks there, and also on that side. That's a lot of small detail work here, but I think it has a really nice effect when done. There's now the light coming, that's so cool. And boom, over here. Perfect, there you go. And also this area now has some lighting. There's still something here. This row still needs it too. There you go. So that's really transforming the city center there as well, and also these lines. It's working perfectly together with the trees. This I should definitely remember. Now, while the lights are bringing joy to my people in Crown Falls, let's go finally back to Embesa, where I also started with the other district that we had up here. We can still place more buildings than down to the lower side here, and I would. So we do have kind of like a crossing here, right? So I would like to keep that. And then we just have our blocks of houses then too. Probably not exactly the same. So this one should be fine, and then we can add some more. We have lots of building materials, really. The only thing that I need to, of course, consider here is my consumption rates then. So let's just have them here, these guys. Then probably one more here. There is the water source. So if I want to have a fire station in the area, I should keep track of that then here. And then we probably will have now our marketplace for that. Just here as well. There's 2 marketplaces then, and this one, yeah, let's make it only 1 row for now. And then I would like to have my musicians court rather close perhaps, or we actually this time, let's squeeze it in here. I think this is working out fine, like so, with only 2 entrances, right? And here we're just going to have some ornaments then, that it's not always looking the same, and this is fitting just perfectly into this area. Let's have our streets. By the way, I have so much mud bricks, I could really get started with my paving of Tabarim there as well. Would be a shame if not to. And we can also, make this bridge finally a stone bridge. After all, there's a lot of people now going over that, and wooden bridges are probably not the most reliable ones. This one actually is a bit too close there, so whoop-de-doo. There you go. Much better. This one doesn't need to have a road to the mountain, but we rather just go with that. There you go. And I think over here we don't even have most of the roads paved yet as well. At least the main roads should be paved by now. Perfect. It's also looking much nicer. So there you go. We have finally now paved roads everywhere, almost everywhere. And I guess what we still need now is way more gold milk, of course. With so many people coming in, this is pretty important. We have our Wansa timber. We are producing the gold milk here itself. So -2 it is right now. This must be the utmost importance. And by the way, the tea is still fine. So we're still having enough tea for all of these people. I don't really need to change anything on that. And then it's really just the finery and the dried meat. Both of them will be deep red. No, they're actually not. This one, they're both still balanced. Perfect. So I don't really need to do that much over there. Then it's really just for my goatees. Those guys we have here, right? And I already have a couple more up there that we already had in blueprint. Let's also upgrade our warehouse. And then I probably can add another one in this area there. Right, and let's make this one a paved road so it does get there more quickly. And then I would like to have another one, most likely here. And one more here. This should really be enough goat milk for everyone. Let's upgrade the warehouse once more to tier 3. Lovely colors. And that should be all the milk in the world. And by the way, since we do have the influence available, I would like to have now a commute pier. We can finally do this in these areas. Let's move my cannon towers to the other side. because they're blocking my way here for a proper commute here so that we can finally share the workforce of Tabarim with the rest of Mbesa. That would be over here. This one, of course, needs to be paved there as well. Righto. And then we can share it, for example, with Taten up here. And don't forget, Taten is an island that we've lost in the big war. And we can now have finally also a commute here, another 15 influence, but we can afford that. Let's place it there. And Taten has all the workforce now. And here we can really make some beautiful big productions now. And we should for the indigo and the spice, right? We lost both of them in the last war. So I will need to get these productions up and running again. For that, what we would need first is once again our river slot over there. And then we can actually start right away. I do not like this building menu here, the typing in Mbesa. I don't know why. There's not enough buildings to cover all the tabs here, right? So you have tabs like this one and this one that are almost empty. So I'd rather go with my progress type that has the shepherds and the elders only. And that just fits in much better. It's easier to find stuff here. Up there, we can actually go ahead and already make the whole row green. There comes the water. And it's always important to not close off any of these areas here because, of course, we need to spread the farms then over there as well. The only thing I probably will need here is the road for it that goes all the way up there, right? And then here we can have the farms connecting to that. And then I will definitely need to have a warehouse up in this area and probably one down in this area here for all these farms here that are going to be built now. So we do need indigo and spice, right? Let's just check this one real quick. Are we out of any of these? Because I think demand was not very high on them. Spice is empty now for sure. And indigo is also empty, all right? Right, and we do need them over here for, first of all, our... how is it called? The spiced flour that we need for the seafood stew. The seafood stew is pretty important, of course, for our elders. And we don't have that yet. And this one, where do we actually produce it? That should be here somewhere in the area. There it is. Spice. Yep. So spice would be my first target that I have in this area. And by the way, do we still have some warships? Only one. I will probably need to back it up there a bit. Even though Bente, of course, has nothing to say anymore. I don't think she will have any power. So we can safely ignore her for now. And then we have our spice production. Now I need to check real quick though. We do have 2 teff mills in Tabarim at the moment. And that would lead to 4 spice farms that we need. So I could have one here. That is then taking the whole lower area here. And as we can see, it doesn't really need a lot of fields, right? And then we have a second one just here. It takes then the farm all the way up there. Perfect. And then we can also have one on that side. Very nice. And one on that side. Oh, and then I'm actually running out of Wansa timber. That I will need.
An explosion in one of your...
Let's get our timber from Tabarim there once more, but the first spices are already being produced. And then we can just use our old trade route again. Is it still intact? There it is, yep. As we can see, that was the old trade route. We lost both the clippers there from Tabarim, and it goes from Taten, of course, where we do load these goods here. So I will need to, once again, assign them, and then also the spice, where it's already coming in. And we do have 2 cargo ships available now, and I'm going to assign one then soon once I'm done with the building materials transportation to that area. How's it looking with my people here? Yes, perfect. We can also upgrade now more people in Tabarim. I would like to do this to elders, right? So there we got a few of them. It's only costing me once a timber. Perfect. I do want to get that population up a bit more. And then on the other side of the river there too. So here in the center at least that we have these guys. As Tabarim is growing, so is my income. We need the money. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to probably the last episode of this Megacity Let's Play. It's certainly been a very long journey over 3 months and we've come a long way. This city has truly become something beautiful. It's just a city that I like to walk around a lot. It's not my city, of course, it's our city, because with your feedback I've gotten this far, and with your feedback also this city has truly become something very unique, and I'm really glad to have been a part of this journey. And yeah, I still like to just scroll around my city here, but before we really end this one, we still have a bit of work ahead of us and also a bit of fighting there. So let's get cracking right away with probably one of the first things that I've neglected for quite some time, and that is not even in Crown Falls, that is in the New World down here in Tristão, our other bigger city here. That is already almost complete as well, because there's basically not that much else that we could build here, and it's already pretty big. But over here we still have one more cathedral to build, a big one, and I still lack the resources. So I think my ship has arrived now down here at Delphis with the brass and the windows that we needed for this big boy over there, and they're very good. Now finally we can build the colonial church. We also have a few more ruins over there. I think that was because of a raid, but who knows really about that. Let's build the colonial church too. So Tristão has two big cathedrals now working here. This one already has, as far as I can see, a fence around it. So it's usually not something that where I like to add another fence to this, but I think in this case here we can make an exception. Let's just go ahead and have something around it, like these fences. People can actually walk around them, right? And it actually fits here because with the paving as well, and also, as I said, it's just a place where people can walk around. And this one probably ends then here, so we are going all the way around the cathedral there, and then we still have a bit of space right here in the center where we could, for example, either have some flower beds, right? So they do work really well there in front of these big guys there. We could also go with some fountains, and I think in this case here, let's go with some fountains right in front of it, because I think this just fits a bit better there to the cathedral there. So overall, looking fine. We can still go ahead, of course, upgrade a few more people, though we are pretty low on the Honoraris workforce already, so I'm not going to upgrade anymore. But yes, I was expecting something like that. The usual mass destruction Auspicious Isle, despite having now the fire station and the police station. And as we can see, this time it was actually the sickness that was the problem. So let's go ahead and also build us another hospital up here that we can still add, and probably a second one that we definitely should have, perhaps a bit further down here, or let's actually get this one in the center there as well, right? So we can definitely get a second one. There you go. Right here in the city center. And I probably, oh no, I don't even need to build more Honoraris, because as we can see, population wise it's already fine again, though we can still add a couple more here, right? They still have the surrounding of the marketplace. Now back in Crown Falls, the industrial area is still looking a bit unfinished. The final touches are missing. We can move the assembly plant over there. I would like to move my warehouse a bit further into the industrial zone itself. Then we have these artisan workshops there. We don't need that many more of them really, as we still meet all the demand that my people have, right? So it's pretty much complete in this area. We can, I'm also going to probably send over, wait a second, there's something missing here. A very important building actually is missing, and that is a fire station. I would like to add my big fire station to this area, as I think that is just the perfect one. So let's go ahead, and there we have it. That's the big one, and as we can see, it's barely fitting in actually. Up here it fits in nicely though, and we definitely want to have one of these bad boys close to this area there. So let's just do it like that, and this one connects here with a double road just fine, and here you can also make a double road out of this one, so that we still have a bit more space really. And then we have these little blank spots here still, where a factory doesn't make so much sense. So in this case here on that side, I'm just going to have some of these cargo shacks perhaps, then together with a shed here, and then some water towers, right, so that we fill it in. And here we could just make a brick wall around it, so that it does look like there's something important going on in here, right, with a little entrance. And then let's have this really cool concrete paving that I haven't really used yet. And then we have in here some of these things. And perhaps also a dirt mound, cargo stack, these tanks. Righto. And also probably over there. Then we have these water towers, perhaps 2 of them. And then I still have a bit of metal pipings there and barrels also lying around. Something that looks like it belongs to this industrial zone. Perfect. These guys here I would still probably keep. We can definitely build a second one for the shampoo though. So I'm going ahead with this one. We also got the first people already living in this area too. I mean, if they like it, of course. I guess they didn't have much of a chance there. I could still go ahead and have a few more farmers than here. We can upgrade them to the higher tiers if we need to. But other than that, we still have some blueprinted buildings there as well. It's fine really, as we still might expand on them later on with the content patches, because of course this city here will continue on with the next DLCs then as well. Alrighty, but let's get on to the real deal here. I've prepared, well, quite the fleet I should say, with around 18 battleships or so, and we can now finally use them to move against Bente. So I still have this open business with her. Of course we're not at war right now, but I don't forget all the grievances that she's caused us. So I really want to put an end to her completely, not just in exile like she's living right now, but she really needs to go before I can finally sleep peacefully again. So let's move my little fleet over there. Just to Bente, really. She's got 2 islands as far as I can see in the old world. And just on time, she's also declaring war on us, like it was meant for it. Hugo Mercier goes to war with her as well immediately. So she's fighting against 2 of us now, as we already move in there. And look at that. I mean, this is just a tiny island. And look at the damage that it's causing to my battleships there, really. It's so hard with Bente there. And we already lose the first battleship there, right? So I can't really do that much about it, as she's basically really just doing that much damage. There's some big batteries down here as well that we will need to take down quickly. The next big battery is down at least, but also my next battleship is down. So we'll need to rebuild them, I guess. But I'm only going to lose 2, as far as I can see. And that is a really cool sound there. So many battleships at once firing.
Enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Prepare to fire.
Okay, alright, give up now, please. This has taken way too long, and for some reasons, these people are not giving up. They're really holding on to her. Finally, that took us quite some time. Let's conquer this island. And with that, well, we do also get some nice items there. And yes, Bente has once again grown weaker. There's still one more island down here that is just as heavily fortified. No, not really, not completely. So another 2 losses there we can take, I guess. Let's move them over there for now. And what I will need to do immediately is I'm going to... oh, we cannot purchase one there at the moment. We have 100 influence. There, the next attack is starting against Happylet. Is it coming from Happy? I don't know. She's never really too happy about anything, really. At least not with the military mod activated. And once again, we need to focus these big baddies down because they are really, really destroying my battleships there. And when you consider how strong a battleship really is, especially against the heavy warships, you can just really see how strong these cannons are. We've lost 1, and we're definitely going to lose a second battleship there. No, nothing I can do about this, really. Oh, Princess Ching declares war at the same time. No idea why she would be doing that. She's never really been a player anymore for a very long time now. Alright, next battleship going down.
His resistance is
There it is. Let's focus down the warehouse there.
was destroyed.
Okay, perfect. So there's the next island. And with that, Bente is completely gone now from the old world. At least that is something that usually was her strong suit, right? In the old world. And let's just see why Princess Ching does it. Because, yeah, she's only half as strong as we are. And she's not at... Does she have an alliance there with Bente? No, she doesn't. So it was a real... Just a coincidence there, really. Nothing else. And let's have her on ceasefire, then the peace treaty. Pretty much the only thing that we can do here. And the onslaught is continuing also now in, well, Cape Trelawney. Since she's gone in the old world, we are now taking fire, well, we're taking the smaller islands here. So the goal is here to completely get rid of her symbol, of course, in the diplomacy menu. She really should be having no part anymore in this game. I don't expect that we will be losing a battleship here. So as we can see, the cannon is already down. And it's really just the warehouse now under heavy fire. And as we can see, morale is dropping really quickly in Squirrelyburg, as she's calling it. Don't get fooled for the cuteness of the names of her islands. She's not cute at all. She's a very, very wrong snake. So this one is the next target here. This is a bit more heavily fortified. And I'm also already building more battleships again, right? Because we do need to compensate for the losses that we've made so far.
Under attack.
Next, this very heavily fortified island. Holy cow, that's still lots of cannons there. And we probably will lose a battleship to this area there. I guess, yep, it's already going down pretty quickly. Reason is she's got the big baddies in this area too. So there's like 2... I see 2 for now. Might be a bit more though. It's actually just 2, but it's definitely taking down one of my battleships there. Hopefully it's the only one though that we will lose here. Down it is, and let's take down the harbor artillery. They're still also doing lots of damage there. One is down. Lucky, I think, yes, we already got this one here coming out again. So this will catch up with the other ones. Perfect. And that's looking like it was the only loss so far. That one's down. And let's take down the warehouse there right away. And I like that she actually tries to put the ornaments in there as well. So she's using the modded harbor ornaments as well. Sweet home, off you go. She even got the New World Cathedral on this island. That's not going to help you any longer though. And you only have really one place in this life left. And that's this one here, right? So that's the goal where she will be staying for a longer period of time. Now, she's gone in Cape Trelawney. We still have other regions, though. The Arctic, she usually is pretty strong over there. Let's add my battleships to the Arctic, and this one here, you can also move to Cape Storm, where the next battles are to be fought. Okay, finally we're in the cool, freezing north, where Bente still has 2 islands. One is pretty weakly defended, so there's really going to be no challenge here. The other one, I think, is just the same. At least there is something over there. I think she's now moving a bit of her stuff over there, you know, like a shipyard. I've seen a shipyard. Can you actually build a shipyard in the Arctic? That would be something really new to me now. I don't see it, so I don't think you can build a shipyard. How is she actually able to do this then? Oh, it's a whaling station, it's not a shipyard. It actually looked like a shipyard from up there. Alright, Bente, you got me there once more. Now, another thing is this island here that has been on my mind for quite some time. I've actually decided to purchase the shares of it because with the amount of cannons we see here, I might be losing too few many battleships in the process. So it's also on the other side, right? So we would have to destroy this one, move around and destroy these here. And I think by then we would have lost a lot of battleships and I don't want to risk this. Let's take it over. That was Bente's last island in the New World. So off she goes as well. Actually, there's some good stuff in there. Jujubai Lotus and the Hades Asphodel. That sounds pretty cool too. And it's definitely probably looking pretty cool in the botanical gardens there. And there it's also about the last outpost that she's got in the Arctic, and then she will be disappearing from here as well. There you go. It's really just that one there. I don't see any defenses, and I think that's it. Oh yeah, that was really quick there too. Off it goes. Bye-bye from the Arctic. There's still one more region where she is, and that is in Bessa. And I think in Bessa she has 3 islands, and some of them she's actually fortifying right now. Even though, of course, since she doesn't have an Old World or Cape Trelawney outpost anymore or city anymore, there will be just not any influence that she can take to build more harbor defenses. And as we can see, she's dropping down to 47 on the military score. Well, what a downfall to the once great Bente that actually laid siege to our island here, to Cape Trelawney, several times. Alrighty, and we are coming actually out right where Bente is. Very lucky indeed, or a very good strategic position for her, but she can also be surprised like that rather quickly, or rather easily. Let's destroy the cannons. I don't think we're going to lose any ships with that. There's one taking a bit more damage, but the cannons are already down doing all of that. 3 more are coming after that. Perfect. No real challenge there anymore. The next island of Bente is down. I've actually just taken the shares now. Doesn't matter because we can take it over now. Anyway, let's do it like so. Perfect. This one's down, and it even has... Oh, this is interesting actually. I didn't know that. If we take it over with the shares... This one has the white flag to it now because it survived the siege, right? So even then we could... take it like that. Alright, there's still this island. Oh, Bente, it's not going to last long anymore for you. That's the second last island now. And I'm never getting tired of this sound of so many battleships firing at once. Alright, no chance really. Onwards to the last island. And there it is, finally, Benteborg. What a fitting name for Bente's last island. Benteborg, I guess the castle of Bente. At least it does sound a bit similar. And as we can see, not really a castle, but there were some last defenses here, and very interesting looking cannon there that I haven't seen like this before. And off it goes. Let's conquer the island. Boom, just like that. And with that, Bente is gone, like really gone. There's one more thing that we need to do, and that is the spoils of war for the botanical gardens, these beautiful Hades asphodel or whatever it's called, to implement them into my botanical gardens, so that we have Jujubai lotus, and we also of course have the Hades asphodel, which is just a normal building. But at least this one here was an additional real plant. We can actually put it not with the poppies anymore, but instead here. So we have this full block of buildings now, and this one is of course the other legendary item that we had. And this, ladies and gentlemen, marks the end of our Megacity Let's Play. There's going to be a couple of more minutes of impressions of this city that you can enjoy for yourself. Other than that, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this one, and of course onwards to the next Anno series. Stay tuned.